Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the gay white Christmas musical Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, it is our particular pleasure to bring you Paramount Pictures' delightful musical Holiday Inn, with its great score by Mr. Irving Berlin. As the lovely leading lady of the piece, you will hear Miss Martha Tilton. Mr. Jerome Cowan appears as the agent Danny, who handles the careers of Ted Hanover and Jim Hardy, played respectively by Mr. George Murphy and myself. And so for the next 45 minutes, come with us and have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
Looking back, I see that each of the moments I treasure and remember was a melody. Because for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. Happy Holiday takes me back to the beginning. 1 year ago, Christmas time. I was working in a florist shop, and all of a sudden the door opened, and Ted Hanover walked in. He was whistling. Oh, was I surprised. The most famous dancer on Broadway doesn't walk into a shop every day. I just stood there with my mouth open.
Excuse me, do you usually go around like that, or are you waiting for someone to throw in a fish?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanover. I just never expected to see you.
Oh, you know who I am.
Oh, yes, I know who you are, all right.
Well, I'd like some orchids, the finest in the house.
A corsage?
No, I want a dozen, so she can pin them any place she wants.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you know that song, huh? We're using that in our act.
Well, I only know the beginning. Happy holiday, happy holiday.
While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing, happy holidays to you. If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road, come to Holiday Inn. If you're laid up with the breakdown, throw away your vitamin. Don't get worse, grab your nurse, come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday to you. Holiday Inn. That's a wonderful sound. It's too bad there isn't any such place.
Ah, but there is, way out in the wilds of Connecticut. You see, my partner, Jim Hardy, just bought it. That's why he wrote that song. It's going to be open just over each holiday, and he's going to have a big floor show that ties in with that season.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Why, sure it is, if you have an affinity for the carrot and the field mouse. Personally, I loathe the country. Say, how about the orchids?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hanover. I'll have them wrapped in just a minute here. Mr. Hanover, as long as you're in the shop and you have such a kind face...
And now, look, young lady, look. I'm getting married tomorrow. The lady is waiting. And at the moment, she's engaged to my partner, and we have to explain things to him so he'll understand, you see. And we also have a show to do in an hour, so please make with the package if you don't mind.
Well, I am, but I can talk while I'm rapping. You see, this is really just a part-time job.
Oh.
Actually, I sing and dance. Mr. Hanover, I want...
I know. You studied dancing since you were a little child. You spent long, weary hours in every theatrical agency on Broadway, but just now I have to get back to the club and get on with the
How
next...
did you know all those things about me?
My dear, that's the story of every star and would-be star on Broadway. Forget it, kid. Marry the florist and raise little orchids. Then you won't get your heart broken.
Well, okay. Here's your package. That's $36. Special rate because you bought by the dozen.
Oh, thank you. Here. You may keep the change. Say, if you really want a job, why don't you take a run up to Connecticut and see Jim Hardy? Our act's folding tonight, and he'll be up there tomorrow.
Well, thanks, Mr. Hanover. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. I didn't realize then how much that song would come to mean to me. The next day, I invested a little money in a train ticket and went up to Connecticut and knocked on the door of Holiday Inn. Jim opened the door.
Well, hello. Santa Claus is a day early this year, I see. Come in.
Mr. Hardy?
Yep. Here, let me help you out with those things.
Thank you. It was a cold ride up from the station. I'm Linda Mason, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Linda.
I happened to run into Ted Hanover, and he suggested I come to see you about maybe getting a job in the show.
You dropped the wrong name, lady. Ted Hanover's about as popular around here as measles.
Oh. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. You see, I work in a florist shop, and yesterday Mr. Hanover walked in and asked for a dozen orchids.
Yeah. And today the girl that I was going to marry yesterday is wearing them. Oh, that beautiful Lila.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I'll get over it. I'd rather she made him unhappy than me.
Well, when are you going to open the inn?
New Year's Eve. Did that wolf in tap shoes tell you the idea of the inn? You see, I've written some special music for each holiday.
Why, no. I had no idea you were a composer, too.
Well, I had hoped to get the inn open tonight. I'd written a special song for the occasion, but I just couldn't make it by Christmas.
Oh, I'd love to hear the song.
You would? Well, fortunately, I happen to have a piano handy. I live for moments like this. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be Hello, Linda.
Hello, Jim.
Would it be all right at this early date if I said Merry Christmas?
Well, it is rushing the season, but it sounds beautiful.
You know, I like your voice. Maybe... Oh, pardon me a moment, Linda. Hello.
Oh, hello, Jim. This is Ted.
Goodbye, Ted.
No, Jim, wait a minute. Don't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been through.
Nothing trivial, I hope.
Jim, look, I want to read you a wire that just came. You remember Lila, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember Lila.
Well, the wire's from her. I was supposed to meet her at the license bureau at City Hall, but she sent a Western Union boy in her place.
Well, congratulations. I hope you two will be very, very happy.
Now, Jim, look, don't joke. This is the wire. She says, sorry, darling, but flying to Texas tonight to marry the most wonderful millionaire in the world. Hope you find a new partner soon. Love, Lila.
Well, that's life.
No, that's Lila. Jim, look, I'm coming to Holiday Inn. See, I'm going to help you open the place up. Now, we'll get it open fine by New Year's Eve. We'll put on a big show.
Now, take it easy. No, thanks, Ted. I've already got my show lined up.
Oh, but Jim...
So long, Ted. I'm sorry, Linda. That was just a fellow who got the wrong number. Linda, would you like to open here with me on New Year's Eve?
Oh, thank you. You know I'd love to. Maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Well, could it be me?
Well, Ted Hanover did send me here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. It's the first good turn he's ever done me.
Oh, it's going to be such fun to be a part of Holiday Inn.
You're right. 'Cause if you're burdened down with trouble, and if your nerves are wearing thin,
pack your load down the road.
Come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Well, here we are starting on that last week just before Christmas, the week that's likely to get pretty frantic for a lot of us. There's that shopping that hasn't been done yet, and the gift wrapping, and the last-minute Christmas mailing, if you didn't follow the good, sound rule of mailing early. And then there's a lot of decorating and a lot of preparing for Christmas dinner and, a dozen or two other things that have to be done. Yes, it takes a lot of planning, as well as a lot of doing to get ready for Christmas. It started weeks, even months ago. The producers began to turn out their materials, the manufacturers to make their goods, the merchants to stock their shelves. And all through that process, you'd find railroads doing their indispensable part, bringing the raw materials together at the place of manufacture, hauling the fuel and bringing in the food and the other supplies needed to keep the work going, distributing the product, delivering the goods all over this land. Now, during all these weeks and months, you might not have been on a train. You probably didn't go into a railroad freight house. But just the same, the railroads were working for you, all to the end that so far as transportation is concerned, you might lack nothing, which could help to make this a Merry Christmas. And now back to Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday.
Yes, for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. On New Year's Eve, Holiday Inn was jammed with people. After the first floor show, Jim and I went out in the kitchen and helped dish salads onto plates. I remember looking at Jim and thinking, this really is the beginning of a new year in my life.
Any for those thoughts?
Oh, well, I was just thinking, it's almost the new year.
Yeah, those old hands are practically straight up, aren't they? 1 minute to midnight, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to say goodbye before we say hello. Let's start the new year right, 12 o'clock tonight. When they dim the light, let's begin kissing the old year out, kissing the new year in. Let's watch the old year die with a fond goodbye and our hopes as high as a kite. How can our love go wrong if we start the new year right? Hey, that sounds like it. Come on. Let's get out on that dance floor.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody!
Hello, Jim, old pal, old friend, old pain in my neck.
Hey, Ted, what are you doing out here at Holiday Inn?
Happy New Year! Hiya, baby. Hiya.
Good evening, Mr. Hanover.
Now, look, Ted, you're a little the worse for alcohol. How about going upstairs and lying down?
Oh, no. I don't want to go upstairs. Come on, little girl. Come on. How about a little dance with old Ted Hanover, huh?
No. Come on, Linda.
It's all right, Jim. I don't mind.
Oh, listen to that music. Just listen and get with it. Oh, that's a baby. That's a baby. Just glide it. Just glide it.
Hey, there's Ted Hanover and his new partner.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hanover. Jim.
He's okay, Linda. I'll take care of him.
Whether he's sober or not, I never danced with anyone like that.
Hey, that's a great finish to that number, Hanover.
Yeah, it's a great finish to a lot of things.
Happy holiday.
Oh, no, not that. Who's making that awful noise?
I am, Ted. It's me, your agent, Danny. Open your eyes and look at me.
Oh, no, I'm afraid to. It might make me ill. Danny, what do you want? 10% of this headache?
I don't need it. I got one of my own. I was with you last night.
Well. Is Junior coming, too?
Oh, hello, Jim. Jim, where did you get that extra head?
Oh, I always wear it in case one goes out on me.
Oh, Danny, boy, where am I?
At Holiday Inn.
Well, where are you?
Who, me? I'm at Holiday Inn, too.
Jim?
Me, too. I'm right here with the rest of you.
Huh. Crowded, isn't it? Hey, how did I get here?
Well, I'll tell you a long story. Last night was New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes. Now it comes back to me. Now I remember.
You know, that's too bad about Lila, but on the whole, I think you're better off doing a single.
Oh, no, boy. Boy, I got to have a partner.
Well, aren't you tired of getting partners and falling in love with them and losing them?
I don't know why you didn't tell me you had a new girl on the leash.
A new girl?
Yeah, the one you were dancing with last night. She was terrific.
Now, wait a minute. Was I dancing last night?
Why, you got the best hand of your life.
No kidding.
I couldn't get close enough to see the girl's face, but her figure.
Yeah? You didn't get close, though.
No. The closest I was when she was leaving the dance floor. I only saw her then from the back. She was about this. I mean, she has a... Well, if I ever saw her from the back again, I'd recognize her. You saw her, Jim. You describe her.
Who, me? Well, I wasn't watching very closely. She was medium-built sort of girl with a medium face. She had an evening gown on with a medium kind of belt in the back.
Just a medium girl.
Yeah, she built like a former girlfriend of mine named Consuela Schlepkiss. Yeah, that Consuela was all right. Used to play the pinball machine a lot down at the corner drugstore. Why, I remember one time she was high man 3 weeks in a row.
Oh, that's dandy. Thanks. That helps a lot.
Oh, I'm happy to help you out any time, Danny. I'll do as much.
I want to tell you something, boys. She'll be back. A chance meeting in the night. Destiny drawing two pairs of feet together. No woman could pass up a chance like... She'll be back next holiday, and I'll be here waiting.
Oh, you will, huh?
Yes, I will, huh?
Okay. It's your time. Waste it. I'll see you later.
Hello, Jim. Well, I've got my overnight case packed. All ready to go back to the city and the florist shop.
Linda, I've been thinking about that Lincoln's birthday number. I've decided we better do it in blackface.
Blackface?
Mm-hmm. You and I, the chorus, and everyone in blackface.
I went back to New York. A whole lot of things all mixed up in my mind. The excitement of dancing with Ted Hanover and the excitement of singing with Jim. And most of all, the excitement of just being around Jim. I could hardly wait for Lincoln's birthday, but at last it came, and once more I was with Jim on the stage of Holiday Inn, in blackface.
There's a man who's the pride of this great nation, the man who's the cause of this celebration, and they call him baby boy was born. Abraham, Abraham. When he growed up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham, oh, Abraham. In 1860, he became the 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, the most respected gem. That is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham, Abraham.
The country's going to the dogs to shout it loud and long. Then from a cabin made of logs, the right man came along.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
What's his name?
Abraham.
Abraham.
He gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham.
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham.
Abraham.
When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night, he answered, go see if you can't get all my generals tied. That's why we celebrate this blessed February day.
Abraham.
He was a real fine man.
That was Lincoln's birthday, Jim and me in blackface. And let me tell you, even with charcoal all over his kisser, he was something to start a girl dreaming. I couldn't wait to get back to the inn on St. Valentine's Day, and I was there early in a brand new dress, wearing my heart on my sleeve.
Hey, you really look like something dreamed up for the occasion.
Oh, thank you. Oh, the inn looks beautiful.
You like those cupids? I posed for them myself.
I thought they looked familiar.
Come over to the piano. I've got a valentine for you.
What is it?
Well, you just stand there by the piano and listen. This is for you, from me, honey. I mean every word. Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
Oh, Jim.
It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you, but you never returned. So remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart. Be careful. It's my heart. Oh, fine, fine.
Mr. Hanover.
That's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
How in the world did you get out here again?
Now, just keep playing, Beethoven. Just keep playing. Come on, baby. Let's finish that dance we started New Year's Eve. You know, I've been hunting for you ever since New Year's Eve.
You have? Well, I've been right here.
You have? Jim?
Jim?
Okay. Two of you finally got together. And I'm sure neither one of you need me anymore.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, don't be such a churl. Whatever that is. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just jealous because I always take his girls away from him. Now, can I help it if he isn't attractive to women?
I can't believe Jim would act like that.
Say, wait a minute. Where have I seen you before? I mean, before New Year's.
I sold you some orchids.
Of course, you're the girl in the florist shop. Well, it's a small world, isn't it, huh? Well, come on. We'd better start practicing. You and I are going to dance together tonight. Tonight and every night from now on.
From that moment, things changed between Jim and me. Oh, we went on doing shows together at Holiday Inn, but from that day I was dancing with Ted, not singing with Jim. The holidays were far from happy then. Easter was a bust. May Day was dark and rainy. June, the month of brides, was completely grim. And then came the 4th of July. Ted kept asking me to start out on the road with him with our numbers, but I didn't want to leave Holiday Inn. Finally, I decided to ask Jim what was wrong.
Wrong? What could be wrong? Everything's just dandy. Look, you better get in your costume. It's almost time for your number.
Something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Well, look, once I was in love with a girl. We were planning to get married, and all of a sudden a big change set in. She decided Ted was what she wanted, and that was that. And once is enough for that to happen to me. I'm not sticking my fingers in the fire anymore.
Do you think I'm like that?
Well, I haven't noticed any indications of you being any different.
Well, I'm very happy to know what you think of me.
Now, listen, kid. This is a big night in your life. Danny has one of the biggest directors in Hollywood in the audience. And you and Ted are practically on your way west right now.
Oh, maybe they won't like us.
Oh, they'll like you. You're great, together or separately. And when they see that ballroom number and that 4th of July solo of Ted's, all you have to do is make your reservations on the Super Chief. And, by the way, that's all right with me, too.
Well, okay, that's all right with me, too. The show that night was sensational. It closed with Ted doing his solo, and the way it went over should have impressed even the toughest Hollywood director.
That was really great, Ted.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, Ted, you were sensational. You too, Linda.
Thanks, Danny.
Folks, I want you to meet Hollywood's greatest picture director, Mr. Howard Dunbar.
How do you
Mason,
do?
Hanover, it's nice to meet you.
And Mr. Dunbar, this is the greatest dance team in the business. Hanover and Mason.
Yeah, that really was a show.
This is the owner of Hollywood Inn, Jim Hardy. Say, Jim, is there some place that's quiet where Mr. Dunbar and I can discuss business?
Well, you can go right over there in my office.
Well, as a matter of fact, Danny, it's Mr. Hardy I'd really like to talk to.
Hey, Jim has a great voice, hasn't he, Mr. Dunbar?
Well, his voice is fine, all right, but it's the idea of Holiday Inn that interests me. I think there's a picture in it. And we could do a story around 2 guys and a girl and use all the special songs you've written, Mr. Hardy.
Hey, that's a sensational idea.
Well, now, Mr. Dunbar, of course, considering the originality of the idea, we've got to get a pretty good price.
Now, wait a minute, Danny. Don't let your 10% run away with you. Thanks for the offer, Mr. Dunbar, but I'm not interested in selling.
Not interested. Jim, are you out of your mind? It's the heat, Mr. Dunbar. Heat. He hasn't been himself all day.
The ideas are natural for pictures, Jim.
Well, of course, we'd star Mr. Hanover and his partner in the picture.
I'm not interested in selling.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Don't be in such a
Jim, will
hurry.
you be decent for once in your life and let somebody else around here have a chance?
You had to louse this up for me, too, didn't you, Ted? Whether it's a girl or an idea or a song or even a new hat, as soon as I get it, you want it. And you usually get it, too, don't you?
Oh, now, Jim, you're my best friend.
Yeah, I always have been. But you always seem to wind up my worst enemy. Well, okay, you've wrecked everything now anyhow. Take the idea, take the music, take Linda, take the whole darn thing. And both of you do me a favor, will you? And stay away from me from now on.
Okay, Mr. Sorehead, if that's the way you wish it.
Well, Mr. Hardy will want you in Hollywood, too, to write the music.
No, thanks. I'll write the music here and send it to you.
Jim, if you'd only listen to me.
What do you want now, Linda? Shall I throw in my shirt, too?
Happy holiday. There's the next show.
Happy holiday. Yeah, happy holiday. And many of them.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Earlier this evening, we were talking about the planning and preparation which goes into making the Christmas season what it is. For a lot of us, one of the high spots of that season will be a trip, for Christmas is the traditional reunion season of the year. It's the time when all members of the family gather happily together in one home, enjoying to the full the warm, friendly spirit of Yuletide. That's why weeks and months ago, railroads began to plan and prepare for the increased travel which Christmas brings. It was necessary first to figure ahead as closely as possible how many of you would travel, and where, and when. The next step was to line up the extra cars and the extra trains that will be needed. And that means also lining up the extra people that will be needed to run them, and making the necessary arrangements in busy terminals to get the trains in and out promptly, and to take care of the crowds. Many of these things can be planned ahead on the basis of experience and expectation. But then there comes along sometimes the unexpected. Weather, for example, a storm, snow, fog, icy roads would mean that a good many of you who plan to travel some other way might change your minds when the time comes to go and decide to go in the warmth and comfort and safety of the train. And if that should happen, the railroads will do their best to take care of you, too. So the railroads are making ready to carry you and your family on your Christmas journeys, and they hope that many of you will ride with them. But no matter how you go, they wish you a safe journey and a joyous reunion at journey's end. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now to Act 3 of Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The heart with which so willingly I part, it's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart. And so Ted and I went to Hollywood, and Jim stayed at Holiday Inn. I was lonely in rooms crowded with people. I was impatient with voices that dripped with compliments. I was heartsick and completely without heart. Nothing mattered very much.
Linda, you know, we're getting to be quite an item in the gossip column.
Are we, Ted?
You bet we are. How about giving them something really concrete to write about, like, say, a wedding date?
I'm not in love with you, Ted.
But I'm in love with you.
You always fall in love with your dancing partners.
I've never been in love like this before. Why don't you marry me and let me try to make you happy? We go so well together. We dance well, we talk well, we look well.
It all goes to show you how deceiving appearances can be, doesn't it?
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my...
Ted, stop singing that song.
Oh, there's no use living in the past, Linda. The past is over. You might as well put your mind and heart in the future.
I know you're right. I know it's the sensible thing to do. I haven't even heard a word from him.
Come on, make a new life for yourself, Linda. Marry me.
You really want to marry me knowing how I feel?
Yes, I'm sure that you'll get over how you feel now, Linda. Every torch burns itself out eventually.
All right, Ted. All right.
Christmas?
Christmas?
Marry me Christmas Day.
All right. All right, Christmas Day. And so Ted and I planned a wedding for Christmas Day. And back at Holiday Inn, Jim sat alone, listening to a record he had made of a Thanksgiving song. He sat by himself, talking back to the record.
Okay, sing it good, Pappy, and cheer me up.
I've got plenty
to be thankful for.
Are you kidding?
I haven't got a great big yacht to sail from shore to shore. Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Hey, you're really loaded, Dad.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
So? Like what?
No private car, caviar, carpet on my floor.
Nothing.
Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Why don't you go out there and tell her you love her, you jughead?
I've got eyes to see with,
You need glasses.
ears to hear with,
Big enough to fly with.
arms to hug with, lips to kiss with, someone to adore.
You're a little flat.
How could anybody ask for more?
You're not getting anywhere sitting here.
My needs are small, I buy them all at the 5 and 10 cent store.
Worst you could do is say no.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Get on a train, you chowderhead. I've got plenty to be thankful for.
On the night before Christmas, we shot the last scene of Holiday Inn. I walked on the set, and there was the inn, just as it had been on the day I walked in and asked Jim for the job. There was the Christmas tree and the piano. There was everything, just as it was. All the props were there. Only the people were different. I wandered around, touching things, until the director said,
All right, darling. Now you come in with the sleigh, and we'll follow you on the boom from outside into the inn. And when you get there, go to the piano and do your song. You just make me cry when you sing it, and I'll get you out of here early so you can start getting ready for that wedding.
"Yes, Mr. Dunbar."
All right, ready for a run-through.
I'm going to
Linda's
marry
my girl.
Jim, Ted. I'm going to marry Jim. I'm sorry, but it's the only right way for this story to end.
Well, it's very nice of you to let me know.
It's the only way the three of us can ever be happy together.
Oh, well, I bow to the inevitable, gracefully saying the appropriate, the seasonal thing. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday. Happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special thank you to George Murphy, Martha Tilton, and Jerome Cowan for guesting with us tonight. And to our splendid supporting cast, Jack Edwards and Jess Kirkpatrick. Holiday Inn was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. Well, next week the show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song. And by the way, tonight we'd like to say welcome to a brand new show which follows us on ABC and will be heard each Monday night hereafter. It's Henry J. Taylor, the famous author and commentator, in his program, Your Land and Mine. And I'm sure you're going to like it. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Holiday Inn was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production The Paleface, starring Bob Hope and Jane Russell. George Murphy appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
Friends, this is Gordon MacRae again. All of us who helped to bring you the Railroad Hour join with our guest stars and the American Railroads in sincere wishes that you will have a Merry Christmas and a truly happy holiday season.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I must tell you about a brother of mine who's a doctor here in New York, in order to illustrate a certain point I wish to get over. When we were children, we used to visit every Sunday afternoon an old couple whom we were taught to call familiarly Uncle Bill and Aunt Hannah. And in the course of the visit, my young brother Tom always used to ask Uncle Bill for a dime. He started this whole affair. Except he grew out of it. And one day my mother said to him, "Now, Tom, the next time we visit Uncle Bill, please do not ask him for anything. They're very poor, and they can ill afford to give you a dime. Now, will you promise, Mother, that you will not ask?" And he said, "I promise." We made the visit the following Sunday. Tom was very good, but just as we were driving away, he said, "Uncle Bill, you know." Now, the only point of the story that I wish to get across is that those of you who are knowing and loving will know what I mean when I say, thanks, thanks, thanks. May the Lord bless you. Well, the burden of this telecast is to be the meaning of Christmas, but in order to do it, we must give you some philosophies of life. Chesterton once said that a philosophy of life was extremely important. He said that when you go to visit a dentist, before the dentist begins to drill your tooth, he has a right to ask you, what is your philosophy of life? Because if your philosophy of life is wrong, he can't be sure that you will pay your bill. An old wise Socrates once said, marry. If your wife is good, you'll be happy. If she's an old shrew, you'll become a philosopher. Socrates became a philosopher. There are only two philosophies of life, basically. And one philosophy of life is this. It is that of man who goes to perfection or happiness or God by and through his own effort. This is the philosophy, for example, of Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, philosophy of the ancient Greeks. One reached happiness, it was assumed, by contemplating the gods, or as the Eastern religions still believe, by some form of ascesis and self-discipline, by which, for example, in the Eightfold Path of Buddha, you crush all desires and eventually achieve some kind of perfection. This happens to be the philosophy of many today who have a queer kind of psychologism, which often goes by the name, wrongly enough, of Christianity. They hope that by rearranging their mental states, or by passing on torches to fellow man, or by doing something fairly good in the natural order, that they will attain some kind of perfection. Now, that philosophy of life is actually not very solid. And the reason it is not is because we have to recognize that we cannot lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. Cannot lift ourselves by the lobes of our ears. And we all know that barbarism is not something that is behind us. It is something that is beneath us. We know that there is a beast that dwells within us, and at any moment that beast might break loose. Furthermore, there's a limit to what we can know, and even when we do know, we have enough moral codes. We are powerless to do. There is nothing that gives man such a jolt as being thrown back on his own resources. So there's another philosophy of life. And it is just the opposite. Instead of man going up this way to God, operates this way. God comes down to man. And this is the true valid experience of the soul. For the soul responds to something rather than takes the initiative. There's a world of difference between the two. Here all the initiative is on the part of man. Here man responds to something. We too often think, for example, that, well, if we have a little spark of love, that God will show himself as the flame. Or if we dress up real nice and wear the costume of virtue, that God will be very pleased and he'll begin to love us. That isn't the way it operates at all. God loved us first. Man who was born blind and by an operation seized might at one time think that, oh, the sun just begins, and the mountains and valleys and the rivers and streams are just appearing. They were always there. He just discovered them. Every child, when he reaches the age of 6 or 7, begins to realize that the mother loves him. No, the mother always loved him. The mother loved him before he was born. That is why, incidentally, many never realize how much their parents love them until they begin to be parents themselves. But the love is first. So religion is fundamentally a response rather than an initiative on the part of man. And that's the way nature works. Now let me show you the universe. Here's the hierarchy of creation. This is a peculiar way to draw the world and the universe. You know, sometimes when you think of the condition the world is in now, you sometimes wish that Noah had missed the boat. And for the benefit of those who think the world owes them a living, it's well to remember that the world was here before they were. Well, this is the hierarchy of creation. At the bottom are chemicals, then plants, then animals, then man. Running through the universe is this law. Nothing ever mounts to a higher level except the higher thing comes down to it. For example, if the chemicals, the phosphates, the moisture, the air, the sunshine are to be living things, the plant must come down to them. Plant must descend to them. If the plant could speak, the plant would say, unless you die to your lower existence, you cannot live in my kingdom. But if you die to this lower existence that you have, you will begin to be a living, palpitating thing. And continuing it, if, for example, the plant, mustn't forget how to spell, otherwise I get 1,000 letters. Chemicals. Chemical. If the plant is ever to live in the animal must come down to the plant. And if the animal could speak, it would say to the plant, unless you die to this lower existence that you have, unless you were torn up from the roots in the earth, unless you were drowned beneath the jaws of death, you cannot live in my kingdom. But if you will surrender your lower existence and be responsive to me, then you will be not just a living thing, then you will be sentient. You can see, you can hear, you can touch, you can move. And if the animal is ever to live in man, man must come down to the animal, lift it up, say to it, you can live a higher life. You must be responsive. Submit yourself to the knife, to the fire. Then you will be a thinking, willing creature that knows science and art, and that with a mind can scan the universe and read the secret of the stars. But shall evolution stop here in progress? Chemicals have no right to say there's no life above them. Plants have no right to say there's no life above them. So there is a higher life above man. And that higher life is God. And if man is ever to be lifted up, God in some way must come down to man. But it is not that simple. These are natures, not persons. The oxygen is not free. The cabbage has no liberty. The animal has no personality, no rights. But man has. These things can be appropriated one by the other by sheer force. But not even the God who made man free would destroy his freedom. If man is ever to be taken up, he will have to go through some process of discipline, it is true. But if he's ever to be taken up, there must be a free act on the part of man. And one day there came out from the great white throne of light an angel of light. An angel. See, have you noticed how common angels are now? For Christmas, isn't it wonderful? An angel came out from the great white throne of light and descended down over the plains of Esdraelon and came to a woman kneeling in prayer. And through the angel, God said to the woman, "Will you give me a man?" Will you give me a human nature? Speaking in the name of all humanity, will you, by an act of freedom, say, "Here is a man"? And she says, woman's mission is submission. Surrender. And that man could not be without love, without fire, without passion. But there are other fires than those of the flesh and other passions than those of thereof. And the fire and the passion and the love that descended upon her was the spirit and the flame and the love of God. 9 months passed. And one night, there rang out over the stillness of an evening breeze, out over the white-chalked hills of Bethlehem, a cry, a gentle cry. The sea did not hear the voice, for the sea was filled with its own cry. The great ones of the earth did not hear the cry, for they could not understand how a child could be greater than a man. There were only 2 classes of people who heard the cry that night: shepherds and wise men. Shepherds, those who know they know nothing. Wise men, those who know they do not know everything. The very simple, the very learned, never the man with one book. Never the man who thinks that he knows. And when they came, they saw a babe whose tiny hands were not quite long enough to touch the huge heads of the cattle, and yet a babe was steering the sun and moon and stars in their courses. Baby feet that did not walk, but they could not bear the weight of divine omnipotence. Eyes that might have read the secrets of every living heart that hour. Under that baby brow was beating a mind and an intelligence that formed the universe, along with a human intelligence that would grow in age and grace and wisdom before God and men. And this babe who was born was not a man who made himself a god, was not a man who was an ethical reformer, not just a teacher like Buddha or Socrates, not someone who would develop a consciousness of Godhead as he went on, but someone who from all eternity was God and began to be in time, the only one on earth that ever had a prehistory to be studied, not in the dust and the slime of primeval jungles, but in the bosom of an eternal Father. It shatters our proud minds to think of it. And think of that great and wise and very learned poet Francis Thompson, whose poetry staggers us with its learning. And one Christmas Eve he went into a crib near where he lived, church nearby where he lived in England. And he stood there as this great wise man and thought himself as a child and thought of God coming down to this earth as a babe. And then his mind became simple, divinely simple. And he said in his poem, "Little Jesus, wast thou shy once, and just as small as I? And how did it feel like to be out of heaven and just like me? I should think that I would cry for my house all made of sky, and the tweaking 'twould distress me. Not an angel there to dress me. Hadst thou ever any toys? Like us, little girls and boys? And didst thou play with all the angels that were not too tall, with stars for marbles? Did the things play, "Can you see me through their wings"? Did thy mother let thee spoil thy robes by playing on our soil? How nice to have them always new, 'cause in heaven 'twas quite clean blue. Did thy mother at the night kiss thee and fold thy clothes in tight? And didst thou feel quite good in bed, kissed and sweet, and thy prayer said? Oh, thou canst not have forgotten all that it feels like to be small. Then take me by the hand and walk, and listen to my baby talk. That was just his way of understanding omnipotence in bonds, the maker of the stars under the stars, and the creator of the earth, not having place whereon to lay his head. And what does it mean? Why did he come? He did not come to make us nice people. He came to make us new men, to change our natures. As everything else in nature is being changed by lifting up. Just suppose, for example, this block of marble suddenly began to bloom. Why, that would be something that does not belong to the powers or the natures or the needs of marble. Suppose these flowers suddenly began to move about from one place on the stage to another, as an animal might, seeking out first camera 1, then camera 2, and then camera 3. That would be something that certainly does not belong to the nature of flowers. And suppose a dog should suddenly walk across the stage and begin to recite Shakespeare. But that would be something certainly that does not belong to the nature of a dog. And suppose any of us, who are just creatures, just men, suddenly began to be children of God, so that the divine nature began to pulsate within us, so that we were lifted up by offering our human nature, as Mary offered the first human nature, so that we could in an lesser way be united with divine person, so that his truth with all that great wisdom would begin to flood our minds, and then his will and his love would begin to possess us, and would impregnate and suffuse itself over every single love that we had. Oh, if that ever came to pass, and it does come to pass, that would be the meaning of Christmas. That's why the Son of God came to this earth, to make us other sons of God, to make us more than just human beings. It's not easy. It's very hard. You say, oh, I'm a beast. I'm foul. I dare not be lifted up. Remember that he was laid in a manger, and his companions were beasts. That is our hope, our joy, our peace, our Merry Christmas.
Luck presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire in I'll Be Seeing You. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And to those greetings, may I add our heartiest wishes for a very Merry Christmas. It's a privilege for me, for all of us, to share the enjoyment of this peacetime Christmas Eve with you. Traditionally, Christmas brings people closer together, and that's what happens in our play tonight. The poignant story of two people who find themselves very much in love, but whose Yuletide happiness is shadowed by a strange threat. It's David O. Selznick's screen hit, I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire. In true holiday spirit, one of our listeners in the East has just written me of a Christmas relief bundle that she and a group of women sent to friends and relatives in Larvik, Norway. Knowing that country hadn't received a scrap of wool in 5 years, they collected all the woolen garments they could find. Sweaters, caps, gloves, socks, dresses. Then, she adds, we knew we must send Lux Flakes to care for them. And so those cheerful blue and white packages of Lux Flakes became an important part of our Christmas bundle. To Mrs. Sorensen, the author of that kind deed, all our thanks. And I'm sure she and her friends will have the lasting thanks of Christmas-cheered Norwegians. Here's the first act of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton as Zachary Morgan and Dorothy McGuire as Mary Marshall. On the 24th of December, just 1 year ago, a girl left the warden's office of the state prison for women. She walked across the wide courtyard to a massive iron gate.
What's your number?
40721. Here's my pass.
Mary Marshall?
Yes?
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Shelby? North Gate. 40721 with the pass.
Check. Let her out.
Okay, thanks. You're free as a bird, girlie. How long?
Till the 1st?
Remember that. Till January 1st. And don't cross the state line.
I'll remember.
And don't forget, we'll be holding that nice little room for you.
And on that same morning, in a different section of the same city...
I can't tell you how glad I am to see you getting out of the hospital, Sergeant.
Thanks, Doctor. I wish I had a little more of your confidence.
You're not entirely well, no. But the only thing that's holding you back is yourself.
I'll do my best. What if I should get one of those spells while I'm away?
It's possible you will. Call a doctor and then get in touch with us or any other Army hospital. Just avoid excitement. Don't tire yourself.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Zach, you're a normal human being. You've been sick and now you're getting well. Now, let's see. Your leave will be over when?
New Year's Day.
Just have a good time, Zach. Good luck, and I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Doctor. It's quite an adventure getting out in the world again. I'll be fine. Sure, I'll be fine.
And that's how, an hour or so later, a girl named Mary Marshall and a soldier named Zachary Morgan looked at each other from opposite seats of a westbound train.
Excuse me, but you dropped your magazine.
What?
Here, your magazine. You dropped it.
Oh, thank you.
Going home on a furlough, Sergeant?
I'm on a furlough. They gave me a furlough. You?
Oh, I'm taking a vacation. Christmas vacation.
Oh. What sort of work do you do?
Well, I travel. I'm a traveling saleswoman. Sales lady.
Well, I never heard any jokes about traveling sales ladies. Guess there aren't any. You know, I would have guessed you were a secretary or a model, maybe, a school teacher.
Well, I was once a secretary, and I wanted to be a model, so that would have been pretty good guessing.
Going to Los Angeles?
Oh, no, I get off quite soon at Pine Hill.
Oh, that's home?
No, I'm just visiting my aunt and uncle.
That's funny. I'm going to Pine Hill, too. My sister lives in Pine Hill.
Oh, I'll bet you'll be crazy to see you.
I hope so. Maybe we'll run into each other there.
Yes.
Say, a cup of coffee or something? A sandwich?
Well, yes, I would.
Good. I think there's a club car or something down this way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My fault. Pretty clumsy. Keeps bumping into people all the time.
Taxi, lady, taxi.
Oh, yes, please. Well, goodbye, Sergeant.
Goodbye. Wait. If anybody tried to phone you, how could they get you?
Well, my uncle's in the book, Henry Marshall.
Henry Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
What's your name?
Mary Marshall.
Mary Marshall. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, if somebody calls and says it's Zachary Morgan, that's me.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you.
Have a good vacation.
I will. You too.
Oh, mister, you happen to know of any hotels around here?
There's just one, Sergeant, but it's filled up there, YMCA. Why, yes. You see that church steeple back there? Well, that's Center Street. Just turn to your left and you run right into it.
Thanks a lot.
Look, Sergeant,
Just this one room left. It'll do fine. I'll take it.
staying here for long, are you?
A week or so. I'm not sure. Oh, about the rent.
No hurry, boy. Just stop at the desk sometime. And if there's anything you want, you just holler.
Thanks, I will. Don't get worried, Frank. Don't get worried. You've got a problem, sure, but it's simple. You're to hang up your coat, unpack your bag, and put everything neatly away without dropping anything or bumping into the furniture. You think you can do that? Well, let's try. That damage wound is all healed, but the wound in your mind... The wound in your mind is... It'll take a little longer. Don't get too tired. Don't give in. Then you won't get any of those things that wind up with a shot in the arm or an ice pack or that little room. What's the matter, Zach? Forgot where you were for a moment? It's all right. Yeah. You'll get well. You'll get well. You'll get well.
Let me look at you, Mary. Why, you haven't changed at all, dear. Not at all.
Thank you, Aunt Sarah. Oh, it's good to be here.
We're so glad to have you. Barbara, Mary's here. You can share Barbara's room, dear.
I don't want to disturb anybody.
Oh, nonsense. Now, here, give me your coat. Barbara's 17 now.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
She's pretty spoiled, though. I think an older girl would be a very good thing for her right now. Well, there's a million things to talk about, but first, you want to wash up.
Barbara. Why, Aunt Sarah, she's a beauty.
Take Mary up to your room, dear.
If you're busy, Barbara, I can just follow me, lady, to my boudoir. Some boudoir. Practically no bigger than a...
Barbara.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Now, look. We all know I've been in prison, and I'm going back to prison. So it just isn't right for anybody to try and cover up.
You're a wonderful girl, Mary. Now run on up here. Take that bag, Barbara.
Well, here we are, Mary. All the comforts at home. It's nice, Barbara.
We have our own bathroom. See?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mary, I was just thinking that that's an awfully nice suit you have on.
Well, thank you. You were thinking something else, too.
Well, I guess I was. Well, I never knew they gave vacations to people.
Well, I didn't know about it either, Barbara, until the warden told me. Yes. In certain states, they give special furloughs to people for good behavior.
Oh, I think it's wonderful they have that confidence in you.
Yes, I think so, too. Well, I'd better wash up.
There are 2 tie racks, Mary. Yours is on the left.
Thank you.
And the soap.
There are 2 bars here.
Yes, I thought you might like a new case. It's right there. Mary?
Yes, I heard you. I'm not using your soap.
Well, I went along downstairs.
Thank you, Barbara. First, I want to hear about Uncle Henry. How is he?
Oh, fine, dear. Except he works too hard. That darn drugstore of his.
Oh, I've been so anxious to see him, Aunt Sarah. And you.
That's sweet of you, dear. But I guess you'd be happy to see, well, anybody. Has it been bad, Mary?
Oh, I've survived. It's just this feeling I get about coming out into the world.
Now, you listen to me. You did something, and you're paying your debt to society. Most people would be willing to let it go at that.
I know, but I just don't seem to belong. I don't fit in. And the dreams I've had for the future are just impossible.
Well, most dreams are, dear.
But I'm not talking about palaces and rainbows. I'm talking about a home like this with a kitchen and a stove and an icebox. And a husband and a child.
Yes, I have all that. But I used to dream about palaces and rainbows.
But you're happy.
Of course, because I didn't hold out for too much. I accepted what was second best. You have to get used to accepting what you think is second best, and then you find out that it's first best after all. Oh, Barbara!
No, I don't see how that could ever work for me. Well, I have time to think about it. Lots of time.
Coming, dear.
It's for Mary.
For me?
Oh, it's this way, dear, in the hall.
It's the man, Mary. He sounds super.
Come along with me, Barbara. We'll set the table.
Hello? Oh, yes, Zach. Of course I meant it. Oh, well, what about your sister? Oh, that's too bad. Well, I'd love to, Zach, but, oh, wait a minute.
Yes, dear?
It's a soldier I met on the train.
Oh?
He came to visit his sister, but he just found out she's away and he wants me to go to dinner.
But why not ask him here for dinner?
May I answer?
Why, of course.
Tell him to come right over. Hello, Zach? You're to come here for dinner. Oh, but we want you. Oh, 617 Elm Street. That's right. Goodbye.
Is he good looking, Mary?
Why, I don't know.
Didn't you notice?
Now, that's enough, Barbara. Just get the table set.
Wow, a soldier for dinner. Dad, can I come in? Dad.
Hi.
Mother says for you to hurry. Mary Soldier will be here any minute.
Now, that's fine. Tell Mother I'll be right down.
Dad,
What?
you know, you never told me anything about Mary. Why was she sent to prison?
You can find that out some other time, when you're older.
Oh, that's what Mother says. But I still don't see why I shouldn't know.
Now, Mary made a little mistake, and that's all there is to it. Don't bother me now.
But they don't send you to prison for just doing nothing. What if my friends ask me about her?
Just tell them that Mary's your cousin. And from that point on, they can mind their own business. Seems to me that your business might be helping your mother.
Oh, Dad. Barbara! Barbara! I'll get it. I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the Marshall home.
It is.
Is Miss Marshall here?
I'm Miss Marshall.
I mean, Mary Marshall.
Oh. Well,
Barbara, stop teasing that young man. Oh, I'm Mary's aunt. You're Zach.
Yes.
Please come in. This is Barbara, my foolish daughter.
Hi.
Hello, Zach.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Oh, well, you found it all right.
Mary, take Zach into the living room. Make him comfortable. Henry!
Here I come.
Come along, Barbara.
Oh, Mother.
This is swell, Mary. I haven't been in a real home like this in almost as long as I can remember.
It's too bad about your missing your sister.
Mary, I'm in this house under false pretenses. I really haven't a sister. I just made all that up.
Made it up.
Yes, when you said you were getting off the train at Pine Hill, I had to make some sort of excuse so I could get off, too.
Oh.
Well, good evening.
Oh, Uncle Henry, this is Sergeant Morgan, my Uncle Henry.
Happy to have you here, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Very happy. Make yourself at home. How about a little drink? I have some bourbon.
Oh, thank you. I'm not drinking just now.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. Neither am I. Funny thing, people that have it don't want it. People that can't get it. Well, you ought to see the act they put on my drugstore to get that stuff.
Dinner's ready. Come and get it.
Mary, you sit over here. And Zach, down there.
Thank you.
And Dad, now, I think you ought to be over there. Oh,
I think I'll say a little blessing. We thank you, God, for our daily bread. We'll do our best to deserve it. Please look after all our dear ones, all the boys who are far from home, and all who are in the hospital. Amen.
You aren't used to saying grace, are you, Zach?
Well, in the Army, I guess you don't have time. But you said as if you meant it, sir.
I do, Sergeant.
Makes me want to say that, well, I'm grateful, too, for being here, for everything.
Oh, thank you, Zach.
Hey, you must be quite a soldier.
Don't say that.
Oh, let the man eat his soup.
But look, the Good Conduct Medal. 2 campaigns in the South Pacific and the Purple Heart.
For heaven's sake, where'd you learn all that?
Girl gets to know medals like she does boogie woogie. But the Purple Heart, why, that means you were wounded. Oh, come on, Jack. Tell us how you got to be a hero.
Barbara. And after dinner, you take off some of that lipstick. Looks as if you fell into a pot of paste. Sergeant, you must have been disappointed not to find your sister.
Well,
Oh,
yes.
she had a chance to spend the holidays in California. It was quite sudden. She wasn't expecting that, was she?
No, she wasn't.
Jack, are you mad at me?
Huh?
Well, for asking all those questions.
No, I'm not mad. You mad, Mary?
No, I'm not mad.
Mr. and Mrs. Marshall?
What's there to be mad
No,
about?
I don't think anybody's mad.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, pitch in, everybody. Pitch in. After a brief intermission, we'll bring you Act Two of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton and Dorothy Maguire. Every screen picture started as an idea in the mind of a writer. Tonight, Betty Bryant, wife of Leslie Charteris, one of Hollywood's most famous writer of mystery stories, is here as our guest. Mr. Charteris wrote the famous Saint series and Universal's current thriller, Lady on a Train. Tell me, Betty, I hear Leslie writes very rapidly. What's his secret?
Well, for one thing, he never changes a word.
Sounds like genius.
He says he really doesn't like writing. He'd rather cook.
He does that, too.
Yes. And I don't mean just steaks and chops. Some of his more sensational recipes take a day to do.
The most I can handle is scrambled eggs. You know, if I didn't know Leslie had written so many exciting stories, I'd say he'd missed his vocation. Which of his mysteries is your favorite?
Well, my favorite story is Saint Overboard. But my real favorite's something the public's never read. The letter Leslie wrote asking me to marry him.
He wrote you instead of asking you in person?
Well, you see, I was singing in New York and he was working here in Hollywood.
And now you're both here. Tell me, what does Leslie do besides work?
Well, we both love to take our trailer for a quick vacation.
Doesn't that mean extra work for you?
I like it. We take a minimum of baggage and a box of trusty Lux Flakes, Mr. Keeley. Lux is a wonderful fresher-upper after a dusty ride. You know, for things like underthings and bosses.
I'm sure John Kennedy likes to hear you say that, Betty.
Yes, and thousands of women all over the country agree with Mrs. Charteris. They've discovered that Lux Care keeps pretty undies, as well as other nice washables, lovely much longer. In actual tests, slips and nighties washed with strong soap, hot water, and rough handling soon looked faded and drab. But with Lux Care, the identical garments stayed lovely 3 times as long.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Kennedy. And if Santa brings me some pretty new lingerie for Christmas, you can be sure that I shall continue to use Lux Care.
Well, Betty, I hope Santa is listening in, and many thanks for being with us. We continue with Act Two of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton as Zack and Dorothy Maguire as Mary. It's about 3 hours since dinner time, and down on Main Street, Zack and Mary are just walking out of the lobby of Pine Hills Movie Theater. Zack's face is strained and drawn as he takes Mary's arm and heads aimlessly down the street.
What's the matter, Zack? Chilly?
Oh, no, not chilly.
I don't know where you're walking. We go the other way.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Zack, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
It was the picture, wasn't it? About the war. Zack, why didn't you say something?
It wasn't such a bad picture.
Is war really like that?
I guess so.
You guess so.
Well, they have experts making those pictures. I guess that's the way they see the war. A beach a mile long and thousands of soldiers and tanks and machine guns. I guess that's the way it is.
It wasn't that way for you.
Well, it's just the difference in size. To a guy that's in it, the war is about 10 feet wide and kind of empty. It's you and a couple of fellows from your company, maybe, and the Japs. It's all kind of mixed up. Sometimes it's all full of noise, and sometimes it's quiet. It depends on what you're thinking about, I guess. How scared you are, how cold you are, and how wet you are. Mary, you know what?
What?
I mean, Well, usually I don't like to talk about the fighting. I never said anything about it ever before, not to anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known.
No. I feel kind of good. Let's have a drink or something.
All right. There's a place across the street.
Yeah, well, let's see what it's like. Let's go across the street.
This booth all right, Zach?
Oh, it's fine. Sure all you want's coffee?
Positive?
Oh, come on, it's Christmas. Sky's the limit. Have a piece of pie with it.
Not after Aunt Sarah's dinner.
They're nice people, Mary. You're nice people, too.
Here you are. 2 cups of coffee.
Thank you.
Say, I'm an old army man myself.
Cream, Mary?
No, thanks.
I was in France in World War #1. And you know what? They're kidding themselves. This is exactly the same kind of war.
Sure you won't have some cream?
Thanks.
The Navy, Marines, Air Force, okay, great. But this one's going to be just like the last one. A soldier like you or me, walking out in his own 2 feet and slugging it out with his rifle, with his bayonet.
Sugar?
Oh, thanks.
You got enough nut bowl?
Yeah, plenty.
Like I was saying, when this thing starts, I try to sign up again. I tell him I want a chance to knock a couple of Japs' heads together. I'm strong, see? Squash them like a couple of eggs, I could. But they wouldn't have me. Wouldn't let me fight. Why? On account of this. Look, my face, see?
Yeah.
Go on, look. I don't mind.
I see.
Zach, are you sure you're all right?
It's kind of a twitch, see? I got a little shell shock. Well, left me with this. Nobody ever notices it, but that sweat medic turns me down. Now, I tell you how I get this.
Shut up.
What's the matter with him?
Zach, where are you going?
Hey, what's up, sister? Hitting a bottle, huh?
Zach, please. If we walk fast, Zach, we'll get nice and warm.
I'm glad you like walking.
Fine night.
It's Christmas Eve.
That's right, it is.
Mary, I'm all right now. Thank you. Thank you for not asking any questions.
Sometimes I don't like questions either. Let's just walk,
Let's just walk.
I'd like to ask you in, Zach, but it's late.
Mary, I think you ought to know something. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could explain it. You probably think it. Well, I look fine, don't I? Healthy, don't I? Well, I am. Look, you see this rock?
Yes?
Well, watch. Watch me hit that lamppost down there.
Oh, you're terrible. I'll bet I could do better than that. Now, watch me.
Sure. All right. Thanks, Mary. Good night.
Zach. Zach.
Mary?
Oh, hello, Barbara. I thought you'd be asleep.
I've been writing letters. Look at them all. I'm the pinup girl for 5 fellas. I keep up their morale, maybe.
Must be nice to help somebody's morale.
Oh, you can write letters. You know, they just like to get mail from anybody. I mean, well, you don't have to know them awfully well, too.
When I was 17, I had trouble finding the right words, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. I keep hurting you. That's all I do. I keep hurting you, and I don't want to.
I guess it's uncomfortable for you to meet somebody like me. But maybe when you get to know me, you'll feel differently.
Oh, I want to know you, Mary. Really, I do.
Barbara, how much do you know about me?
Well, not much. Mother and Dad still treat me like a child. Everything's a big secret.
I don't think it would hurt you to know. As a matter of fact, it might help. Well, Barbara, when I was 15, my mother died.
I remember her. She used to make clothes for all my dolls.
And not long after that, my father died. I finished school, and then I went to work. In a couple of years, I found myself working for a man, well, the kind of man you dream about when you're 19 and lonely. He was single, he was good-looking, and, well, I started dreaming. Bosses do marry their secretaries. Well, one night there was a party. It was the first time he'd asked me anywhere. It was at his apartment. Except that when I got there wasn't any party, only him. And then he wouldn't let me leave. He'd been drinking. And, it was all mixed up like some kind of terrible nightmare. Once I almost got away when he fell over a chair, but he caught me and dragged me back. And then I pushed him. I pushed him as hard as I could. And he fell back. There was a low window, and he crashed through, screaming and clawing for something to hold on to. apartment was on the 14th floor.
Oh, Mary, how awful. But it's wrong. They shouldn't have sent you to prison.
If I'd been lucky enough to get away before he was killed, there wouldn't have been any crime. But the man was dead. The jury said manslaughter. That meant 5 years.
Please forgive me, Mary. Oh, please.
It's all right, darling. It's all right. Hello?
Is that you, Mary?
Yes.
This is Zach. Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Mary, I'd like to see you if I can now. It's sort of important.
Well, certainly, Zach. Do you want to come here? The family's just going to church.
Well, Mary, I want to talk to you about last night, and it may take some time.
Well, I have time. Plenty of time.
There's the bus that leaves the railroad station that goes up to a lake. They say it's pretty out there, and we can be by ourselves.
That'll be fine, Zach. I'll meet you at the station in 20 minutes. All right?
Oh, that's fine, Mary. Thank you. Bye.
And just before they left the church, they insisted you come for Christmas dinner. So no arguments, please.
Now, look, they don't know me from Adam. It's Christmas.
Yes, it is Christmas, and I'd say that was the best reason of all why you should come.
Oh, well, sure, I'll be glad to.
Well, that's better. Look, there's the lake, Zach.
Not a very big lake, is it? We can sit here on this rock if it isn't too cold.
Well, let's try it out.
This reminds me of the lake I used to go to when I was a kid back in Maryland. I had a job every spring there, repairing the boats.
Oh.
Mary, I want to tell you why I got mad at that man in the coffee shop last night and why I walked away like that after I threw the rock at the lamppost and missed it.
You don't have to tell me that.
Look, I was brought up in a home, an orphan's home.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, I'm not. It's not like being in prison or anything like that.
No.
Well, in the home, there was a janitor. He was a shell-shock case, too. Whenever we could get our hands on any firecrackers, we'd bang them off and laugh at him. The way he'd jump. Well, that fellow in the coffee shop reminded me of him, and they both made me think of what I'd be in a few years. Only the difference is that now they have a fancy word for it, neuropsychiatric.
The doctors must know a lot more about it.
Maybe they do. But they don't know something about me that I know. You see, before I went in for engineering, I was an athlete, a pretty good one. I know what my timing used to be. The doctors don't. It's gone, Mary. Why, before this happened to me, I could have hit that lamppost all day. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this. Yes, I do. I'm bothering you because I feel so much better when I talk to you. I like to be with you.
I like to be with you.
Mary, I want to talk about you. Tell me.
What?
Well, for instance, how did you become a traveling sales lady?
Well, I started out wanting to be a model, and after that I got with this dress company, and now I travel for them.
Where? Well, after your vacation, where do you go?
Back to Dallas, and then to New Orleans, Florida.
Mary, can you make me believe in myself the way you believe in yourself?
What makes you think I do?
I can tell. The way you walk, the way you talk, the way you hold your head.
Maybe that's just pretense to impress you. Look, there's a boat down there.
Where?
Oh, not a real boat, just a toy boat. At the edge of the water, see?
Oh.
Half buried there in the mud.
Yeah, some little kid once owned that boat.
Probably thought it could take him all around the world and back.
I wish it could. I wish we could get on it and... Where would you like to go? Not Florida or New Orleans. Someplace like the moon, maybe.
With a good breeze, maybe we could make it.
Mary, if it were a real boat, the moon a real place, would you go?
There's no harm in dreaming, is there, Zach? Yes, I'd go. I'd go.
I'm getting to know your Uncle's gate very well. This is where we were standing last night.
What are you doing?
Getting another stone. See how my timing is in daylight. Hey, what's the idea of knocking it out of my hand?
I'm not going to have you run out on me again. Now, come on in the house.
Here it comes, everybody. Plum pudding.
Right bargain. That's right.
He doesn't think I could bring it in blazing, Henry. Well, look.
You know, I never could figure it out. If the plum pudding is on fire, why doesn't it ever get burned?
Must be the alcohol in the brandy.
I guess that's it.
Personally, I think that's a terrible waste of good cognac.
Oh, don't worry, Henry. There's lots left.
I wouldn't trust Mom with it, Dad.
Oh, now I'm not going to listen to that again.
You may not believe this about your dear Aunt Sarah, Mary, but last year she got as high as a kite.
Henry.
They're trying to drag out a family skeleton, Mrs. Marshall. I won't listen.
True as I sit here. Had a glass of sherry to bring in the new year, and by George, you should have seen her. She did about everything but hang.
Oh, now, see here, Henry. If you're in such good voice, how about a Christmas carol?
Something tells me Aunt Sarah's trying to change the subject.
Well, nothing of the sort. Christmas carols go with plum pudding, and that's what we're eating, plum pudding.
All right, darling, all right. What'll it be?
Oh, I think I like Little Town of Bethlehem best.
Fine. A little town of Bethlehem it is. Mimi. Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamless sleep, the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. Well, Jack, it's pretty good having another man around here.
I can't quite tell you how I feel. This is the best Christmas I ever had. To think that you wanted me here, that you all had presents for me. Well, yesterday I was a stranger here. I felt like a prisoner inside myself. And now, well, just to be in a home like this, maybe someplace I can come back to next month or next year.
Excuse me, please.
Did I say something?
Oh, no, Zach, no. It's just that Mary's sentimental.
Especially. Oh, I'd better. Oh, Mary.
It's all right. I'm just so silly.
Was it anything I did, Mary? Anything to do with what I talked about at the lake?
It's just a combination of things. The plum pudding and the singing and the very nice things you said.
Mary, maybe I'd better get out of here.
Oh, it isn't polite to even...
I didn't mean just this house. I meant Pine Hill. I ought to leave you alone.
You're just fishing. You just want me to ask you to stay.
Well, ask me.
Please stay, Zach.
Mary, I'd stay forever if I could.
Forever.
Well, Mary, dear, time to go turn in, I guess. It's been a big day.
And I had to spoil it with that scene at dinner.
Now, honey, we'll have no more of that. Barbara?
Honey.
Might have happened to any girl. Could have been just Christmas sentiment. Well, good night, Mary.
Good night, Uncle Henry. Aunt Sarah.
Yes, dear.
I've been wondering if I...
Not for the world.
But why? Zach trusts me, and, well, it just doesn't seem fair.
But he'd only be here for a few days. Why, he mentioned that just now, just before he left. He's lonely. And you're making things pleasant for him.
That's not the reason I'm seeing him. I like him, Aunt Sarah. I like him a lot.
Well, I assumed that, or else you wouldn't have asked him to the New Year's dance. But it isn't as if you were going to marry him.
No. It's not as if I was going to marry him.
Oh, Mary, dear, I didn't mean it like that.
I know.
Have fun, Mary. See Zach every day if you like. Just act like any other girl.
I try, Aunt Sarah, but I just can't seem to make myself feel like any other girl. I just feel like me.
And that's pretty darn good if you ask me.
Hey, you two, what's cooking?
Just remember, Mary, I don't think so. Good night, dear.
Good night. She doesn't think so. What? She doesn't think there really is a Santa Claus. Huh? Oh.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our stars Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire will return with Act 3 of I'll Be Seeing You after a brief intermission. Let's pretend we can see into the future. It's Christmas morning at the Browns, and Betty and Jane are opening their presents. Jane reaches for a package from Aunt Sue.
Oh, let's open Aunt Sue's together, Betty. They probably brought the lie. Wonder what she sent this time. Oh, look, stockings. Oh, no, not nylon. No, but they're lovely and sheer. Well, I can use anything I can get my foot in. I'm down to my last pair of stockings. Look, 3 pairs. Oh, swell. I'll see me through a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks? Why, these will last me for months.
So, about a month later, the girls were dressing one morning when...
Oh, doggone it. There goes a run. Well, there's the last of my Christmas stockings. Guess little Janie will have to go shopping for herself. Oh, look, Betty. You couldn't lend me a pair for today, could you? Guess so. Look in the top drawer. Say, aren't these your Christmas ones? Uh-huh. Well, haven't you worn them much? Of course. But I luxed them. What do you do with yours? Well, I'm not fussy like you. I used anything that happened to be handy. Well, I still have 3 pairs and no run. Okay, I guess it serves me right. Don't I get to borrow these then? Oh, sure. Look, I'll even let you keep this pair, but there's a string to it. Use Lux. If you don't get twice the wear you did from your others, you'll have to buy me a new pair. It's a deal. I'll certainly play safe and Lux them.
It's a safe bet that if Jane does Lux her stockings after every wearing, she will cut runs way down. Because strain tests have proved that with Lux, stockings retain their elasticity much longer. They don't go into runs nearly so quickly as stockings washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. For extra wear, give stockings gentle Lux care. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We bring you the third act of I'll Be Seeing You, starring Joseph Cotton as Zach and Dorothy McGuire as Mary. 7 days have passed since Zach Morgan and Mary Marshall stepped off a train together at Pine Hill. Christmas has come and gone, and now Pine Hill, like all the troubled world, waits with eager hope the coming of a new year. All the towns gather tonight for the annual dance at the YMCA.
My goodness, there isn't a woman here with prettier corsages.
You've thanked the man 12 times. Let him alone.
That sounds right, Uncle Henry. You're just afraid Jack's spoiling it.
Well, maybe I am.
But flowers make you feel so like a party. Oh, there's Amy Anderson. Wait till she sees my lovely chameleon.
Well, that's my cue, Zach. I guess you want me to leave you alone.
Alone in this crowd? How about a dance, Mary?
I'd love to, Zach.
You know, Mary, 2 weeks ago, if somebody had told me I'd be dancing with a girl like you know what I'd have said?
What would you have said?
I'd have said, I wouldn't be dancing with a girl like you. You know, I used to be pretty good at this sort of stuff. Once,
Well, what's happened to the orchestra?
somebody must have tipped them off. Confidentially, it's just 10 seconds to 1945.
New Year's.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I be the first to wish you all a very happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Mary.
Happy New Year, Zach.
I'm glad you wanted to walk home, Mary. Sure is a swell night.
So beautiful I could... Well, what in the world is that coming down the street?
Oh, just some kids at Mr. Lopper.
Oh, what a racket. They're shooting something.
Just firecrackers. All right, Mary. It's all right. I feel fine.
Look, they're throwing them. They're throwing them over the fence there at that dog.
Oh, that's really a dog, too, isn't it? I don't mind saying I'm glad he's chained.
Don't you believe in that saying about barking dogs?
Well-
Look at him. He's tugging at his chain.
Well, Mary, you're
Oh,
scared.
he's such a big dog. There, maybe we better cross the street.
Now, Mary, the thing about a dog is you must never let him know you're afraid of him. You have to treat him like an old friend. Now, watch me. Here. Give away. Here. Oh, yeah, you see what I mean? Yeah. I'd hate to run into him in a dark street.
Well, what do you think this is?
Mary, look out. He's loose. He's jumping ahead. Stay away, Mary. Stay away. Get back. I can have me.
Darling, back up fast, Mr. Fast. There. You hurt, mister? You hurt?
I'm all right.
Good thing you kept your wits. Wrapping that coat around your arm. That's the smartest thing you could have done, mister.
Yeah.
I'm sure sorry, mister. You sure you're okay?
I'm okay.
Come on now,
Come along, Mary.
Oh, I can't stop shaking.
You'll be all right in a minute.
I'll be all right. I thought he'd tear you to pieces.
A few scratches from his claws. He didn't bite me.
Oh. You know something?
What?
Don't you realize what you've done?
What?
I bet you couldn't have done that a week ago.
Done what?
Oh, not just now with the dog. I mean all evening. I've watched you all the time. You've never hesitated for words, and your eyes haven't blinked. And then just now, I've never seen anyone whose reactions were so fast.
I didn't even think about what I was doing.
That's just it. And your timing. It was perfect.
I hope you're right. I believe you are. Mary, yesterday you told me that in a week's time you can do a lot of believing.
Well, you see, I'm that fellow that's on the radio that says life can be beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You're just saying that because you know I've got lots of money.
You're wonderful.
Because you know I have very influential friends.
You're wonderful.
Because of my social position.
Wonderful.
Zach, we're home.
Yes. Mary, I know now I'm going to get well. And I've got plans, lots of them. And you figure in all my plans. You've got to figure in them because without you, I'm back where I started. I'm sunk.
Zach, let's not talk about it now. I'm kind of sleepy.
All right. I'm leaving early tomorrow, Mary. Before I go, I've got a lot of things to tell you.
Yes. Good night, Zach.
Good night, Mary. I love you very much. I want to kiss you.
Zach. Oh, Zach.
Is that you, Mary? Mary, dear. Mary, are you all right?
Oh, Aunt Sarah, I love him so.
What are you going to do, Mary?
I don't know. He's going to ask me to marry him.
Have you told him about yourself?
No.
Are you going back with him on the train tomorrow?
Oh, how can I? I'm afraid to be alone with him now. Oh, Aunt Sarah, I mustn't tell him. And I lied to him at the dance. I told him I was going to stay there a couple of extra days.
Oh, don't you think he's strong enough yet to know about you?
I don't know. And I can't take that chance. He's getting well. I want him to go back to that hospital sure of himself. Of himself. And of me.
Remember, dear, what you have to do may seem to be second best. But it may work out to be first best after all.
Oh, Aunt Sarah, I hope so.
Oh, evening, Sergeant. Should say good morning. Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Have a good time tonight at the dance?
Oh, wonderful.
Say you're checking out tomorrow, you said?
That's right, and I want to thank you. I've enjoyed my stay here very much.
That's fine, son. Fine. Well, I'll see you later on.
Good evening, room. Happy New Year, room. Happy New Year, Zach. May I have this dance with you, Sergeant? Oh, and may I be the first to... The room. It's spinning. Hold on, Zach. Hold on. It's spinning like a top. Don't let it suck you in. Hold on, Zach. You're just a little tired, that's all.
Try to avoid excitement. Don't tire yourself. Avoid excitement. Don't tire yourself.
A lot of excitement, huh? Fight with the dog took a lot out of you. That's why you're sweating. Doesn't mean anything. Sit down, Zach. Sit down, sit down, sit down, Zach. Sit down easy. Take it easy. Your heart, Zach, it's starting again. It's pounding away. Faster and faster. Don't get scared now. Don't get scared.
Call a doctor. Then get in touch with us. Any Army hospital. Call a doctor.
Just one of those things, Zach. They told you it might happen. Hang on. It's sure banging away. But, Zach, Your heart doesn't really sound that loud. You're just thinking it does, that's all. The doc told you there's nothing wrong with your heart. Beating fast like that doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't. Stop kidding yourself. This is it. You're in for it now. You thought for a minute it wasn't, but it is. You know the next step. You know what's coming now. You better call for a doctor. Let him get that hypo ready. Tub of ice water. It's coming, Zach. It's coming.
Dad, you've got a week to believe. A week. You must believe. You must believe. Must believe. Must believe.
Morning, Mr. Marshall.
Oh, hello, Zach. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Come on in.
Have a good time last night?
Best party I've been to since last New Year's. Had you breakfast yet?
Yes, an hour ago.
Well, here's the newspaper. Make yourself at home. Be with you in a minute.
Thank you.
I'll drive you down to the station.
Who was it, dear?
Zach. Morning, Mary.
Good morning, Uncle Henry.
He's in the living room.
Zach?
Morning.
Hello. I was just fixing some sandwiches for the train.
Oh, wonderful.
Mary, don't you think you'd better get ready? I'll finish that.
Yes, I'd better. I'll be down in a minute.
Go sit down, Henry. You're regular ready.
Yes, ma'am.
We won't be long, Zach. Hope you don't mind.
Well, take your time. Besides, here comes Barbara.
Hello, Sergeant. Happy New Year.
Hello, Barbara. Hi, you look nice.
Thank you. Is that your bag out there?
Uh-huh.
You sure look a lot better than you did a week ago.
Feel a lot better.
You think the Marshall food did it?
I think it was mostly your cousin Mary.
Oh, she's awfully nice.
Yeah, I've noticed that, too. You know what? I think I'll marry her.
Are you kidding?
Well, not as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, won't you mind waiting?
Well, it's up to Mary. Things have worked out so well that, I may not have to wait as long as I thought.
Yes, and the fact that they let her out of prison for Christmas is a pretty good sign.
What are you talking about?
You know, it wasn't until the other night when she told me how it all happened that I realized it wasn't her fault at all. She's not a criminal.
Criminal?
I mean like a real criminal. Oh, it's too bad you two can't go back on the train together. But then Mary isn't due in Easton until 9 o'clock, and she wants to spend as much time with us as she can. After all, being in that awful place for 3 whole
Come
years.
on, Zach. We're going to be late. Mary.
Well, goodbye, Zach. Zach, is there something wrong?
Wrong.
Well, have a nice trip and come back real soon.
Oh, Zach. Zach, I hate to say goodbye.
Thank you again, Mrs. Marshall.
Good luck. And here's your sandwiches.
Thank you.
Mary, hurry, dear.
Coming.
You've sure been quiet, Zach. But I catch on. Three's the crowd, huh?
No, I didn't mean
Now,
that.
Zach, is there any special address, or do I just write you and care of the hospital in Easton?
Yeah, care of the hospital.
Zach.
It'll get there all right.
And you can write me in care of Uncle Henry.
Sure, we'll forward it to wherever she is.
Okay.
Because I won't know what hotels I'll be stopping at.
Sure. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Zach. You will write to me.
Sure, I'll write. And thanks again, Mr. Marshall.
It was nothing, boy.
Zach, what's the matter? What's wrong?
Wrong, don't... Well, not a thing in the world.
Goodbye, Zach. Goodbye.
Good luck, Zach.
Look, he's not even waving, Uncle Henry.
Oh, what's the matter, I wonder? He acted kind of strange ever since we left the house.
I think I know. Zach! Zach!
He's gone, Mary.
Oh, he knows. He knows about me. He knows.
Turn on the coffee, Barbara. Dad will want another cup when they get back.
Mother, if you had been in Mary's place, wouldn't you have gone along with Zach?
Don't ask so many questions.
Well, as long as Zach's willing to wait until Mary's out of prison, I don't see why...
Prison? Barbara, you didn't tell us.
Well, wasn't Zach supposed to know?
Oh, Barbara.
Oh, why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't you warn me?
I should have.
Oh, Mary's always treated me like a grown-up. I didn't want to hurt her. Now I've done something terrible again.
They're coming in. Quiet.
No, I've got to tell her. I've got to. Mary. Oh, Mary, I'm so ashamed of myself. Please forgive me. Mary, I love you. But I didn't know. I told him, Mary.
Don't cry, Barbara.
told him.
Please don't cry. He had to know sometime. At least he didn't know until the last moment. That's something. Oh, please, darling, don't. Well, I'll go pack now. Come and help me, Barbara. There's a train in an hour. I think I'd like to leave as soon as I can.
Who is it?
I'm reporting back.
Oh, you. Marshall, isn't it?
That's right.
Have a good time?
Aren't you going to open the gate?
You've got a little time yet, sister.
What are you talking about?
Down at the corner. Guy's been waiting for you.
Down at... Jack.
When you're ready, just pound the bell. Mary, I didn't want to make you cry.
Well, there's nothing wrong with crying at a time like this.
The minute I got on the train, I knew why you didn't tell me.
Oh, nothing matters, except that you're here.
I'm terribly ashamed for walking out like that. I need you, Mary. I want to feel that you need me.
Oh, but I do. I do.
I'll be right here. I'll be right here waiting. I'll be all well by then and ready to make a new start, too.
I love you so much, Zach. I love you so much.
Oh, we'll get by, darling. Yes, I think we'll do just fine. Just fine.
Our stars will return in a moment for a curtain call and a word about our play for next week. Tomorrow, for the first time in 2, 3, even 4 years, millions of men throughout the country will be eating Christmas dinner with their families. The war is over for them, but their wives still have a job to do for their country.
What kind of a job, Mr. Kennedy?
A job that will help all of us during reconversion, saving used fats.
But fats aren't rationed anymore.
That's just the point. Although food fats aren't rationed, there is actually less fat than ever for industry.
But can't we import more?
Not yet. The islands in the Pacific that used to send us millions of pounds of oils a year still aren't producing. So, for example, the people who make soap have to share the available oils with other industries. That's why you can't always get all the soap you want.
Will saving used fats help?
Yes, these fats are released for all sorts of heavy industry. That means more of the fine oils can go into soap.
Looks as if I'd better start right off saving again, Mr. Kennedy.
Good for you. This week you'll have an extra supply of used fat. Start by pouring the grease from the breakfast bacon or sausage into a tin can. Then add the drippings from your Christmas turkey or goose, and don't forget to skim the giblet gravy after the dinner, and the turkey soup later in the week.
Do I get anything for these fats?
Yes, indeed. Your dealer will give you 4 cents for every pound you turn in. But more than that, if you and every housewife in the country save used fat now as you did in wartime, soap supplies will become more plentiful. You won't have to wait for your favorite brand. Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Tonight we've received one Christmas present a day early, in the form of 2 superb performances by Joseph Cotton and Dorothy McGuire.
Thank you, Bill.
And I'm sure now that you're both eager to get back to your families and those Christmas trees.
Sounds good to me, Bill. I've been away for so long on location.
How's that Technicolor epic Duel in the Sun coming, Joe?
Well, we're still working on it.
You, Jennifer Jones, Gregory Peck, and half of Hollywood.
You don't actually fight a duel in that picture, do you, Joe?
Well, of course not, Dorothy. You know how the early West was. Nothing more violent than harsh words at 20 paces. Tell me, Bill, what about your next play on Lux?
For New Year's Eve, next Monday night, we have what is certainly one of the most gripping pictures of the year. It's Warner Brothers' Pride of the Marines. Starring in their original screen roles, John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark. If you feel like entering the new year with an extra measure of hope and courage in your heart, you'll find it in this deeply moving drama of a wounded veteran who refuses to become a burden to the woman he loves.
That's a very timely picture, with so many of the boys coming home from overseas, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night and happy holidays. Tomorrow is our first and long-awaited post-war Christmas, with families reunited and new hope throughout the land. But with our gratitude for peace should come a new conception of that word. For peace on earth has become a challenge the like of which the world has never known before. All of the nations of the earth are seeing themselves for the first time as fellow members of the human race, who must work in peace together if they are to survive their common enemies, greed, intolerance, and pride. The future is squarely in our hands. May God guide us in its management and bless us not with wealth and ease, but with tolerance and wisdom. On behalf of our sponsor and those of us here in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish you all a truly happy Christmas and invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark in Pride of the Marines. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
I'll Be Seeing You, produced by Dory Sherry, was presented through the courtesy of David O. Selznick, producer of Alfred Hitchcock's Spellbound. For its participation in American victory, the motion picture industry has received the official thanks of the United States government in the form of a bronze plaque detailing the industry's wartime achievements. Among these achievements is the contribution of 43,000 feature films for Army and Navy entertainment and morale. These films continue to make possible 6,000 movie shows a night, covering every region where our men in uniform are stationed. Radio, too, continues to serve as a medium of entertainment and morale. And these Lux Radio Theater plays are broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Pride of the Marines with John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry Christmas cookies, tender, full-flavored cookies made quickly and easily with new Easy Mix Spry. Keep the cookie jar full during the holidays. Remember, for digestible, full-flavored foods, you need pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Pride of the Marines with John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. Lux presents Hollywood. Back on the air again after a summer vacation, our first production brings you Janet Gaynor, Robert Montgomery, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in one of the greatest stories the screen has ever known. A Star is Born. With us also, here on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, we have as guests Sid Grauman, founder and managing director of one of the most famous motion picture theaters in the world, Grauman's Chinese, and John Leroy Johnston, managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. And now, I turn the microphone to our producer, discoverer of stars, director of 63 motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 9 weeks have passed since I last stood here to ring up the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight we return, as we shall every Monday night at this time, bringing you Hollywood's celebrated stars in the most distinguished plays of stage and screen. We've had a vacation, but more than that, we've had an opportunity to plan ahead. As a result, the greatest series of dramatic treats it has ever been our pleasure to offer is in store for you. We alone could not have made this possible. You, through the friendship shown our products, are equally responsible. For a fitting inaugural, we made a long and careful search. We found it in the stars and story we're about to bring you. Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in the brilliant Technicolor screenplay from Selznick International Studios, A Star is Born. From these same studios has recently come another record-breaking film, The Prisoner of Zenda, which, starring Ronald Colman and featuring Madeline Carroll and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., is now duplicating the sensational success of tonight's story. Miss Gaynor's performance in A Star is Born is bringing her a national acclaim, approached only by her debut performance several years ago in Seventh Heaven. She was scarcely more than a child then, and if you could see her now, you'd realize she's still a little girl. In fact, there's only 100 pounds and 5 feet of her, topped by large brown eyes and dark red hair. Among her treasures is a little pair of black low-heeled shoes that once pattered from studio to studio as their owner searched for work. They never stopped at my door. I wish they had. As Esther Blodgett, Miss Gaynor makes her first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater. Compared with her, our co-star, Robert Montgomery of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, is a veteran. His portrayal tonight of Norman Maine is his fourth on our stage. Bob's popularity wherever pictures are shown, his versatility in all kinds of difficult roles, leaves me little more to say than welcome home to an old friend of our theater. Bob's new MGM picture with Rosalind Russell is Live, Love, and Learn. Lionel Stander resumes the role he played on the screen, Libby, the publicity man. Also from the original cast as Granny comes that actress now in her 54th year of trooping, May Robeson. Lou Merrill is heard as Oliver Niles. And now for our play. The Lux Radio Theater returns to the air, bringing you Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. An isolated farmhouse on the wind-swept plains of North Dakota. The house is silent, sleeping, but moonlight streams through the window of one of the upstairs rooms, where a young girl is still awake. She lies across her bed, sobbing quietly into the pillow. The door is inched open, and an elderly woman in an old flannel wrapper calls to her softly.
Esther. Yes, Granny? Oh, I thought you'd still be up. Oh, now stop crying. That isn't going to do you any good.
Oh, I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the only one who counts.
Oh, but I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me. Because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
Oh, I suppose I do, but...
but there's a difference, dear, between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. And don't think for a minute it was easy, Esther Blodgett. We burned in summer, and we froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, and then fought the Indians to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes, I can.
Could you do it? Could you do it even if it broke your heart? Because for every dream that you make come true, you'll pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny.
All right, then. Here. Take this money.
Oh, but Granny...
Go on, and go to your Hollywood.
But I can't take your money.
And why not?
It's your savings.
Well, I haven't got anything to save up for now, except my funeral. And I'm never going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
Good night.
Oh, Granny, Granny, darling.
On Hollywood Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis, on your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paved blocks containing the hand and footprints of your favorite star. And in just a few minutes, we'll be in Beverly Hills.
Hello? Oleander Arms Apartments. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4. Running water, convenient to all studios, and you can look at it whenever you want. What do? Huh? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. The ad said no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett.
Mine's Randall. Day, week, or month?
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going into the movies.
Well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it?
Oh.
I haven't any illusions, you know. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part, or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Is this the Central Casting Office?
Yes.
I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
It's nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. Why, we haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Yes, Central Casting.
Those 4 girls operate our switchboard. Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says, try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep the girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into movies? You know what your chances are. 1 in 100,000.
But maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Any phone calls for me, Mr. Randall?
No, Jesse Lasky and Sammy Goldwyn must be writing you letters instead. How was their luck today?
There wasn't any.
Well, maybe you don't go at it right.
If I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Hey, Esther.
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire. How's the big assistant director? And say, how's about some rent?
Never mind that. Listen, Esther, I gotta speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
Danny, what's the matter?
Remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I've got one.
Danny, that's wonderful. When do I go to studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to the studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, it isn't exactly on location either. It isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it is kind of a movie job in a way if you look at it right.
You said it was a waitress.
Yeah, but it's waitressing for Casey Burke, the big director over at our studio. He's throwing a party tonight, and there'll be a lot of big people there. I'll bet there'll be any number of big directors. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. This is your chance, Esther.
My chance. All right, I'll do it, Danny.
Good girl.
Hello? Mr. Burke's residence?
Let me speak to Mr. Oliver Niles in quick.
Who, sir?
Oliver Niles. Niles, the producer.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Niles. Yes? It's for you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Niles. This is your publicity department.
Well, what is it, Libby?
Your publicity department begs to advise you that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
Yes, Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with a siren going full blast. He explained he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Well, where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be at Breaks any minute.
Will it be in the papers?
No, it won't be in the papers. But that's a nice, expensive hobby of yours, keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Now, look, Libby, I don't care what it costs, but...
Evening, Norman.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back.
Hi, Oliver. You look worried about something.
Do I?
Well, go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me.
Oh, don't make it any tougher for me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach.
Yeah, I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Norman. I've made a lot of money with you. I can stand a loss or two, but, well, I hate to see you go the way of so many others.
I tell you, why don't you get Lloyd's to insure you against me?
You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
And just what do you mean by that?
Oh, the first signs are always the same, Norman. Not being able to remember your lines, the cameraman struggling to cover up your hangovers, all because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me, I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Let's get back to that party.
Hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Maine? The caviar's very good.
No, thank you. Oh, yes, please. Very beautiful. I mean, very good. Never seen you around here before.
I'm just working for the night.
Hey, come back here. Starving. Oh, let's see. Which would you take?
Well?
I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hi, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come and join the party.
Wait a second. Caviar, anchovies...
Oh, take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more. Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh,
You mind if I help?
in the kitchen. Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
What's so funny?
I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
He'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, you disappointed?
Yes. Now you've done it.
Never mind. Makes the room look lived in. Why are you disappointed in me?
I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, I'll never be able to explain this.
You've got very pretty hair.
You better get out of here.
And a sensitive mouth. And a charming little... Ah! Anita, darling.
Precisely. Why are you in here instead of with the rest of the guests?
I just want to be helpful.
Oh, I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that my old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me again.
It's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And we aren't married, darling, so...
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I put up with enough...
dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help.
Put that plate down.
Ooh. Oh, Mr. Maine, get up. He's unconscious.
Unconscious? Now see what you've done.
Oh, but I didn't do anything. I didn't...
Hey.
Oh.
Help me up, will you?
Are you hurt?
No more than usual. Listen to that. The wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
But I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. Watch. Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine, the one with the oleander bush.
Oh, right.
Well?
I'll bet I know what you're going to say now.
What?
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I've found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh,
so why don't we
nice
go up to
you.
my place and talk it over?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The least I can do is to see you to your door. Will I see you again?
I hope so.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No.
Well, now you know.
Thank you.
This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm well, you know. In private life, I'm, well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand that?
Yes, I think I do.
And it's not that bump on the head that's doing this either.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night.
The Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Star is Born continues in just a moment. In the meantime, let's imagine we are in the living room of an American home. A husband and wife are listening to the Lux Radio Theater. It's intermission time.
Oh, this is a marvelous play, Joe.
Sure is, but then I go for Gaynor anytime.
She is lovely.
Come to think of it, she reminds me of you a little. There's something about you that...
Joe, if I'm anything like Janet Gaynor, the only resemblance is in our complexions. I take care of my skin the same way she does, with Lux toilet soap.
It's really that good, is it?
Good. It's a soap with active lather. It really gets your skin thoroughly clean.
Thoroughly clean? What do you mean?
Well, if you let dirt and stale powder and rouge stay on your skin, they work in and stop up your pores. That ruins the complexion. Your pores get enlarged. Haven't you ever heard of cosmetic skin?
Cosmetic skin? What's that?
Well, who is there who has it? Oh, Sally Hanford. You know how dull-looking her skin always is.
Pity she didn't know about that soap you use. One look at you ought to sell Lux soap to any girl.
Shh. Here comes the second act.
Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson continue in A Star is Born. A few hours have passed since Norman Maine left Esther at her doorstep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. In the bedroom of Oliver Niles' home, the telephone jangles wildly. Niles, half asleep, gropes blindly for the receiver.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? This Oliver Niles?
Yes, it's Oliver Niles.
This is Norman.
What is it? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman? What have you done now? You're not in jail, are you?
Oh, no. Oliver, I have met a girl.
Oh, so that's it again.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful, yeah. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test?
Oliver, this girl has wonderful possibilities. She's got something. I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she has that sincerity and honestness, it makes great actresses. I'm so sure of this girl that I want to do the test with her myself. Tomorrow morning, Oliver. Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes, anything.
That's fine, Oliver. I knew you'd appreciate this little tip. I've got another one in the 6th tomorrow. Now, you try and get a little sleep, old man. Good night, Oliver.
Is this light too hard?
Move that gobo
over there. Get that inky spot in me.
All right. This is just a test, gentlemen. Get going.
All set, Mr. Burke.
All right, then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Ready.
Ready, Miss, what's your name?
Esther Blanchard.
Okay.
He'll soon know your name, Esther. The whole world's gonna know it.
But I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today.
Oh, come on now, don't be foolish. They all had to go through this. Crawford, Lombard, Myrna Loy, and Esther Blanchard.
All right. I'm ready.
All set, Burke.
Quiet.
This is the date.
Roll him.
Quiet, everybody. Speed.
Action.
The last time I saw you was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be a man.
I think I prefer you as a woman.
Do you know why I wanted to be a man?
No, why?
Cut.
Just sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
There, Mr. Niles?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niles.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
Well, we won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. That's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, You understand. From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Why, it's beautiful.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon, your own Billy the Hollywood Star Chaser. Flash. Oliver Niles Studio discovers a new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies. Her name is Vicky Lester. Those who have peeked tell me she couldn't be more Davoon. She's putting in her training period now, and in a few months we may get a look at those fair features. The best of luck to Vicky Lester from her future fans.
Listen, you dress people, we're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Shake it up! Shake it up!
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll be this morning?
Oh, the usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonated soda.
Make it 2 bicarbs, but it was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, the Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith's not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky Lester. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith is not in.
Hello, Acme.
No, Smith ain't in. Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith is not. Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith?
I've got a part. It's one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night, eh?
Well, I had to be here so early this morning.
Yeah, so did I. I had to stay up all night to make it, too.
You started your picture, haven't you?
Oh, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, you think with all the girls there are...
Yeah, but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little and cute and sweet and... Well, blow me down.
What?
Well, close these tired old eyes.
Norman, what's the matter?
Come on, hurry up.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office, on the run. I tell you, Oliver, it's surefire. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you?
I'll work day and night, Mr. Niles.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr.
If
Niles.
she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say? Okay, she's in. Esther, she's fainted.
And just as your Star Chaser predicted on this program some months ago, little Vicky Lester has made good. Just how good was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture, in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he is decidedly not the main attraction.
It's cooler out here. You see those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No, that's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star is born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
Well, there's one thing I've never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it, but I always knew I was lying. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. And I wish it weren't too late.
Oh, but it's not too late.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine and have anything left that's good enough now.
You can. Norman, you can.
Oh, you mustn't tell me that, Esther. I'm so afraid I'll believe it.
I want to, Norman. I want you to believe it because I love you, too.
Folks, maybe I'm not thinking fast this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess I didn't read that line very well. I'll try it again. We're going to get married.
Both of
to
us.
each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
Well, we're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it?
It is. And bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sneak out sometime.
Sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance, he has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Get Libby in.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicky Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped quietly through the portals of holy matrimony. How does that sound?
Horrible.
But you see, we're going to elope.
Sure you are. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army. I'll have you escorted all the way down to Yuma, Arizona by 20 of their new bombing planes. From there, you can make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
Say, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this woman a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
There's a charming couple for you. A nice girl like Vicky and public nuisance number one.
Norman's all right, Libby. If you'll pardon my pointing, Vicky's business is her own. It doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a rotten
You go
shame.
ahead and plan the elopement.
What's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby, beat it. I'm busy.
And here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 performances too late as far as the public is concerned? Because the star's last 6 performances have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flopolas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay life and a short one.
But, Norman, I just can't believe it. Would you mind telling me again, very slowly?
That's your new house. This is your new grass. And those are your new trees, and here's your new husband. Now, come on. The garden's been waiting long enough for you. Do you like it?
It's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. And there I was, thinking we were going to live in the beach house.
Oh, we'll keep the house at the beach. But this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in those gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that pose. That's it. Get it, Otto?
Got it.
Caption. Their honeymoon never ends. How are you?
Well, this is a surprise, Libby, and a very unpleasant one.
Oh, just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Lester. Hiya, Norman. Nice little place you got here. Very tasty.
Otto, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, let's get some pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique. Swell. All right, Otto. Caption, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello.
Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Oliver.
Am I interrupting?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Well, that's enough of both of them. What they're asking for is the exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
All right now, Miss Lester. We'll take one of you right over here.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Oh, very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Oh, boy. That was a smart move of mine to sell my stock, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours. Well, can't you?
Oh, sure.
That was a little too quick. The Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Vicky a star overnight.
Yes, and it should have. Well, what about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman,
Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't just right.
It was the best part of the year. Now, look here, Oliver. Do you think I'm slipping?
Norman, can you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
Well, my fan mail's still pretty big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket. Buys them the right to be a critic. Your last few performances, Norman, haven't pleased your critics.
Oh. Remember I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract, and no hard feelings.
Oh, we're not quitting yet, either of us. There's no explaining these things. We've all seen how quick the public turns. Well, maybe we can turn it back. I've got a swell script lined up for you.
Oh, about Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I'd more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own, maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. He's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver.
We'll make a try at it. And let's hope it's not too late.
Yes, Norman. Let's hope it's not too late.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's been our custom between the acts of our plays to bring you little glimpses of Hollywood, to give you a view of film activities from backstage. We continue that custom with a word from John Leroy Johnston, Western manager of Fawcett Publications and managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. The last time we met, he interviewed me. Tonight, with the tables turned, I'll drop my first question by asking Mr. Johnston what he'd like to be interviewed about.
Well, Mr. DeMille, that's easy. After all, the product that makes this program possible is Lux Toilet Soap. There's a commodity that's dedicated to charm and beauty, as evidenced by its tremendous popularity among the screen's most attractive women. From what I found out myself, visiting the stars, and from what our writers tell me, Lux Toilet Soap has no more enthusiastic boosters than the biggest names in Hollywood.
I still would like to know the subject of our interview.
Well, I'd like to express a few of my views on beauty, or rather on the most beautiful women of motion pictures in 20 years. They say a fool walks in where angels fear to tread. So here I am, a perfect casting job.
What's the basis of your choice? The best subjects for your magazine covers?
No, magazine covers are chosen to acknowledge the popularity of certain established or rising young players. I'm guiding myself by what strikes me as being a typical American conception of beauty. By this, I mean normal, charming, finely chiseled features, clear, expressive eyes, intelligence, poise, well, to be brief and honest, loveliness.
Which predominates in your list? The old-fashioned type of yesterday or the athletic girl of today?
Frankly, I don't believe the American ideal of real beauty has or will ever change. I think every man admires the lovely, dainty, feminine woman. If she's truly beautiful, she'll look beautiful in crinolines or slacks. So, from the silent days onward, here's my all-American team. Selections representing every section of the continent. Alice Joyce, Corinne Griffith, Clara Kimball Young, Billy Dove, Mary Nolan, Joan Crawford, Janet Gaynor, Jeanette MacDonald, Dolores Del Rio, Norma Shearer, and Madeline Carroll. And for a second team, I'd say Ann Harding, Carol Lombard, Joan Bennett, Anita Louise, Madge Bellamy, Virginia Bruce, Mary Astor, Gloria Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Mary Bryan, and Marla Shelton.
Now, offhand, I can't say whether or not I agree with your choice, Mr. Johnston. But I wish I could have all your all-American beauties in one picture.
And I wish you'd provide a police escort so that I can sneak out of here before folks start throwing things. I'm on my way.
Good night. Back to Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in A Star is Born. 1 year has passed. As Esther rose steadily in public favor, Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. At his own request, his contract was canceled, and he began to devote his time to making Esther happy. But she was busy at the studio, shaping a career such as he had thrown away. And left to himself, Norman slipped gradually back into his old ways. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The master of ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands. While awards have been given to those gentlemen...
I wish Norman would come. Do you suppose anything's happened to him?
Of course not. He's just been held up in traffic. Now, you think about that nice statuette you're going to get.
Or rather,
go on, listen.
One lady. We present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End. Miss Vicki Lester.
Go on. Go on, Esther. Get your award.
Oh, I wish Norman were here.
Miss Lester, if you please.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, when something like this happens to you, and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is say them to you from my heart. All I can do is tell you that I'll keep... Norman!
That was a very pretty speech, my dear, and I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. And now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for the best performance once. It don't mean a thing. People get them every year. What I want's a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statuettes for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last masterpieces of mine knows I've earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them or do I get them? Answer me yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer me yes or no.
All right, Esther, all right. I've got him. Come on, Norman. Come over to the table.
Oh, hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Thank you. Norman, dear.
Oh, God. What have I... Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles calling.
Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. By the way, they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you're a knock-up.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
You've been crying.
A little?
Why?
Why, I guess maybe I'm a little worried about this next picture.
Oh, you needn't be. I've seen the first week's work. You're headed for another Academy Award this year. How's Norman?
He's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been... Is he all right?
He's gone to a sanatorium. You see, he really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could only...
Well, perhaps if he were going to work again, it'd be some encouragement.
Oliver, could you do that?
I might be able to manage it.
Oh, thank you. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry. I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. That's the least I can do for you.
And one more for the book, folks. What star, recently released from a sanatorium where he underwent a rest cure, is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
Hello, Charlie.
Well, hello, Mr. Maine. Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, no, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
A new leaf?
A whole new book. Thanks.
Shake it up, Charlie.
Hello, Libby.
Why, it's Mr. America of yesteryear. Do they let you wander around now without a keeper?
I'm a trustee now. I didn't expect to find you here at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut them in slices and fry them with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time, now that you've retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen.
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
Well, I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Say, go a little slow, Libby. I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated face.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down and then kick 'em, eh?
Say, listen. You fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
Why, you...
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you 4-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Get up, get up and get out of here.
Don't bother to throw him out. He's harmless.
Well, all right, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act.
Sixth race, coming to the post.
You okay, Maine?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, you'll be ill. Why don't you try and get a little sleep?
But he's been gone 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, I can't. I just can't. Will you?
Surely. Hello? No, this is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Oh, thank heaven. Where? In the night court. He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's been arrested on a disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you.
Oh, Vicky, please, it isn't any place for you. If it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble, and I'm going to him.
Alfred Henkel, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Here.
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yeah.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there.
Do you realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes.
You realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman, are you all right, dear?
Yeah. I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
Oh, well, that's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love and know in your heart that it can't get any better.
Do you still love him, Vicky? Or do you just feel sorry for him?
Oh, it's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I, Vicky. Between us, we'll take care of him.
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. And I think that after what happened last night, you already know what it is. I can't do any more pictures. I'm going away for good with Norman.
But, Vicky, you can't do that. Why, you're at the very peak of your success. You've worked so hard to achieve it.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver, and what difference would that have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to help me?
Oh, no. No one can help people to careers. You made your own career, and it's your life.
That's what's been wrong, Oliver. I've thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, last night and what went before it wouldn't have happened. Too late to think about that now. But it may not be too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong to do it?
No. No, Vicky. I can't honestly tell you that.
Then there won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You're a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. And thank you. Norman.
This is Maine coming in to apologize again, darling.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver Niles was here.
Yeah, yes, I know. I mean, I thought he would be. You're looking sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a scene with myself.
Now, look, I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up, if you'll go on the wagon.
I guess I have been drinking too much.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
Are you going to join the YMCA?
No, that costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
You won't go out too far, darling.
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me any.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup.
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, honey. I'll see you later.
Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look? So long, sweet.
Suicide.
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunk, everything.
Have the car brought around, please.
I'm her granny.
Esther. Granny. Granny, darling. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
Oh, I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, please. Please get out, will you? I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here just as quickly as I could.
But I'm going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Now, is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
You remember I told you once, if you got what you wanted, you'd have to give your heart in exchange. And you said you were willing. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Well, you got more than you bargained for. More fame, more success, even more personal happiness. And maybe more unhappiness. But you did make a bargain. And now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you, Esther.
I'm not, Granny, but my mind's made up.
Oh, well, then I'm very sorry I lent you that money to come here. It was just thrown away, wasted.
I know. Well, I want to be strong, but I can't go on. I can't.
But you must. Tragedy is a test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I had meant to you. And I know how much you must have meant to him. I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, he's very proud knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car is ready, Miss Lester. We'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Oh, Granny. Oh, my Esther, my darling.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese Theater for this opening tonight. It has come to pay tribute to a great star on her return to the screen. The girl who has won the heart of Hollywood, the girl who has won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, it is her. I'll see if I can get her to say a few words. Here she comes now. No, wait, she's stopping, folks. What is it, Jim? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait now. She's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen, and she's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, this microphone is on an international hookup. Throughout the world, your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Will you, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
For their splendid performances, our thanks to Miss Gaynor and Mr. Montgomery, who will return in a few minutes. It was most appropriate that our play should end with a scene at Grauman's Chinese Theater. It was there that the most thrilling premieres in Hollywood history have been held. There also originated the spectacular stage productions, copied though never equaled the world over. Grauman's Chinese is also famous for the hand and footprints of the stars recorded in the courtyard of the theater. To make your mark there means lifelong membership in Hollywood's Legion of Honor. The founder and guiding light of that theater is here tonight. One of the greatest showmen and best friends that motion pictures have ever had, Sid Grauman. Sid, how did you happen to get that idea of the hand and footprints?
Well, before answering that, Cecil, I'd like to say something you overlooked. That it was your picture, The King of Kings, that opened the Chinese Theater. It was a great break for me. For your question, the answer is pure accident. I walked right into it. While we were building the theater, I accidentally happened to step in some soft concrete, and there it was. So I went to Mary Pickford immediately. Mary put her foot into it.
And so became the first to sign your concrete autograph album. Huh?
Yes, along with Norma Talmadge and Douglas Fairbanks. But the latest we have done, so are William Powell and Myrna Loy, who used to dance in my prologue.
Well, most of us have heard of your theater and footprints, Sid. Few people realize that you've helped scores of players on their way to fame, like Raquel Torres, who started as one of your usherettes, Raymond Navarro, or Jackie Coogan, whom you discovered.
Yes, it's a strange how things work out, Cecil. I used to put on Sunday morning concerts in the $1 Million Theater in Los Angeles. Before the prologue and picture was shown, a young singer asked me for a job. After hearing him, I said, "You're on, but the price is only $10 for the concert." He said he needed the work, and if I'd give him 6 concerts in a row, the $10 would be all right. I did. His name, Lawrence Tibbett. To this day, one of my best friends is Charlie Chaplin. Before he ever appeared on the screen, Charlie worked for me on the stage in San Francisco, and I gave him a letter of introduction that brought him to the screen. I claim no credit for this. It just happened. And now a little Shirley Temple story. When Shirley came to the theater to leave her footprints, she asked me if I mind if she took off her shoes and socks. I told her that we couldn't do that because she'd get her feet all full of concrete. As usual, she had an answer ready. "We can get some warm water and a towel, and I'll wash them very carefully." "But why?" I asked. "Do you want to make your footprints in bare feet?" "Mr. Grauman," she said, "I just want to be different." Well, Cecil, if I don't stop now, there's no telling when I will. Good luck to you and to this splendid radio theater, which has come to be as much a part of Hollywood as the excellent commodity it represents, Lux Toilet Soap. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Goodbye to you. And now, as the stars they are, Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery.
I'm glad to be able to take this curtain call, Mr. DeMille, because it gives me a chance to say something that I really want to say as regards A Star is Born. Often when a picture is a success, all the credit goes to the individuals who happen to star in it. We're inclined to pass by the off-screen personalities who made that picture possible. To Mr. David O. Selznick, the producer of A Star is Born, and Mr. William Wellman, who so brilliantly directed it, and all the others who contributed, I am very grateful. But now, what about Mr. Montgomery? I hear some talk around town that you're to go east.
Yes, Montgomery the actor is about to become Montgomery the farmer. I'm going back to the farm for a spell.
Yes, you told us that some months ago, and you haven't reached there yet. I'm beginning to think that your back to the soil movement is just a fable.
At least it provides Bob with some swell stories about that neighbor of his back there, Zeb Davis.
Zeb is on the way to becoming a national character. What's he done lately, Bob?
Well, Zeb probably won't speak to me for telling this one on him, but here goes. Zeb has a wife who likes to keep him, well, shall we say, under control. Not long ago, she decided that Zeb ought to get a new car. Zeb couldn't quite figure that out because the one he had was only 11 years old. So he got a new car. Well, the Davises were having a little party one night when Mrs. D told Zeb to drive to town for some ice cream and to be very careful of the car. It's a 16-mile trip, and Zeb sort of hit her up on the way back. He was just about to turn up the road to the house when he stepped on the gas instead of the brake. He ran into a ditch, turned over a couple of times, and ended up with the car on top of him and the ice cream in his hand. A couple of the boys ran up and tried to pull him out, but Zeb was stuck. He didn't say a word until the boys started to get the car off him, and then he let loose. "Leave me alone," he hollered. "Leave me alone and get that ice cream home before it melts. There's enough trouble around here as it is."
That's very good, Bob. I hope you'll find Zeb completely recovered and with a lot more stories.
As you said, Mr. DeMille, this was my first appearance here. But really, I felt quite at home because I'm well acquainted with the products behind this program. I'm happy to say that Lux Toilet Soap has been in my dressing room and in my home, too, for several years. I wouldn't be without it.
Thank you, Janet. And you too, Bob, for launching our program in such distinguished fashion.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Good night.
And thank you, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. News of next week's thrilling show comes to you in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Oliver Niles, Chester Clute as Pop, John Gibson as Danny McGuire, Margaret Brayton as Anita, Edwin Max as Master of Ceremonies, Forrest Taylor as Judge, Frank Nelson as Moon, Lucille Meredith as Maid, Grace Kern as a waitress, Myra Marsh as Miss Phillips, Sidney Newman as Director, James Eagles as Otto, Gil Patrick as Police Officer, and Ross Forrester as a photographer. Miss Gaynor and Miss Robeson appeared through courtesy of Selznick International Pictures, Mr. Montgomery, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Stander, Columbia Pictures Corporation, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. And here is our producer.
Not because he happens to be the star of my new film, The Buccaneer. Not because he starred in two of our biggest successes last spring, but because he happens to be, on and off the screen, a citizen of whom Hollywood is most proud. It gives me particular pleasure to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Frederick March. And with him, Florence Eldridge, who in private life is Mrs. March. Our play is from the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, and an all-star Hollywood cast in The Outsider. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program was Afraid to Dream from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps.
Lux presents Hollywood. For your loyalty to our products, Lux says thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and brings you another hour of entertainment direct from the film capital. Tonight, we star Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Gene Lockhart, with Major C.E. Russell, formerly of the United States Intelligence Service, as the evening's special guest. Louis Silvers conducts the orchestra. And here beside me, our producer and your host. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The 39 Steps lead an old friend and a newcomer, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. Since here last, Robert Montgomery's been rushing back and forth between two lots. One is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio, where with Rosalind Russell he's completed Live, Love, and Learn. The other is a lot in Beverly Hills, on which Bob has just finished building a new home with a beautiful library. And Bob is a man who really uses his library, for he's constantly seeking new screen material. President of the Screen Actors Guild, Bob devotes at least 3 nights a week to that organization. So this fall, he took time off to go to his farm in New York State for a few weeks of partridge and pheasant hunting. His favorite Hollywood sport is tennis, in which activity he's expert enough to be the frequent opponent of Sidney Wood, the ex-Davis Cup player. Bob is heard tonight as Richard Hannay in The 39 Steps, adapted from the Gaumont British film, which in turn was taken from the novel by John Buchan. Gaumont British will shortly release The Girl Was Young, starring Nova Pilbeam, and Derek DeMarney, directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Ida Lupino is a girl I've watched very closely and suggest that you do the same. For every Lupino seems destined for greatness in the theater. To American film audiences, she's the best-known representative of perhaps the oldest stage family in the world. 350 years ago, when acting was considered a crime in Italy, Alfredo Lupino, acrobat and troubadour, fled from Naples, turned gypsy, and eventually found welcome and fame in England. Ever since then, Lupinos have added to the excellence of England's entertainment. Ida's father is Stanley Lupino, among London's most popular comedians. She has a sister, 2 cousins, 3 uncles, and 5 aunts, all noted performers. While her mother is Connie Emerald, once a celebrated dancer. Along with 3.5 centuries of tradition, Ida has inherited a turned-up nose, violet eyes, and blonde hair. She's an excellent musician and painter, can speak the language of the deaf and dumb, whistles as well as a farm boy, likes to wear sneakers, and is a prize mimic. A highly entertaining miss, you meet her tonight in the role of Pamela. Isabel Jewell, featured in such hit films as Lost Horizon and Marked Woman, is heard as Annabella. And Gene Lockhart, top-flight character actor, back from the New York stage, is Mr. Memory. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps with Isabel Jewell and Gene Lockhart. A London music hall. The evening performance is on, and the theater is jammed to the doors. The audience is sat comfortably through the acrobats, the singers, and the whirlwind dancers. But now they're restless. The manager appears on the stage to announce the feature act. His hand is raised for silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory. Thank you. Every day this remarkable mentality commits 50 new facts to memory. 50, ladies and gentlemen. Facts from history, geography, newspapers, scientific books. Millions and millions of them. And he remembers them all. Test him, ladies and gentlemen, test him. Ask him any questions you like, and he will answer fully and freely. Mr. Memory.
Thank you. Thank you. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, a question, please. A question from anyone in the audience.
Who won the Derby in 1921?
Mr. Jack Jewell's Humanist. Steve Donahue up, won by a length, odds 6-1. Am I right, sir? Thank you very much. Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Another question, please.
Who was the last British heavyweight champion?
Bob Fitzsimmons. He defeated Jim Corbett, heavyweight champion of America, at Carson City, Nevada, in October 1897. He was then 34 years of age. Am I right, sir?
Mr. Memory, who won the Football Cup in 1926?
Would you mind repeating that question again, young man?
Who won the Football Cup in 1926?
Bolton Wanderers defeated Manchester City at Wembley by 3-1 in the presence of His Majesty the King. Am I right, sir? Right. Thank you. Another question, please.
Hey, where's my old man been since last Tuesday?
Madam, he's been where you can't ask him silly questions. Will the lady in the gallery please confine her questions to those of a more serious nature? Thank you very much.
Memory, who killed Cock Robin? Gentlemen! Gentlemen, no fighting! No fighting, please, gentlemen! Keep your seats! Everybody keep your seats! Don't crowd the aisle! Orchestra, play something! Quick, Panic, play something!
Please let me out of here.
Let the lady through there. Will you stand back, please?
Oh, Henry, please.
Hold on to my arm, miss. I'll get you out of this. Get back there. Clear the aisle there, will you? This way, miss. This way. Come on.
There you are, miss. Take a good deep breath.
Oh, thank you.
You all right?
Yes, sir. I had to get out of that theater, that's all.
A lot of people had that idea.
Oh, it wasn't the panic that frightened me. It was something else.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm in terrible trouble. Will you help me?
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
I can't tell you here. Can we go someplace and talk?
Well, my flat is nearby.
Oh, let's go there. But hurry, please.
Go in, miss.
Thank you.
Now, if I can find this light switch.
Oh, no. Don't turn on the lights.
What?
Don't turn them on. It will be safer.
I'm afraid I don't...
Will you pull down the blinds, please?
Very well. This just puts me doubly in the dark. My name's Richard Hannay. Any objections to telling me yours?
No, it's Annabella Smith.
Smith, not really.
Is there anything wrong with it?
No, just an unusual name. What's this all about? You said you were in trouble.
You don't believe me, do you?
I believe you're slightly hysterical.
If I am, I have good reason. I was the one who fired those shots in that theater tonight.
You? Why?
I had to do something to create a disturbance. I had to get away from there. There were 2 men in that theater who wanted to kill me.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
now.
you've got to believe me.
But why should anyone want to kill you?
Because I'm what you would call a professional spy.
A spy? Whom do you spy for?
Anyone who pays me.
I suppose you're here to dig up some big state secret.
No. I'm here to save a secret. For England.
Oh. Go on, please.
The agent of a certain foreign power is on the point of obtaining a secret vital to your air defense. I tracked 2 of his men to that music hall. Unfortunately, they recognized me. That's why they're after me now. You still don't believe me, do you?
No, frankly, I don't, Annabella.
Very well. If you will look out of that window, you will see 2 men standing across the street. Look, please do.
All right. I'll play your game a bit further.
Oh, don't let them see you. Well?
By Jove, you're right. 2 of them. They seem to be looking up here.
Come away, please. Do you believe me now?
Well, I suppose I must.
I'm going to tell you something that's not very healthy to know. But now that they've followed me here, you're in it as much as I am.
Yeah, so it seems.
Have you ever heard of the 39 steps?
39 steps? No, what are they?
Never mind, but this much you must know. If those men are not stopped, it's only a matter of days, perhaps hours, before the secret is out of the country.
Why not call the police?
Because they wouldn't believe me any more than you did. And if they did believe me, how long do you think it would take them to get going? Those men are acting quickly. You don't know how clever their chief is. Clever and ruthless.
Well, what's his name?
He has a dozen names, and he can look like 100 people. But there's one thing he can't disguise. The top of the little finger on his right hand is missing.
Oh. Come on now, you're trembling.
I'm frightened.
Well, you needn't be. You're safe here, you know. What you need is a good night's rest.
Oh, yes, I do.
You can have my bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch here in the living room.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Sleeping on the couch? Well, I've done it dozens of times.
No. I mean, being in danger.
I'm not quite convinced of that yet. Is there anything I can get you?
Yes. Have you a map of Scotland, please?
A map of Scotland. I have an atlas over here somewhere. If I could... Oh, yes, here it is. You, going deer stalking or just plain hiking?
There's a man in Scotland I must see next if there is anything to be done.
I see. Are the 39 steps in Scotland?
Perhaps I'll tell you tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Henning. Thank you.
Good night, Annabella. Pleasant dreams. Annabella! Annabella, was that you? Annabella, open that door. Will you open that door, or do I have to break it down? Annabella, where are you?
Oh,
Here, look at me. What's happened? What's the matter?
They came through the window. One of them had a knife.
Knife?
Oh, don't touch me.
But you're hurt. You're bleeding. Here, I'll call a doctor.
Oh, no, it's no use. Listen. You've got to stop those men. In a few days, they'll have the secret out of the country.
But how will I stop them?
Kinrich. The professor.
Kinrich?
Kinrich. Scotland.
What's there? Who is this professor? What's in Kinrich?
Clear up. They'll get you. Just like they did me.
Annabella. Annabella. Good God.
Aberdeen Express, Edinburgh, Kirkcaldy, Dundee, Aberdeen Express.
Take it to Kinrich, please.
One, sir?
Yes, one. Hurry, please.
One to Kinrich, Scotland. Here you are, sir.
Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Not by us, it ain't. Sit down, young fella.
Thank you.
I said, Jess, who won the 2 o'clock at Epsom?
Here it is. Bachelor Button, odd 7-4.
Ah, Bachelor Button, eh?
Hello, look at this. Another woman murdered in a West End flat.
Murdered, eh? Who was she?
A well-dressed woman of about 25 was found with a knife in her back. The tenant, Richard Hannay, is missing.
Blimey, if that ain't the blasted limit. Missing, eh?
The police are hot on the trail and watching with careful eye all points of departure from London.
Oh, so that was what they was a-doing, eh?
Who?
Scotland Yard. 2 plainclothes bobbies. I seen them get on this train. Asking plenty of questions they was, too.
Look here. Here's a picture of that Hannay chap.
Let's have a squint at him. Rum-looking lot, ain't he?
Excuse me.
Here, young fella, where you going? Don't you like that seat?
Oh, thank you. I just remembered.
In a bit of a hurry, wasn't he?
He was that. I say.
What?
I say.
Oh, I beg your pardon. This is a private compartment.
Oh, is it?
Yes, and it happens to be occupied.
Yeah, so I see. Very charmingly, too.
Well, what do you want, please?
Your hospitality for a short while.
Really? Well, I'm not interested. Now, will you please go?
I can't.
What?
It isn't safe.
Listen, are you going or shall I call the conductor?
No, don't do that.
Stop, you're hurting my wrist.
I'm sorry. Listen to me. I want your help.
My help?
I'm Richard Hannay.
Hannay? Why, you're the man the police...
Yes, but I'm innocent. I swear I'm innocent. Listen, you've got to help me. It's terribly important that I be free for the next few days. You will help me, won't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I will.
That's fine. I'm sorry if I hurt your wrist.
Oh, that's all right. You say the police are on this train looking for you?
Yes, that's why I forced my way in here.
Oh, I see. And just how am I supposed to help you?
Well, they're looking for a man traveling alone. If I stay here with you, they'll think we're together. We'll pose as man and wife, and they won't pay any attention to us. They'll just pass us by.
How clever you are.
You'll do it?
Yes, of course.
Say, you're all right. What's your name?
What's that got to do with it?
Nothing. I just wanted to know who my benefactress was, that's all.
No, I'm Pamela Stewart.
Pamela? Oh, that's rather pretty. Suits you.
Thank you.
There they are now. Remember, I'll sit here and pretend to read. You do the talking.
All right. Come in.
Excuse me. Have either of you seen a man pass here? Young fella, smooth-shaven?
Why, no. Wait, are you the police?
That's right, miss.
Then this is the man you want. He forced his way in here and told me his name was Richard Hannay.
Why,
You did, I. Come here, you.
Let go of me.
Are you Richard Hannay? Well, speak up.
Yes. Thank you very much, Miss Stewart.
Well, you didn't expect me to harbor a murderer, did you?
Unfortunately, I did. And I am not a murderer.
We'll see about that. Come on, Hannay.
Certainly, gentlemen. I'll go with you willingly. In fact, I'll lead the way.
Grab him. He's gone. Here, get after him. Open that door.
Can't. He's holding it from the other side.
Here, let me try. Together now. 1, 2, 3. Get out of the way. Where is he? Where did he go?
Here he is down the passageway.
Stop him. Grab him before he gets to the vestibule.
Come back here, you. Come back, you. Stop, stop.
Have you got him?
No, he's gone.
What?
He jumped. He jumped off the train.
The fool. He's probably lying dead in a ditch.
No. The last I seen of him, he was on his 2 feet and running like a rabbit.
During our first intermission, and while waiting for Act 2 of the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, we'd like you to go with us to one of the millions of homes where Christmas secrets are in the air and listen in on a very interesting conversation.
Aunt Sally, come here. I want to see you alone.
More secrets, Betty? Well, the house is full of them.
Now the door's closed, we can talk. Aunt Sally, what can I give Mother for Christmas?
Did you ask her, dear?
Yes, and she just says all she wants from me is love and kisses.
Well, I did hear her say she needed more stockings. How about getting her some of the lovely sheer ones we saw in the store today?
But she always says sheer stockings are extravagant.
Not necessarily, dear. They wear very well if you're careful about washing. Just dip them in Lux suds every day. Lux keeps the silk nice and springy, so it doesn't break so easily into runs.
Then I'll tell you what. I'll buy some and tell Mother I'll Lux them for her every time she wears them. I'll buy a big box of Lux and give it to her with the stockings.
Now, that's a real Christmas gift, Betty.
Okay, I'll get some Lux Flakes right away.
And be sure to use nothing but Lux Flakes, dear. You know, rubbing stockings with a cake of soap is bad for them. And some soaps are strong, too harsh for delicate silk things.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Sally. You're an angel to help me. Mother's the most perplexing person on my list.
Stockings for Christmas and Lux Flakes for stockings. A perfect combination. We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
Robert Montgomery, Ida Lupino, Isabel Jewell, and Jean Lockhart continue with the 39 Steps. 2 days have passed, and Richard Hannay, wanted for a murder he did not commit, is still at large. Determined to discover the secret of the 39 Steps, he's made his way to Scotland. The driver of a donkey cart has given him a lift, and he's now on the last leg of the journey, the outskirts of the village of Kinreach.
Are you going to stay long in Kinreach, laddie?
Well, it all depends. I'm looking for work. You suppose I could find something?
I hae me doubts, laddie. Kinreach is a mighty small town. What do you do?
I'm a chauffeur.
Well, I'm thinking you'd better try somewhere else, then. What folks as need chauffeurs in Kinreach has had them for years.
Oh, I see. But, aren't there any newcomers? I mean, somebody told me about...
Now, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I did hear something. About a retired professor moving into the big house on the edge of the moor.
A professor? Yes. Yes, that's it. I can try it anyhow.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see the master, please.
What name shall I say?
He doesn't know my name, but you might ask him if he knows Annabella Smith.
Yes, sir. Will you mind waiting in
Is
the...
there someone for me, George?
Oh, yes, Professor.
How do you do?
How do you do? My name is Hammond. I've come from London. From Annabella Smith.
Oh. Well, do come in, please. You must be tired. We can talk in the library. My daughter's having an engagement party. I'd rather not disturb her.
Yes, of course.
Go right in, please.
Thank you.
Sit down. Will you have a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, then what did you want to see me about, Mr. Hannay?
Hannay, you know me.
Yes. I suppose it's safe to call you by your right name now. What about our mutual friend, Annabella?
She's been murdered.
I know. Poor girl. The police are looking for you.
Yes, but I didn't do it.
Oh, of course you didn't. But why come all this way to Scotland to tell me about it?
Well, I believe she hoped to come to see you about some air ministry secret. She was killed by a foreign agent who was trying to steal it.
Oh. Did she tell you what this foreign agent looked like?
No, she hadn't time. Oh, yes. There was one thing. She told me the top of his little finger is missing.
On which hand, Mr. Hannay?
On the left, I believe.
Are you sure it wasn't on the right?
It might have been.
Like on my hand, Mr. Hannay?
Good Lord. Then you're the one she...
The one she was trying to warn you against. The chief. You misunderstood her. She meant for you to kill me, not to bring me information.
Yes. Well, what are we going to do about it?
Ah, that's just the point. What are we going to do? You see, I live here as a respectable citizen. I should hate to have it known that I am not what I seem to be. You understand my position?
Oh, yes, quite.
What makes it doubly important that I shouldn't let you go is that I'm just about to transfer some very vital information out of the country.
What?
Oh, yes. I've got it already. I'm afraid poor Annabella would have been too late in any case.
Well, that's that, I suppose.
Yes. Well, what about it, Mr. Hannay?
What about what?
Yourself. It seems to me there's only one way out.
And what's that?
I've a small revolver here. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Supposing I left you alone with this. The newspapers could then announce tomorrow morning that the murderer had taken his own life.
You want me to kill myself?
Yes.
You're mad. I won't do it.
Then I'm afraid you leave me no alternative. You should have stayed in London, my friend. Oh, George.
Yes, Professor?
I want your help, please. There's a little job for us inside.
Hannay?
Yes. We'll carry him to the garage. When it gets dark, we can drop him off on the road somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Where is he, sir?
Behind that table.
Here, sir?
Yes. Pick him up and...
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here.
What?
Well, you can see for yourself.
But I shot him. The body was lying there on the floor.
The body, sir, seems to have disappeared.
Get out of the road, please. What do you mean by standing in front of my car? You might have been killed.
Sorry, lady. I just wanted a lift. Would you mind... Well, Miss Stewart, how do you do?
You? Well, what are you doing
Richard
here?
Hannay is my name. I believe we've met. On a train, wasn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yes. If I remember correctly, you handed me over to the police. You did, didn't you?
Oh, get away from me.
Oh, don't worry. I don't hold it against you, really.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Yes, isn't it? What are you doing in Kinreach?
I live here.
It's a charming place, isn't it? You know where the local police station is?
Oh, of course I do.
Will you take me there?
What?
The police station, in a hurry, please.
Certainly. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Oh, yes. You see, I know who killed Annabella Smith.
Is that so?
The same man who shot me a few minutes ago.
Shot you?
Yes.
Where?
Right in the cigarette case. See? There's a hole in one side of it. Handy little thing, cigarette cases. If I hadn't been carrying it about in my vest pocket, the hole would have been in my chest.
And who was this arch-villain?
Gentleman called the professor.
Professor? Oh, now, you don't mean Professor Bartlett.
I didn't stop to inquire his last name.
Oh, that's very
come
funny.
now. It isn't as funny as that.
Do you actually mean you're going to the police with this story? That Professor Bartlett shot you? That he's the one who killed Annabella Smith?
Of course, why not?
Oh, and you expect them to believe it, I suppose.
Well, you don't, evidently.
No, and neither will they. Professor Bartlett, a murderer. Why, he's one of the best-liked men in the village and a very good friend of the sheriff's. I'm sure the sheriff will be interested in your story, Mr. Hannay.
Yes, I see your point. Hadn't occurred to me that... Stop the car, please. I'm getting out.
Oh, no, you're not.
Stop this car.
You said you wanted to go to the police. Well, that's just where you're going. And if you touch me or make a move to jump, I'll turn this car into a ditch.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing?
Now, you just sit tight, Mr. Hannay, and don't make any sudden gestures. We're going rather fast.
You haven't the nerve, of course.
Haven't I? Just try me.
All right, I will.
Don't touch that brake.
Hang on. Where are you? You all right?
Quite all right, thank you.
You little fool, we might have been killed.
Hello there!
There's someone coming. Keep down.
Let go of me. Hello!
Shut up.
Over here, Richard Hannay!
Why, you...
Richard!
Grab that man.
All right, Hanny, we've got you. And don't try any funny business. Stand up.
Yes, of course.
Are you the police?
We've been looking for you, honey. Put the bracelets on him, Joe.
Right you are. Put out your hand. There we are.
Now put out the other one on the girl.
Here, what are you doing?
We are handcuffing you to your friend here. Any objections?
Now see what you've done.
Oh, shut up. Listen, you can't do this. I don't even know this man.
You ride around the country with him in a car, but you don't know him. Of course you don't.
Yes, but I'm telling you,
Keep
I
your
don't.
mouth shut. All right, Joe. Take him to our car. It's a good day's work for us.
Will you please move over?
You talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Very well.
Ow, my wrist.
Well, you asked me to move, and if I move, you move with me. It's a scientific fact that when two people are handcuffed together...
Officer, must I be chained to this man?
Aye, you must. And keep quiet about it.
Wait a moment. Where are you taking us? This isn't the way to the sheriff's office.
Well, we're not exactly going to the sheriff's office. Eh, Joe?
Not exactly, no.
Well, where are we going?
Well, it's the real head we are going to see. The sheriff principal. Eh, Joe?
Aye, the sheriff principal.
I don't understand.
Would you like to have a small bet with me, Pamela Stewart?
Now, what do you mean?
I'll bet you 100 to 1 that the man they call the sheriff principal has the top joint of his little finger missing. Am I right, gentlemen?
You shut your mouth, young fellow, or I'll shut it for you. For good.
You see, Pamela? I win. They're taking us to your old friend, the professor. Charming gentleman, the professor. Best liked man in the village and a personal friend.
Oh, be quiet, will you?
What are we stopping for?
Sheep. A whole flock of them across the road.
Well, blow your horn. Maybe that'll scare them.
Stubborn beast, they won't move an inch.
Well, come on. We'll have to get out and shoo them off.
Here, get on there, Shoo. Get on there.
Go on. Get out of the way. Go on.
Now's our chance. We'll make a run for it.
Run? How can we?
Come on, when I say jump, jump and run for your life.
Yes, but they'll catch us.
Go on, jump.
Hey, look, they're getting away.
Stand where you are.
There they go.
Give it to him.
They're shooting. They'll
Come
kill
on,
us.
you little fool, run for it.
Please, don't go so fast. You're hurting my wrist.
Shut up.
Oh, I can't go any further. I've lost my shoe.
Where?
Oh, back there.
Well, forget it. All right. Sit down. Sit down for a while.
You think we've lost those men?
Now, it's as black as pitch on this moor. They'll never find us now.
You know this is all very silly. You can't escape. What chance have you got handcuffed to me?
Keep that question for your husband when you get one. Meanwhile, I'll admit that you're the white man's burden.
Oh, yes, I know, and I can't tell you how it comforts me. Oh, why don't you give yourself up?
To whom?
Oh, give yourself up to Scotland Yard.
Thank you, but it's a little impractical at the moment. Listen to me. I told you the truth on the train, and I'm telling it to you now. There's a dangerous conspiracy against this country, and I'm the only man who can stop it.
Ha-ha, I don't believe you.
All right, very well, then. I'm just a plain, common murderer who stabbed an innocent, defenseless woman in the back in Portland Place, London. I don't know how innocent you may be, but you're a woman, you're defenseless, and you're alone on a desolate moor in the dark. And you're manacled to a murderer who would stop at nothing to get you off his hands. If that's the story you prefer, have it, my lovely, and welcome.
Well, I'm not afraid of you.
Why not? For all you know, I murdered a woman. You listen to a bit of advice. From now on, you do everything I tell you to do, and do it quickly.
Oh, you wretched boy.
I admire your pluck, but you keep a civil tongue in your head. Otherwise, I might feel the next killing was a bit overdue. All right, on your feet now.
Well, where are we going?
I see some lights over that way. We'll do a little investigating.
Well, I won't go. I'm going to stay right here.
Pamela, are you forgetting I murdered a woman? Well?
Don't you strike me. I'll go. Say, what kind of a place do you think this is?
I don't know. Looks Looks like an inn. Now remember what I said. A civil tongue or else. And you back me up in everything I say or do. You understand?
Yeah.
Stay close to me and hold my hand. It'll hide the handcuffs. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to King's Head Tavern. And what can I do for you and the lady?
We had an accident with our car a few miles back.
Hey, that's too bad now. You want to stay the night, I suppose?
Yes, we do.
And will it be 2 separate rooms or one?
Oh, 2 separate
One room, please. One.
Well, which?
One, thank you.
Oh, one. And what's the name?
Hawkinson. Hawkinson, yes. Henry Hawkinson and Mrs. Hawkinson.
Well, come along, Mr. Hawkinson. The rooms are at the top of the landing.
Thank you. Nice place you have here.
It'll do. Here's the room.
Oh, thank you.
Well, good night to you.
Oh, wait. Now, wait, please, you mustn't go.
What's the matter, lass? Is there anything wrong?
Yes,
Of course
well,
there's nothing wrong. She wants to tell you something, that's all.
Yes, I wanted
Yes,
to...
You see, we're a runaway couple.
Ah, you know.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we've been running all night. If anyone inquires for us, you won't give us up, will you?
That I won't. I was young myself once. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Inside, Pamela.
Of all the outrageous things. Listen, you don't think I'm going to spend the night in this room with you?
Personally, I don't see how you can help yourself.
Stop jerking my arm.
I'm so sorry. I want to take my shoes off. My feet are tired. You'd better stand here by the fire and get warm. You'll be catching cold.
And if I did?
Stand by the fire.
Don't yell at me like that. I didn't ask to come with you.
And I didn't invite you. But here we are.
Well, aren't you afraid the men will find us?
I'm not thinking of that so much as some way to get out of these handcuffs.
Oh, I have a nail file in my pocket. Maybe that'll help.
That would be dandy. If you file 24 hours a day, 10 years from now, we might be free. Imagine, tied to you for 10 years. It's a horrible thought.
I've had enough of your insults. I'm going to tell the innkeeper the whole story.
You want me to hang for a murder I didn't commit?
As long as you hang, I don't care whether you committed it or not.
What a bloodthirsty creature you are. Haven't you any pity?
No.
Ow! What are you up to now?
I'm merely trying to file the handcuffs.
Well, don't jab me in the wrist that way. I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
You're going about it in a very amateurish fashion anyway. I can see you know nothing about filing handcuffs.
I'm sure you do. Tell me, how did you start being a criminal?
So you want the story of my life. It's really very interesting.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I was born a poor orphan boy. From the beginning, I hadn't a chance. Ouch!
I'm sorry it slipped.
Accidentally?
Accidentally. Go on, please.
I started by pilfering pennies out of other children's lockers at school. And a little pocket picking and car pinching. And at last, my efforts were rewarded, and I graduated into straight burglary.
With diploma?
With diploma.
Oh.
I killed my first man when I was 19. It scared me at first, but I soon got hardened to it. Lady, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
It was your fault. The whole thing was your fault.
My fault? How do you make that out?
If you hadn't stopped the car for those blasted sheep, we'd have had the 2 of them in the professor's parlor right now.
We'd better have them there soon, is what I say. The professor was anxious about Hanny. Knows too much, he said. Get him.
Get him? We had him. And the girl, too.
You didn't suppose they'd head in somewhere, do you? Stop at a tavern, I mean.
They might, in this weather.
There's a place about 4 miles back. King's Head Tavern, it's called.
King's Head Tavern. That'd be somewhere near where they gave us the slip. Turn around. You'll find out.
Right.
And if we see him again, blast you. Shoot straight.
I will, all right. You can depend upon that.
And then little by little, and year by year, I sunk lower and lower.
And you got better and better.
That's right. You might have read about me in the papers. They call me Hannay, the Cornish Bluebeard. And that, me lady, is the horrible story of my life.
Dear, dear, and you have such a nice face. How many people have you killed altogether?
9. If you don't watch the point on that nail file, it may be 10. Ouch!
At least I'm trying to do something.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to try and get some sleep. I haven't had a wink for 48 hours.
Well, I'm not in the least bit tired. Besides, I have to stay by the fire and get dry.
All right. You don't mind if I stretch out in the chair, do you?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this. I said I don't see how you can sleep at a time like this.
I'm hardened to it. That's all. Hardened criminal to sleep any time.
Listen, did you hear that? There's a car out there. It just drove up, a car.
It's your imagination.
It's not my imagination. I heard a car. Oh, all right, if you don't care.
Don't care. Just don't care.
Oh, don't do that. What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You mustn't get frightened, Pamela. I have awful nightmares. I guess it's my conscience bothering me. Good night.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We pause now between the scenes of the 39 Steps. Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino will be back shortly when we raise the curtain on Act 3 in this play about spies. Spies may be roughly divided into two classes. There are the mercenary spies who traffic in state secrets, selling them for cash to the highest bidder. And there are patriots who risk their lives solely for the protection of their country, who receive the smallest monetary rewards, and whose names never get into the newspapers. The Richard Hannay of our play belongs to this second group, and so does tonight's guest, Major C.E. Russell of the United States Army, retired. Before this country entered the World War, Major Russell temporarily loaned his services to Scotland Yard as one of their American operatives. Back in the United States Army during the war, he served on a special staff in France. He later instructed our Army officers in the art of espionage and is the author of a standard military textbook on this subject. With such a background, Major, there should be no better authority to answer the question, just what are the qualifications that make a valuable spy?
The qualifications today, Mr. DeMille, are exactly the same as in biblical times, and the instructions which are taught follow very closely those which Moses gave to his men when he sent them forth to spy out the land of Canaan, to learn what the land contained, the strength of the enemy, if the people were content, and how strong were the walls. Then, as today, spies had to have powers of observation, of memory, and description. These are the three traits that must be developed in a capable espionage agent, and are the least developed of all human traits. In addition, he must have common sense, a good general education, an ability to take orders, and preferably a knowledge of foreign languages.
I've noticed that the opinion held of a spy varies greatly. Some people have only the greatest respect and admiration for a spy. Others consider them vicious, double-dealing scoundrels who stop at nothing to attain their end.
How well do I know that? But I think these people would change their minds if they only realized that spies are one of the greatest forces for world peace. I am, of course, referring to patriotic spies, not mercenaries. I believe that a patriotic spy, by keeping his country informed of military activity in other lands, enables his own nation to properly prepare itself, and a properly prepared nation is a nation seldom attacked. The war that they are ready for rarely comes.
If what I've observed is true, you soldiers who fight with your brains instead of bayonets are finding more and more women as your co-workers. How does a woman compare with a man as a spy?
Very favorably, up to one point. A woman's heart will rule her head much more quickly than a man's. Today, there is probably one woman to every two men in the world's espionage service. We've learned that if you want to make a man talk, send a pretty woman. And when we want to make a woman talk, we make her jealous. Both theories work amazingly well.
It would appear to me that spying is one activity which provides little or no room for modernization. Along with qualifications, I presume that methods have changed little since the days of Moses.
That's very true, Mr. DeMille. They remain essentially unchanged, but there have been radical technical changes in carrying out those essentials. For instance, there's a machine recently developed in this country so delicate and so accurate that it can etch an invisible secret message on a surface no larger than a grain of corn. Or, to employ a commodity with which perhaps you're more familiar, it could etch the map of an entire country on a single lux flake. And that's probably the finest, thinnest, and most fragile thing I can think of for the moment.
I know that you can read through a flake of lux, Major. It's actually only 2/1000th of an inch thick.
I see. Almost as amazing as this machine I'm speaking of. Lux flakes remind me of women, And women, in turn, recall an amazing spy story I encountered during the World War. It concerns a Swiss opera singer who volunteered in the French Red Cross as an entertainer. For 2 years, she made periodic visits to a home in Switzerland, each time using the same route over the French border. One day, she started to cross and found a new officer in charge. He took a good look at her and immediately ordered his women assistants to search her. They returned with the petticoat of this famous singer. Suspecting that it might contain invisible writing, the lieutenant called for hot irons and himself applied them to the petticoat. The heat revealed what had been invisibly written in lemon juice, the complete working drawings of a new French war tank. The reason the lieutenant had suspected Madame was that before the war, he had been a style designer in Paris. One of the first things he observed about the singer was that while she was dressed in the height of fashion, she wore a starched petticoat, and starched petticoats had been out of style for 10 years.
And to me, one of the truest utterances of the great French General Marshal Foch was his statement to a group of his espionage agents. You will die 1,000 deaths, he told them, before oblivion comes, while the man in the trenches dies but once.
And no better example can be found, Mr. DeMille, than that patriot of Revolutionary War, John Honeyman. Too old to carry arms, he became a confidential spy at Washington's urgent request and posed as a Tory. Despised by his wife and family, ostracized by his friends, he became a cattle buyer for the British Army. American soldiers were ordered to shoot him on sight, but John Honeyman kept his promise never to disclose his real identity. Once he allowed himself to be captured, knowing he might be shot, but there was a chance of being brought before Washington first. This fortunately happened, and Honeyman was able to disclose to Washington how some of his own men were on the verge of assassinating him by placing poison in the general's food. And it was John Honeyman who, on Christmas Eve, crossed the Delaware alone, entered Trenton, discovered the condition of the Hessian troops, and reported back to Washington on the other side. On Honeyman's unsupported testimony, Washington made his celebrated crossing, won his celebrated victory that turned the tide. Honeyman returned to his New Jersey home after the war, still an outcast, still an object of hate and scorn. His magnificent services were never announced until Washington himself made a special trip to Hackensack and publicly proclaimed him one of the greatest heroes of the American Revolution. His example will always remain a shining light to Americans who seek to serve in the silent, secret, and sometimes inglorious ways of espionage. I thank you.
Thank you, Major. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Once again, the 39 Steps, starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, with Isabel Jewell and Jean Lockhart. It's early the following morning. Richard Hannay stirs restlessly in the armchair and rubs his eyes sleepily. Suddenly, he jumps from the chair and stands in the middle of the room, staring down at the handcuffs which are dangling from his wrist. Pamela Stewart, on the other side of the room, smiles cheerily.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkinson. Looking rather dazed this morning.
How did you get free?
Oh, very simple. A little matter of work while you had your nightmares.
I suppose you filed the handcuffs.
No, darling, I picked the lock. I was trying to do the same for you, but the file broke.
Say, what's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing that I know of. Oh, you mean my shoes? Yes, they're rather large, aren't they? I borrowed them from the innkeeper's wife.
Oh, no. It's not the shoes. Why are you being so nice? You don't feel ill or anything, do you?
No, why should I?
Why didn't you leave? You were very anxious, too, if I remember correctly.
Well, something happened last night that convinced me you've been telling the truth.
May I ask what earthquake caused your mind to work at last?
When I got free, I went downstairs. That car you said I imagined belonged to our pursuers. They were sitting downstairs when I got there.
Did they see you?
No, I hid behind the counter. But they asked the innkeeper about us.
What did he say?
Said he hadn't seen us. Then they ordered something to eat. And while they were eating, they talked a lot about the 39 steps.
39 steps.
Oh, don't ask me what it means, because I don't know.
Anything else?
Well, they said the professor was clearing out of the country.
Then he has got the secret. Did they say how soon he was leaving?
No, but they did say that he was going to London first to pick up someone at a music hall.
39 steps. London Music Hall. It doesn't make any sense. Which room are these men in?
Oh, they left.
When?
Oh, about 4 or 5 hours ago.
And you let them go after hearing what they said? Oh, you button-headed little idiot, you.
Don't you speak to me like that.
My dear girl, I'm accused of murder. The only way I can clear myself is to expose those spies.
Then why don't you go to Scotland Yard?
What's the use? You said yourself that no one would believe me.
Well, then why don't I go to Scotland Yard?
Why not? They'd listen to you.
Of course they would.
Come on, we'll get the next train for London.
You wish to order now, sir?
No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone.
I beg your pardon, sir. Your face looks familiar. Are you in the cinema?
No, I'm not. Bring me a bottle of ale, will you?
Very good, sir.
Oh, make that 2, please.
Yes, miss.
Pamela, sit down.
Did you think I was never coming?
Not exactly, but I was getting nervous waiting. Well, what happened? Did you go to Scotland Yard?
Yes.
Well?
Prepare yourself for a shock.
Why?
They've checked every possible channel. The Air Ministry are positive that no papers are missing that would be of any possible use to spies.
But that's incredible. Are you sure?
Well, that's exactly what they said.
I don't know what to make of it.
I think you've been tricked.
Well, certainly is all very bewildering.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. Really, I am. Look, I think you better go now.
Go where?
Oh, any place. Leave the country. I'll help you.
You?
Oh, I know it sounds funny, but somehow I couldn't bear the thought of them catching you again.
Why, Pamela?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I've just changed my mind about you, that's all. Of course, you're as vain as a peacock, and I couldn't stand you for any length of time, but you're not so bad.
Well, you're not so bad either. If I weren't in this jam, I'd...
What?
Nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
No, you better stay. I'll run and get you a ticket for Liverpool. There ought to be a boat train
Pamela.
soon. Well, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Look out the window. Do you see that billboard across the street?
Yes, is there anything strange about it?
A list of acts playing this week at the Palladium. The feature attraction is Mr. Memory.
But I don't understand.
Come on, we're going to get out of here.
Well, where are we going
to the
now?
Palladium.
But why?
I don't know, but we're going just the same.
Here are your seats, sir. First 2 on the aisle.
Thank you. Sit down, Pamela.
This is silly. In the first place, the show's almost over. If anyone sees you here, what are you looking for?
Be quiet. I'm just playing a hunch, that's all.
Well, you're playing the fool if you ask me.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission and attention, I now have the honor to present to you one of the most remarkable men in the world. I present Mr. Memory.
Pamela.
What?
Look at that right-hand box nearest the stage. You see that small man sitting in front?
Why, yes,
It's the professor himself.
You better get out of here before they see you.
No. Sit down. Listen.
Every day he commits to memory 50 new facts, and he remembers every one of them. Facts from history, from geography, from newspapers, from scientific textbooks.
Pamela,
Yes,
I've got it. I've got it.
What?
Don't you see the details of this Air Ministry secret have been borrowed, memorized by Mr. Memory, and then put back again before anyone could know?
Why, that's it. Of course it is.
Pardon me, sir, but there's a gentleman who would like to speak to you.
Who, me?
You, Richard Annie?
Well,
You're under arrest.
Wait, officer. Listen, there's something here you ought to know.
That'll keep, Annie. Come along quiet.
Yes, but you must listen to him. That man on the stage can...
Come on, we don't want any excitement here.
All right, I'll go quietly.
Richard, you're not.
Distance from Montreal,
Pamela.
1,424 miles. Am I right? Thank you. Question, please. Do not hesitate. Your question, please.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Memory, what are the 39 steps? Come on, answer up. What are the 39 steps?
The 39 steps. The 39 steps is a secret organization headed by Professor...
Milsby, there's your man up there in the box. He's the one who shot him.
Stop that man.
Stop that man. Stop him. Stop him.
I want to see Mr. Memory, please. Where's his dressing room?
Number 5, but you can't go in now.
Well, I'm afraid we have to. Detective, have you a pencil and a piece of paper?
Yes?
I want you to write down everything you hear.
But listen here, I
Do as he tells you, please.
I'm going to prove to you that the man who shot Memory is the murderer of Annabella Smith.
What is it?
We want to see Mr. Memory. How is he, Doctor?
Very bad. Did they get the man who shot him? Yeah, we got him all right. He'll hang for it, too.
Oh. Mr. Memory. Mr. Memory, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Memory, there's something I'd like you to tell us, please.
Yes.
What was the secret formula you were taking abroad?
Will it be all right, my telling you? It was a big job learning it. The biggest I've ever tackled. I don't want to throw it away, sir. It will be quite all right. The first feature of the new engine is its greatly increased ratio of compression, represented by the formula 1 minus 1 over R to the power of gamma minus 1, where R represents the ratio of compression and gamma dimensions of cylinders diameter. This device renders the engine completely silent. The exhaust gases impinging on a series, entirely eliminating all sound. Am I right? Am I right, sir? That's quite right, old chap. Thank you, sir. I'm glad it's off my mind. At last.
Memory. Mr. Memory.
Richard, what is it?
The Air Ministry's secret will never leave England.
This way, please. We can pick up the police car on the corner.
The police car? Where are you taking us?
The Scotland Yard, of course.
Scotland Yard?
But you can't do that. You heard what that man said. He didn't kill anybody.
Easy now, easy. He'll be all right. All we want is to put the story on the record.
Oh, that's better.
You've nothing to worry about at all. He'll be a free man in her now, Mrs. Hannay.
Hannay? Well, what are you talking about?
Well,
Mrs.
I'm
Hannay?
sorry. I thought...
That would be just fine, that would. We were together for one day, and we fought for 24 hours.
20? You were asleep 4 hours.
Can you imagine what it would be like? Fight for breakfast, fight for lunch, fight for dinner. One long, drawn-out battle for the next 30 or 40 years.
Oh, 30 or 40 years. Do you think we could keep it up that long? I mean, really.
Well, we could try.
Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino have completed the 39 steps, but they'll take a 40th when they return later to the microphone. First, a word from Melville Ruick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Just a moment for a suggestion to the women who begin, when winter comes, to be bothered by rough, chapped hands. Perhaps they don't realize that the trouble may start in the simple daily task of washing the dishes. Here's the reason. There are oils in your skin which give it a protective coating against cold weather outdoors and steam heat indoors. If you use a strong soap in the dishpan, these oils are dried up. Your skin gets rough and red. To protect these beauty oils, simply change from your harsh soap to Lux Flakes. Women find the difference between Lux and ordinary soaps for dishes almost unbelievable. They feel it the moment they put their hands in the dishpan. There is no sting in the very gentle, soothing Lux suds. Almost at once, your hands will begin to look smoother and whiter. Begin tomorrow to keep your hands lovely by washing dishes with Lux Flakes. I turn you back now to Mr. DeMille.
At the moment, both our stars, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino, are having a breathing spell between pictures. Bob is back after 6 weeks in the East, and Ida's been indulging in her favorite avocation, composing music.
And not just simple little ballads, Mr. DeMille, but the real thing. Not so long ago, the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra played Ida's symphony, Aladdin and the Lamp.
Oh, thanks for the nice boost, Bob. You know, composing's really very exciting, although I had no thought of attempting it until 2 years ago. It was just about this time of year. I was riding in a taxicab down Hollywood Boulevard. The street was crowded with Christmas traffic, and all of a sudden the noise seemed to take the form and tempo of a melody. Well, I rushed right home, worked straight through till morning, and there it was, and I've been at it ever since.
What's your latest composition?
Something I've just sent to London, the score and book for a musical comedy. Look, I hope no one's going to get the impression that I think I'm a great musician. In fact, I know so little that I often use a code to take the place of notes and musical symbols until I've time to figure out what I'm trying to do. I use the letters of the alphabet for a code. If you ever saw one of my scores, you'd think someone had spilled alphabet soup on an orchestration sheet. But I think our listeners are a lot more interested in what Bob's next picture is going to be than in my music. So, Bob, suppose you tell them.
Well, if I knew, I'd be glad to. I'm having story difficulties at the moment.
Don't we all? Can't you find the right one?
Well, the trouble is I found the right two. And MGM and I can't make up our minds which will make the better picture. Number one is a light comedy, the type of story that audiences have been favoring so much lately. Plenty of laughs and sophistication. Number two, also a modern story, presents a definite problem of living that any one of us might have to face. A very interesting story for an actor. But the question is, will it interest an audience?
And in the meantime, you're perched on a fence, eh?
Exactly. And since that's not a very comfortable spot to be in, perhaps the Lux Radio Theater audience will help me out. I'd really be very grateful if you'd drop a card or a note to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, to me, or the Lux Radio Theater, and let us know which of these two types of pictures you prefer to see. A light comedy or a story with a social problem. In the meantime, my thanks and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Ida. Good night, Bob.
Thank you, Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns in just a moment with news of next week's play and stars. In our cast tonight were Leonard Mudie as Professor Bartlett, Reginald Sheffield, Herbert Evans, and Keith Kenneth as detectives, Lionel Belmore as innkeeper, Vernon Steele as cart driver, Edgar Norton as manager of the music hall, Eric Wilton and Raymond Lawrence as Cockney travelers, Ward Lane as butler, Eric Snowden and Norman Ainsley as Scotchmen, Sybil Harris as a rowdy, and Phyllis Coughlin as a woman. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Love and Hisses. And now, our producer.
One of the most glamorous beauties of the screen that the screen has ever known appears in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Marlene Dietrich. Our play is taken from the highly successful motion picture in which Miss Dietrich starred, The Song of Songs, the love story of a Viennese girl and the three men who tried to win her. Miss Dietrich will be surrounded by an all-star cast headed by Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwell. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and Lionel Atwell in The Song of Songs. The special guest of the evening will be the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies, Mr. Walt Disney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And today I want to add Christmas greetings to each and to all of you, with the sincere wish that you'll be listening to the Lux Radio Theater for many Christmases to come. Some 480 Christmases ago, a young gentleman left us probably the world's most unusual list of gifts. He was on his way out of town, a few steps ahead of the gendarmes. And as a departing gesture, he bequeathed to the girl he loved a broken heart. He willed that all caged things should have their freedom, that children should have care and warmth, and in a sense that we of the Lux Radio Theater should enjoy tonight's play. For the gentleman was Francois Villon, about to set out from Paris, and as I said, a few steps ahead of the police, on a life as colorful and adventurous as any piece of fiction you could find. He didn't stay away from Paris long. In fact, he's back there on our stage tonight as Dennis Morgan in Rudolph Bremel's stirring operetta, The Vagabond King. Co-starred with Mr. Morgan is the lovely Catherine Grayson, who will be seen next in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh, which was produced by Joe Pasternak and directed by George Sidney. Also in tonight's cast is the talented J. Carroll Nash. All of us who've longed to be king for a day will discover tonight what happens to a man who has that dream come true, and who at the end of those 24 hours faces either a lifetime with a woman he loves or death upon the gallows. You will see for yourself which befalls it. Not only on Christmas Day, but every Monday night, I like to feel that our stage is bringing together a great circle of fellow Americans, young and old, in big cities and country villages, in farms and lonely mountain cabins, and the lighthouse keeper and his family on rugged coasts and rocks at sea, all bound by a common interest in this theater and a common appreciation of the products which make possible these weekly plays. From far-off Alaska, a member of this audience writes, I work up here in the frozen north, and to preserve my dainty clothes, I lux them regularly. All our stores, even those down the river, boast of carrying a supply of Lux. The only rival snowflakes have up here is Lux Flakes. Well, that's a nice Christmas message on which to ring up our curtain. So here's the first act of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as King Louis. France in the 15th century, and Louis XI squirms on a tottering throne. At the city's edge, poised for the siege of Paris, are the invading armies of the Duke of Burgundy. But within the walls, half-loyal citizens grumble and plot. Cutthroats swarm the streets, and thieves crowd the taverns. Only a miracle can save France. And while he awaits the miracle, King Louis grows curious about a certain lady in his court.
But, sire, how can you think of Catherine when Paris is ready to perish?
I am unable to save my city, Tristan, but maybe I can yet win the lady. Isn't one victory better than two defeats? Now, tell me, what is this ridiculous story about Catherine?
My men have watched as you ordered. The story is true.
Catherine de Vaucelles? Trysting with a jailbird at a thieves' tavern?
The Fir Cone Tavern, sire, tonight.
Oh, I don't believe it. You told me she does not even know the name.
True, sire. A curious chain of events, starting this morning when the rogue was flung out of jail.
His name, who is he? How do you know he isn't my Grand Marshal in disguise? Courbet would do anything to win Catherine.
Courbet? Surely my men would have recognized the Grand Marshal. No, all we know of the man is that he's a most unusual thief who writes a poem as skillfully as he picks a pocket.
Go on.
As he left the jail with a companion, their destination brought them past the palace walls. It was then that they heard from a far distant corner of the gardens a lady singing. The lady, sire, was Catherine.
Oh, get to the point.
The rogue has a fatal impudence, sire. Hearing her voice, he climbed the garden walls and perched at the top. Remained there, calm as you please, listening to the sweetest voice in your kingdom.
Francois, in the name of heaven, get down from the wall.
I see an angel, Tabari.
They'll burn out your eyes if they catch you.
If they catch me. God shield her, Tabari. The loveliest face in France.
And you'll hang from the loveliest gallows. Francois, jump down from there.
The vision fades. She walks away. She enters a house.
House? You fool, it's the palace.
Go along, Tabari. I'm waiting here until I see her again. Sooner or later, she'll have to come out.
Oh, Francois, if it's a woman you want to look at, think of Huguette. Who could be prettier than Huguette? She's waiting for you now, all soft and luscious. And besides, she owns a tavern.
Tell Huguette I'll be delayed.
No, as a thief, Francois, you're a wise and sane man, but when you turn poet, you turn idiot.
Poet? Yes. And the lady who sang shall have a verse.
You'd make a poem for her?
Who has a better right? I do not know her name. She's never seen me. But I love her.
Oh, what woman in Paris don't you love?
Get out of here. Wait for me at Huguette's Tavern, Fur Cone. I'll be needing a messenger.
And he sent her a verse? That scum? To Catherine de Vaucelles?
He did, sire. And then the unbelievable occurred. Reading it, Catherine asked the messenger how she might find the man who wrote it. The answer was at the Fur Cone Tavern, and the time tonight.
Tonight.
You take the news very calmly.
Oh, do I? Maybe it's because I, too, look forward to a diverting evening.
Sire.
Yes, Tristan. Catherine will not be the only stranger. There will be 2 more visitors at the Fur Cone Tavern tonight. You and I.
Well, what news, Huguette? Did you find Tabari?
I wish you'd rotted in jail.
Answer me.
No one has seen Tabari for hours.
Tabari's an idiot. I should never have let him take it.
Take what?
Never mind.
Francois, you've been out of jail all day. And all day I've waited here for you.
I walked about the city.
Not according to Tabari. Your good friend spoke of poetry, Francois. Verses for a lady in the king's palace.
Someday Tabari will want to smack his lips and find he has no tongue.
What are you afraid of? Afraid to say you're tired of me? But your weariness takes a strange turn. You and a lady of the palace.
Shut up.
Did she hold her dainty nose when she kissed you, Francois? Or can she love a thief with the smell of jail about him and rags on his back?
I'll give you a better cause than that to mock me, little one. This lady hasn't even seen me. Now drown your jealousies in your wine.
Make love to the whole court for all I care.
That's more like you. You know, Wait. Those 2 men, the corner near the door. Who are they?
They pay for their wine in gold. That's all I know.
In gold? Well, perhaps before they leave tonight, the gentleman and I will know each other better.
An evil-looking place, sire. A moldy cellar.
Well, what did you expect? A bird's nest?
And still no sign of Catherine, your majesty.
No, don't say majesty here, you fool. Plain Louis. Now, what causes you to look so sour? Burgundy is at my gates. My throne sways like a drunkard. Catherine spurns me, but do I pull a long face?
You do worse. Sniffing about taverns after a girl.
Before I die, Tristan, there are 2 sights I want to see. One is Burgundy's head on a pikestaff, and the other is haughty Catherine de Vaucelles trysting with a beggar poet in this pigsty. But, of course, if you prefer to talk politics, Tristan, last night I dreamed a dream.
Politics dwell far from dreamland.
I dreamed that I was a swine, rooting in the streets of Paris, and that I found a pearl of great price in the gutter. I took it and set it in my crown, where it shone so bright it filled all Paris with its brilliance. And then a great star fell from heaven.
Dreams and stars and women, while Paris goes to the dogs. Excuse me, but we're being watched.
Well, what of it? No one will recognize me in these clothes.
That young fellow with the tavern mistress.
Who is he? You know him?
Aye, every criminal, every wanted and beggar in Paris calls him king.
King?
Thief, scholar, swordsman, king of the vagabonds.
Well, then bring him here. I'd have a word with my brother ruler.
Sire.
Call him.
Villon. Monsieur Villon. Friends don't shout at me, monsieur. And strangers don't dare.
We are strangers with gold. Here, perhaps we can buy your company.
My company? You could have my soul for less. Hey, all of you. Everyone, come here.
Oh, everyone. Good heavens, must they?
I must treat my people as King Louis has forgotten to do these many years. We'll drink, monsieur. Drink to the death of a stranger.
Death? A stranger?
You grow pale. I mean the stranger at the walls of Paris. Burgundy. Death to Burgundy.
Oh, so a patriot.
Rather a poet. Death to Burgundy makes good rhyming.
And to what use do you put your rhyme?
Use? Only a song, monsieur. Come all, ye beggars of Paris, on, ye lousy rabble of low degree.
You rabble of low degree.
We'll spur King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy.
Our city from Burgundy.
You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty.
Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, towards against the foe! Forward, forward, the lily banners go! Sons of France around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy!
Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger man bound out to Burgundy?
Against the foe, forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Oh, it is a pity Burgundy can't hear your rhyme.
He has other subjects, too, for his verses, monsieur. Just today, a lady at the court. Tell him, Francois, this glorious vision, this delicate treasure.
Yes, the very flower of Louis's court. Chesterton House.
Well, indeed, you're flitting high, my lyrical jailbird.
All Paris knows that the old goat himself has grown older chasing her.
What's that old goat?
The oldest and scurviest in France. Louis XI. Louis the ludicrous.
Perhaps you drink too much, monsieur.
What can an honest thief do but drink? With the enemy at our door and a helpless ninny on the throne.
No doubt you could do better in Louis's place.
Francois has a rhyme for that, too.
May we not hear it?
Why not? But it will cost you a drink for us all.
Very well, very well. Begin.
The figure on the throne, you see, is nothing but a puppet. Planned to wear the royal bravery of silken coat and gilded wand. Not so we Frenchmen understand. We'd bid the damned Burgundian dance. And such a one would take command if Villon were king of France. If Villon were...
Look, it's Tabari.
Where have you been, you sniveling gossip?
Occupied on your business, Francois. I've news, but only for you. Come with me.
What is it?
Your verse, Francois. I did as you ordered. I brought it to the lady.
And where have you been since?
I couldn't leave. She told me to wait.
Why? Why should she want you to wait?
Francois, she wants to meet you.
That's what you're saying.
It's the truth. She's here, Francois. Now, Catherine de Vaucelles. I brought her by the other door. Just go up these stairs. She's waiting for you now in that room up there.
If this is a joke to body, I'll kill you.
Hurry, before you get seized. Hurry.
I was told you wished to see me, my lady.
You are Francois Villon?
Yes?
So gloomy a room, monsieur.
I am not one you would want to see, but if you would like a light,
Will be but a moment. Monsieur, you wrote a verse for me.
Forgive me, my lady,
If you are the poet, you'll remember the lines.
Yes. If I were king, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to kneel before your scepter? And to swear allegiance to your lips, your eyes, your hair. Beneath your feet, what treasures would I fling if I were king?
Monsieur, what sort of man are you?
One who steals without shame, who runs his sword through his enemy and sleeps on an easy conscience. These are my brief virtues. My vices better stay unnamed.
You risked much in writing me, monsieur.
My lady, this room is dark as a dream. And like in a dream, I can speak words I never thought you'd hear from me. I worship you. Now, what would you have me do?
You say you love me. I love France. Listen, I learned today that the Grand Marshal is betraying France to the Duke of Burgundy. You could stop him.
I?
You spoke of words and swords, but perhaps you didn't mean to be taken at your word.
I didn't hope to be.
The Grand Marshal will be here any moment. He is coming to meet some man in that crowd down there.
And how shall I know the Grand Marshal?
I've been watching from the window. He turned the corner a moment ago. Listen. He's at the door now. Come and you will see him enter.
Open up. Open up here.
Coming, monsieur.
That is the traitor.
There's a man here named Rene Cassel.
There he is.
Send him in here, alone.
Yes, monsieur.
The Grand Marshal. And I would kill him at your word, milady?
There's time for nothing else. If he leaves here tonight, there may not be a France tomorrow.
I'll go below and listen. Wait here, milady.
But he will see you.
Only when I want him to see me. Milady,
Yes?
that rose you're wearing, maybe it will bring me luck.
Here, take it, monsieur.
Thank you, milady.
And in exchange for Paris, Rene, what does Burgundy concede to me?
Your demands are met, Excellency. Open the gates of Paris, and in return, Burgundy gives you a dukedom and the maid, Catherine de Vaucelles.
For 3 years, Louis denied me the girl. Now she costs him his throne.
Stop the chattering and bring me some wine.
Who is he? Who is that drunken fool there?
Only a man named Vion, Excellency.
What have you overheard?
My ears are large, monsieur. I didn't miss a single word.
Throw McCoy and Rene and shut him up.
Bribery? Why not? But you can win me only with wine. Come inside and open the bottle.
Get out of here, you drunken scum.
Scum, monsieur?
Take your hand off me.
After you apologize.
Let go.
You think a slap gets rid of me? Can you use that sword you wear, monsieur?
Excellency, Vion's the best swordsman in Paris.
Stand back and close the doors.
No, Excellency. They'll kill you. Stop them! Stop them!
A brawl, sire. We best get out of here. Well, a brawl indeed. Tristan, look who's fighting. Vion and my Grand Marshal. Sire, it must stop at once. I think Vion's of the same mind. Look, the knave has run him through.
Francois! Run, Francois, run! The king's archers! The king's archers, they're here!
Stay where you are, in the king's name. Excellency, you're wounded. It's nothing. I'm all right, but that devil there...
Vion. Francois Vion, monsieur.
Take him out and hang him. Hang back!
Wait. Now, wait a moment.
Who dares delay the king's justice?
I am the king's justice. I am the king.
Your Majesty.
Tristan, bear my Grand Marshal to the surgeon. Now, do you hear?
Yes, sir.
And as for you, Vion, take Master Vion to the palace dungeon.
Sire, he only tried to serve your throne.
Well, milady, I've wondered when you'd appear.
The Grand Marshal is the traitor.
Is he? And what, my Lady Catherine, are you? Who gave you leave to quit the palace for this rat hole?
Please, let Vion go, sire.
You spoke of France, my lady. But was it France you wanted to save from Burgundy? Or was it yourself from the Grand Marshal?
Believe me, I didn't know that he plotted for me, too.
It doesn't matter.
And what would Vion do now, monsieur, if Vion were the King of France?
He would fight Burgundy. Then, doubtlessly, he would hang Vion. But Vion, Ted, is still a better man than Louis. Louis do nothing. Louis dare nothing. God, where our battle flag would stand if Vion were King of France.
Bow down to Burgundy. Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for a crown of Burgundy? Onward, swords against the foe. Forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around us break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Our stars will return in Act 2 of The Vagabond King in just a moment. Now, here's what happened at the Jones house this morning. Everybody was knee-deep in tissue paper and ribbons when Mrs. Jones said...
Oh, what a lovely slip. Just what I wanted. Thank you, Janie, darling.
You're welcome, Mom. I hoped you'd like it.
Now, you go ahead and open your present. The one over there on the right. I think you'll be surprised.
Oh, a slip. Why, Mom, it's just like the one I got you.
I guess that proves we both have good taste.
I can see we better sew name tags on these so we can tell which is which.
And now, let's look into a crystal ball and see what's going to happen to those slips in 1945.
Oh, Janie.
Yes, Mom?
Jane, could I borrow one of your slips, dear? I'm going downtown to buy a dress today, and I just can't be seen in this rag.
Of course. Look in that bottom drawer.
Oh, here's the one I gave you for Christmas. Why, dear, you haven't worn it.
Sure I have. Lots of time.
Well, it doesn't look it. The one you gave me is dreadfully faded, and the seams are pulling.
Sorry, Mom, but I'll bet that's your way of washing. Me, I always stick to Lux Flakes.
Well, I'll admit Lux does make a difference. A lot of difference.
Sometimes daughters know best, Mom.
When they know Lux, eh, Janie?
It is surprising what a difference Lux Care makes in the way underthings look and wear. If you could see the dozens of slips and nightgowns that were washed by a famous laboratory, you'd never trust underthings to wash day methods again. Hot water, strong soap, rough handling soon left underthings faded and drab. straps frayed, too, and seams pulled out. On the other hand, exactly the same kinds of slips given Lux Care stayed lovely and fresh. Yes, through 3 times as many washings. Lux Care is certainly thrifty care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as Louis XI. It's later the same night. Francois Villon sleeps in a prison cell. But rest doesn't come so easily to the man who put him there. Plagued with fears and uncertainties, King Louis has sent for the court astrologer. High in the palace tower, they scan the starlit sky with anxious eyes.
And in this dream you speak of, sire, you say you found a pearl of great price?
Yes, in the gutter. How do the stars interpret it?
The position of the moon and Jupiter revealed this was a dream of great significance. They were in that exact same position when Joan of Arc saved your own father.
Oh, the Maid of Orleans is dead. Who is to help me?
Clearly, the pearl in the gutter indicates one of your own subjects, someone from the depths, who may arise and save your kingdom.
And the star that fell from heaven. What is the meaning of the star?
I cannot answer, sire. Perhaps it means that if this same creature from the depths were exalted to the heights, he would be destined to fall quickly like the star of his own weight.
But you're not certain it means this?
It's very mysterious. No, I'm not certain.
Tristan.
Sire?
A bag of gold for the astrologer.
Good night, sire.
Good night. Exalted from the depths. From the depths. Come here, Tristan. You heard what the stars have told us. A person from the depths may yet save France. Tristan, I have just appointed a new Grand Marshal. Francois Villon.
Villon?
Don't stand there gaping. Go now and see that a flagon of drugged wine is placed in his cell. Let him await tomorrow morning in the palace, washed and beardless, sumptuously dressed, so changed his very mother would not recognize him. You and I alone will know of this.
But...
No buts. Joan of Arc saved my father's throne. May not Villon save mine?
You'd spare his life? Villon's to live?
Yes, for 24 hours. Then he hangs.
You put me in prison, sire. Why can't I remain there? Look what you've done to me. I stare at myself in the mirror and say, Villon, my friend, where are you?
By the saints, you smell like a violet.
And these clothes, all silk and velvet.
As befit the man you now are.
What man?
The Count de Montcobier, my new Grand Marshal.
Oh, we're both drunk.
Oh, I don't joke. Did you joke when you boasted you'd be a better king than I?
It was no boast.
Well, then king you shall be, as well as Grand Marshal. King for 24 hours.
And after that?
Oh, you'll be yourself again. Thief and cutthroat. And your last act as king will be to hang the rogue you really are.
24 hours.
Well, isn't that enough? Are you so keen to live?
I never was until yesterday. Living suddenly becomes a sweet habit.
I thought so. Tristan.
Sire?
I was wrong. Take this braggart, strip him of his silks, and whip him back into the gutter again.
Then I'm free?
Free to run howling with your tail between your legs.
Your Majesty.
Well?
Lady Catherine is here. She begs an audience with the Grand Marshal.
Lady Catherine?
Oh, she'd speak to a man, not to a cur who calls himself a king.
Wait. You say I can rule for a day?
Precisely.
On your word of honor?
Oh, my word is my honor.
Agreed, then.
In that case, Tristan, the Lady Catherine may have an audience. May she not, Excellency?
Yes, and quickly. First, let her know, Tristan, our new Grand Marshal is the Count de Montcobier.
I was told I might have an audience with the Grand Marshal.
As long as you wish, my lady.
I am Catherine de Vaucel.
I know.
As Grand Marshal, monsieur, you hold the lives of all prisoners.
I do? I mean, yes, my lady.
In prison is a certain Francois Villon. I come to ask that this man's life be spared.
What is his crime?
He tried to rid France of a traitor.
He's so fired with patriotism?
He did it because a woman asked it. He thought he loved her.
He thought. Why do you plead for his life?
Because I am that woman.
You risk disgrace telling me this.
He risked his life.
You don't by some strange chance think that you love him, do you?
Aye, he's of the street. A common thief. But still he does not deserve to die.
Does anyone? Well, your wish is granted. Bjorn is free.
Free?
As free as I am.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful, Excellency.
Wait. I'd like a favor also.
Yes?
My lady, I am told you're inclined toward the making of ballads. I've given you a man's life. The fee is a song.
A song, Excellency?
Do I ask too much?
No, only you puzzle me. I don't quite understand.
Please sing, my lady. Who knows? Maybe your song will unriddle me. I think I know better now, my lady, why this Bjorn risked his life for you. How he looked at you. As a muddy pool might look at the moon in heaven.
Monsieur, I've seen you before, haven't I?
Yes, and I think your thief must have felt as I feel now.
But how would you know that?
How do I know I live? Like him, I also loved a lady. I lost her, and with her my world. But I have found her again, in you.
I care little to be flattered, monsieur, and less to be wooed.
What does a man do to win you?
Oh, this is no season for such talk. I had hoped a man had come to court. A man who could free France of Burgundy.
And if that man should come?
My love is all for France and him who saves her.
Excuse us.
Friend Louis, Lord Tristan.
Oh, we grieve at shattering this tender interval, but we have a guest.
The Duke of Burgundy has sent a herald under truce.
I beg your leave, Excellency.
You time your interruptions, sire, with all the delicacy of an elephant.
Well, you would be king, Vion, and this is the state's business.
Then get it over with. How much time do you think I have?
Power tastes sweet. That's what. Now that you meet her on an equal footing.
Shall I thank you again, Majesty?
Oh, I've pleased only myself. Francois.
What?
In these precious hours until tomorrow, should the fellow you now pretend to be, the Count de Montcorbier, should the Count win the heart of Lady Catherine, Vion shall escape the gallows, and the Count marry his lady love.
You know what you're saying, sire.
Oh, always, and never better than now.
If Lady Catherine offers me her love, I'm free. You'll give your word on this bargain, too?
Oh, naturally. Now, go receive the herald. I'll follow in time.
At once. Sweet Louis. Kind, generous, foxy Louis.
This offer, sire, it's inconceivable. You'd give him his life?
Only if he should win Lady Catherine. I like my little measure of revenge. Mrs. Catherine has spurred me too long. It will be sport when the lady finds she's disdained my love to smile upon a beggar. I overheard their meeting, Tristan. She spurs him on to great deeds against Burgundy. Oh, he'll fight for her as he would never fight for us. Come now. I'm anxious to hear Leon's answer to Burgundy.
The herald of Burgundy. In the name of the Duke of Burgundy, greetings to Louis of France.
Greetings, and be brief.
Will it be peace or war?
My Lord Grand Marshal will answer that.
I, Your Majesty?
You, Grand Marshal.
Well, is it peace at our terms or war?
Wait. There are more pressing matters. Lord Tristan, the court grows dull. We give a ball tonight.
At a time like this?
Dancing in the gardens, plenty of wine.
King Louis, what is this folly?
Oh, do what he says. He speaks for France.
Thank you. Now then, Harold.
The Duke of Burgundy summoned you to surrender. If you refuse, it means disaster, manifold death, and slavery.
Brave words, Harold. In God's name and the king, go back to your master and say, we are well fed, we are well armed, we lie snug and warm behind our Paris walls, and we laugh at his threats. This is our answer. This and the drawn sword. God and St. Denis for the King of France.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll return with Act 3 of The Vagabond King in just a moment. Now, this morning, when a certain young lady was unwrapping a Christmas package, her sister sat watching her, wondering.
Oh, I hope she'll like those stockings I gave her. Mom said Sis needed them, so I got 3 pairs of rayon shears. Hope she likes them. They're the kind I wear myself. Mom did say, though, that if I gave Sis stockings, it would be like pouring water down the drain, because she gets runs all the time. Wish I could tell her to take care of them without getting her mad. I'd say, now remember, they're sheer and shouldn't be handled like those black monstrosities we used to wear at school. Luxing them after every wearing really keeps them going a long, long time. Just remember to use Lux Flakes. Don't rub them with whatever cake of soap you have handy at the time, and don't use strong soaps. Use lukewarm water, and don't drape them on the radiator for a quick drying job either. That's bad. And don't put them on before they're thoroughly dry. Take at least 24 hours. Maybe Sis knows all this already, but I doubt it, else Mom wouldn't have said she was hard on stockings. If she'll use Lux, they'll last much longer. But, of course, all I said on the card was love and a Merry Christmas.
Now, if that little sister does Lux those nice stockings, she'll get a real gift. Maybe the wear of 6 pairs from 3. Because Luxing can make stockings last twice as long. Strain tests proved it. Stockings washed with mild Lux Flakes didn't go into runs nearly so soon as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. Remember, for extra wear, use Lux Care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
I don't often make public confessions, but when we chat with our stars after the play tonight, I'll reveal one secret from my past. Now here's Act 3 of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as Louis XI. Francois Villon's one day of glory is more than half spent. All afternoon he was strangely absent from the palace, returning only an hour ago with his friend Tabari. The ball ordered is at midnight, but he and Tabari remain in the garden, planning the attack on the snarling armies of Burgundy beyond the city walls.
What about the king's mercenaries, the archers, the army?
They'll be on our flanks. Paris will be defended by the people of Paris, our people.
We'll be ready for you, Francois.
In 2 hours, 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock. The taverns are swarming, Francois. They wait their orders from the new Grand Marshal, who lifted the tax from their wine, opened the prison gates, and gave them food. Oh, it's a new Paris, Francois. Alive, ready, greedy for victory.
You've done well, Tabari. Go back now. Keep among them every minute. God shield us all this night, my friend.
I've been waiting to find you alone, monsieur.
Lady Catherine,
All by yourself while the palace dances?
I was about to come in to look for you.
You know, they do more than dance in there, my lord. They talk of nothing but the wonders you've worked. You've made the king popular, the people loyal, and the army faithful. And now, I think I've guessed the reason for this ball.
Let Burgundy think we're soft. At dawn, when they'd guess us full of wine and sleep, their attack would come. Except our attack will come first, at 10 o'clock.
So soon, my lord.
Hope that is soon enough.
Well, that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Nothing.
Catherine, look at me.
No, please.
What are you thinking?
Of a man whose life you saved?
Villon?
Yes. How he must despise me.
How can you possibly worry over such a creature?
I asked Villon to kill a traitor.
Well, at least he exposed him. Courbet has fled to Brittany.
But Villon thinks I lied to him.
How do you know?
He must. It's evil enough to ask a man to kill another. But Villon believes I did it for myself and not for France. The Duke of Burgundy had promised me to Courbet. I didn't know that.
I swear I'm not flattered, Catherine, seeing you fret over a rogue from the gutter.
Real men are rare in France, monsieur. But think no more of him, for I shall not.
And of me? Will you think of me after tomorrow, when I'm rather certain I'll be dead?
I pray not, with all my heart.
My lady, and our Grand Marshal. Might I suggest, Excellency, that you show yourself inside?
In a moment.
Lady Catherine, His Majesty had hoped you would sing for our guests.
If he wishes.
He's quite impatient. Now, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Thanks. My lords and ladies, at His Majesty's command, Lady Catherine de Vaucelles.
Majesty.
Ah, yes, Grand Marshal.
May I speak with you outside?
This way. Beyond?
We strike at Burgundy shortly.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
And as for me...
Yes?
There's no outwitting you, sire. Build your gallows tree.
A gallows tree? You've lost all hope.
I've neither time nor heart for your game. She's a lady, royally proud. I can't trick her. Before I leave, I'll tell her who I really am.
That you are Vion? You think you'd win her with honesty?
No. I couldn't win her with lies or with truth.
Then rest assured you'll swing if you return from battle. Wait, someone's coming. Well, the lady herself. Catherine, my dear.
Sire, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, we merely exchanged some trifling opinions on life and death. By the way, your song moved me much, milady.
Thank you. My Lord Grand Marshal?
Yes?
If I shouldn't see you again tonight, take this if you'd care to.
Well, one of my choicest roses. I do not grow these, Catherine, to dispense to my army.
Perhaps it will bring fortune to the army, sire.
Well, maybe. Take it, Grand Marshal.
Thank you, Catherine.
I'll still be more shameless, sire. With it, I give him my hand and my heart.
Wait.
Oh, charming.
Catherine, look at me closely. Don't you see anything to remind you? Last night, a gloomy tavern, a thief who wrote a verse.
What of him?
Only this. I am that thief.
You?
Francois Villon. You betrothed yourself to a jailbird, my royal lady.
Sire.
Oh, Paris would be greatly amused. If I could not have you for a queen, at least France has you to laugh at. Catherine de Vaucelles throws herself at a full-fledged scavenger.
And you, Monsieur Villon, why did you do this? Have you nothing to say?
I told you once I loved you.
And is love a trick to you, too? Oh, go back to your tavern and gloat well, monsieur.
Yes, methinks you hang, Master Villon.
The Burgundians may cheat you yet.
Yes, the Burgundians.
If you'd learn how the battle goes, your messengers can find me at the crossroads.
My archers will be at the crossroads.
No. Your people will save your throne, not your army. You hear that song? And those who sing will fight for you. The rabble of Paris, half drunk and all inspired. Goodbye, sire.
The battle. What word of the battle?
At midnight, Burgundy threw his full force at the crossroads. Villon still holds fast.
News, I say.
3 times the enemy attacked. 3 times our people wavered. And then stood firm.
Oh, God be praised. The dawn is breaking, Tristan.
None too cheerfully, Your Majesty.
No further news?
None, sire.
But that hammering.
Your gibbet, sire, for Villon. When and if he returns.
Your Majesty.
Oh, fair Catherine, you arise early.
I've been to Mass.
To ease your heart?
My heart is at the crossroads, sire.
With France, yes, I know. But all of France is a broad target for a little heart. It's time you narrow it down to, say, a Frenchman.
I have.
Since last night?
Oh, I've learned much since then, sire. I've learned the truth. I love him.
Villon?
But a pointless truth, since I doubt that I shall ever see him again.
Yes, it would be kinder far if he were to die out there than dangle on his gallows.
Gallows?
Well, it's the reward he gambled for. Your hand in marriage or the hangman's noose.
But how could you offer my hand in marriage? My rank forbids it.
Well, of course it forbids it. That's why I knew I couldn't lose, milady.
Sire.
Well?
Paris is saved, sire. Your Grand Marshal and his rabble return in triumph.
Oh, victory!
They're pouring into the square after him. Paris has gone wild.
Summon to the court of the square. We receive Villon at once. Villon!
Here are banners for your carpet, sire. An hour ago, they floated over Burgundy.
Speak to your people, Vion.
In the king's name. In the king's name, there will be gold for every man who fought, and a month's food for all of his family.
Ever generous with my treasury, Vion.
To the end, sire.
Well, for heaven's sake, speed the end before I'm bankrupt.
As you wish. You who have fought with me know me by two names. To some, I am the Count de Montcorbier. To most of you, Francois Villon. We've won a battle, and I lost a wager. As Grand Marshal, I declare the life of Villon forfeit, and that he be hanged at once on the gibbet that waits for him.
Sire, listen to your people. He saved your France for you. Will you let him die like this?
Well, wait. My good people, you've heard Master Villon. Now, if there's one among you here willing to take his place on the gallows, let him speak and come forward. There is no one. No one.
We're wasting time, friend Louis.
Wait. Sire, I claim your promise.
Catherine.
Oh, but you cannot. You cannot marry him. Your rank forbids it.
I renounce my rank. Before you all, I'm Catherine de Vaucel, Grand Seneschal of Gascony. In my domain, I hold the power of life and death, which I now renounce with all my rank, that I may claim to marry Francois Villon.
A miracle. A star has fallen to me out of heaven.
A star! My dream. That was my dream.
Catherine, you would do this to save my life.
It's a life I love more than my own.
Now, wait. Keep your lands and titles, Catherine.
Sire.
Oh, have no fear. I'm through with jests and trickeries. My dream. Yes, it all comes clear.
Your dream?
The stars foretold me of this union. I have no will to question destiny. Francois?
Majesty?
You have my blessing, both of you. Now get her to the nearest priest and hurry. But first, a promise, Catherine.
Yes?
For heaven's sake, never let this knave play at king again.
Never, sire.
There are sweeter things than being king, friend Louis.
Are there, Francois?
They are told with lips, but without words. Like this.
Yes. I can see what you mean.
That was only the start. Shall I keep on?
Please do.
Only a rose you give me, only a song dying away, only a smile.
return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Now there are all those dishes from Christmas dinner piled in the sink. Do you feel like this?
Oh, dear. Dishes. There's never any holiday for Mother.
Does dishwashing get you down? Well, there is a way to make it a great deal more pleasant.
I'd like it better if it took less time, Mr. Kennedy.
It can with Lux Flakes. Here's what you do. You put your dishes in a big pan full of rich Lux suds and just swish, and they come clean quickly. Then rinse in hot water and let them dry by themselves. Everything but the silver.
Even the glasses, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, even the glasses. Put them on a paper towel to drain. They may need a little wiping around the edges, but no more. You see, Lux not only dissolves instantly, never gets lumpy, But it rinses off completely, too. Doesn't leave soapy streaks on china or glassware. They dry beautifully clear without wiping. Of course, there's the other big difference Lux makes.
You mean how much easier it is on your hands?
Yes, strong soaps can leave your hands painfully rough and red-looking. Changing to Lux soon takes that rough red look away, and very thriftily, too. Here's why Lux Flakes are so inexpensive for dishes. Ounce for ounce, they will wash up to twice as many dishes as other leading soaps tested. Why not try changing from strong soaps to Lux for your dishes, to save time and to save your hands? Now, back to Mr. DeMille and our stars.
And now our thanks to Dennis Morgan, Catherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash for a most delightful Christmas present in tonight's performance. And since it's Christmas, I'm going to play Santa Claus and give away a secret.
We're in a very receptive mood, C.B. What is it?
Well, it's the reason why I have a tender spot in my heart for tonight's play. You see, 42 years ago, I was a member of the original company that first presented it.
You acted in The Vagabond King, Mr. DeMille?
Well, at that time, Catherine, it was called If I Were King. E.H. Southern starred in it.
What part did you play, C.B.?
I was one of Francois Villon's vagabonds, the worst cutthroat of the lot.
Oh, no, that doesn't sound like you, Mr. DeMille.
Doesn't sound like me. Oh, thank you, Catherine. But the actors who work for me say that that's how I got my start as a producer.
Did you sing, too, C.B.?
Did I sing? Why, certainly.
Good heavens.
Yeah. That's what the audience said.
Well, if we'd known this earlier, we should have had you in tonight's play, C.B.
Well, thank you, Dennis. Thank you. It's a little late for that, but if you'd like to hear me sing Mares Eve.
What play do you have on Lux next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
I said if you'd like to hear me sing. Well, as I was saying, for next week we have a brand new comedy, just released by RKO. It's Bride by Mistake. And our stars will be Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt. Miss Day and Miss Hunt will be in their original screen roles. Lorraine as the glamorous and wealthy heiress who, in order to test the intentions of the man she loves, poses as her own secretary, with startling and amusing results.
Sounds like an entertaining way to start the new year, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That's a sweet music tonight. Another Christmas has come and almost gone. And I imagine it came differently to all of us. Here in Hollywood, it passed with sunny skies and summer warmth. Perhaps where you are, it's cold and white and sparkling. But Christmas 1944 has meant one thing to all of us. That for one day at least, the memory of peace on earth has come to men of goodwill everywhere. Peace on earth. For the present, it's a dream in our hearts and a prayer on our lips. But if we can keep our faith and courage through whatever darkness lies ahead, we can look forward with assurance to the day when peace on earth, goodwill to men will be a permanent reality. Wherever you may be, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in wishing you every blessing of the Christmas season. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt in Bride by Mistake. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
All of us have one thought in mind this Christmas Day, to speed the victory and bring our boys home sooner. You housewives of America can help in an important way by saving those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. Don't let up in this essential contribution. Strain your waste fats into a clean can, and as soon as you've saved a pound, hurry it over to your butcher. He'll give you in return 4 cents and 2 red ration points. Next week, we'll have a new Monday night neighbor. George Burns and Gracie Allen will be on just a half hour before the Lux Radio Theater. You'll hear George and Gracie at their usual time tomorrow, so listen then. It'll be plenty of fun. But next week, tune in a half an hour before we come on, and you'll hear George Burns and Gracie Allen. The Vagabond King was presented through the courtesy of Thames Whitmark Music Library in New York. Dennis Morgan is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture Hollywood Canteen. Heard in tonight's play were Walter Bond, Jack Moyles, Beverly Brown, Charles Seal, Tyler McVeigh, Ed Emerson, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Bride by Mistake with Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt.
Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Better cook with Spry, 'cause you'll be a better cook with Spry.
Cakes, pies, fried foods, everything tastes better made with new Easy Mix Spry shortening. So for light, fluffy cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crisp, digestible fried foods,
Better cook with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Bride by Mistake with Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Frank Sinatra, Katherine Grayson, and Gene Kelly in Anchors Aweigh. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and to that, may I add very special holiday greetings. This time of year calls for music, gaiety, and laughter, and so we've gone out of our way to bring you all three in a play that so many of you have requested, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great screen hit, Anchors Aweigh. And to do it full justice, we present its three original stars, Frank Sinatra, Katherine Grayson, and Gene Kelly, in a delightful comedy romance highlighted by unforgettable songs. Songs I'm sure you'll all be humming as you leave the theater. Humming tomorrow, maybe, as you wash those dishes in rich, mild Lux suds. For especially this time of year, when entertaining is an almost daily ritual and time is precious, I'm sure Lux Flakes are brightening the holidays by helping you care for your nice things more easily and quickly. And in that way, they're promising a Happy New Year to you all. It's time for Anchors Aweigh, and here's our first act, starring Frank Sinatra as Clarence Doolittle, Katherine Grayson as Susan, and Gene Kelly as Joe Brady. It's toward the end of the war, and one of our fighting ships has just dropped anchor in the harbor of San Pedro, California. Among the sailors granted a 4-day leave after 8 months at sea are Joe Brady and Clarence Doolittle. Joe, with his first step on shore, instinctively dashed for the nearest telephone. Clarence, as always, tagging at his heels.
Gosh, Joe, looks like every sailor who got leave wants a telephone.
Yeah. Hey, pipe down, will you? Hello, Miss Laverne? Miss Lola Laverne? Come on. Hey, shut up, you guys, will you?
Yeah, can't you see he's talking to his girl?
Is this the face that launched 1,000 ships? Yeah, it's Joe, all right. Hello, you beautiful creature. Hey, how do you like that? Well, it'll be a couple hours before I hit Hollywood, honey. Oh, I know what you mean, baby. Oh, can you wait?
Boy, what technique?
Well, let's decide that later, baby. After 8 months at sea, all I want to do is look at you for a long time. Sure, I'll hurry. Goodbye, honey. Thanks, fellas. Thanks. Really nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Hurry up. The buses are leaving for Hollywood.
Hey, here we go, Clarence. Oh, you beautiful, gorgeous dames, you. Here we come. Now, look, Clarence. Ever since we got to Hollywood, you've been following me. You got a date, haven't you?
Uh-uh.
Well, I thought you...
Uh-uh. It's always been like this, Joe. Every time we hit port, all I do is go to the library.
So you like books. What's the beef?
Well, I thought it'd be fun to try something different. You know, like going out with girls. But, I don't know how to begin.
Nah, don't give me that, Clarence. After all, you're from Brooklyn.
Joe, even in Brooklyn, things can go wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, right from boys' high school, I went to the cathedral, see, and I was the assistant choir master.
Oh.
Yeah, right from there, of course, I went into the Navy. And I wouldn't tell that to anyone but you, Joe.
Well, do you want a couple of phone numbers?
Thanks, but I'd be too scared to use them. But when you mentioned Lola, I thought you'd...
Lola? Hey, are you kidding?
Well, if I could go with you, I could learn something. After all, Joe, everybody knows you're the best wolf in the Navy. And besides, you gotta help me.
What do you mean I gotta help you?
Well, didn't you save my life when I fell overboard? Huh? I didn't ask you to save my life, so now you're responsible for me.
So now How do you like this guy?
Well, look, Joe, what's the sense in having your life saved if you can't have any fun with it?
Well, look, if I find a dame for you and get you started, will you call it quits?
Gee, that'd be swell, Joe. I'm certainly... Hey, Joe. Hey, look, that police car, Joe.
Well, what about it?
Joe, that cop.
Hey, you sailors. Come here, you guys.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea?
Let's not have any unpleasantness, fellas. Now, just get in the car.
Hey, what do we do? Look, I got a date.
We'll tell you all about it at headquarters. Well, I found a couple of sailors, Captain. Here they are.
Yeah, what's the charge? What's the big idea of hauling
Take it easy, sailor. If you've been inconvenienced, I'm sorry. But you see this kid here?
Sure, I see this kid
Well, he's
here.
run away from home. He won't tell us who he is or where he lives. I'm going nuts.
Well, what will he tell you?
That he run away to join the Navy.
Oh, I see. Hi, Admiral.
Hi, sailor.
So you want to join the Navy, huh?
Aye, sir.
Okay. Attention. State your name and rank.
Donald Martin, sir. Boy.
Where do you live?
1515 Foothill Road.
Hey, just like Daddy tells him. He wouldn't tell us nothing.
Well, look, mate, it's like this. Before they'll take you in the Navy, you got to have a letter from your mother or father saying it's okay, see?
But I don't have a mother or father anymore.
Oh.
You think a letter from my Aunt Susie would be okay?
Well, sure. Why not?
Okay, McGinley. Drive them all over to the kid's house.
Oh, no, nothing doing.
Oh, we don't mind, Joe.
It'll take you 5 minutes.
No, I can't. Look, what am I going to do about Lola? She's waiting for... Well, look, are you sure it'll only take 5 minutes?
Maybe less even. Come on, kid. Here we go.
Okay, Donald, what goes? I thought you said your Aunt Susie was here.
She lives here, but she went out tonight.
And left a nice little kid like you all alone?
Oh, but Mrs. Murphy was here. See, she left a note.
Give me that. Dear Miss Abbott, Donald was a very good boy. He's fast asleep, so I went home. Mrs. Murphy.
She only thought I was fast asleep.
Yeah. Fellas, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I don't want you to think I'd walk out on you, but...
Hey, where you going?
I'm leaving. I got a date with a girl.
Well, that's just great. What do you think I got a date with, a duck?
Well, anyway, you want to talk to her aunt, don't you? Thanks, fellas.
Say, if he can blow, I can blow. Lola's
Joe, now wait a minute, Joe. You can't leave me here. What about my being a wolf? You promised me.
And you both promised me you'd talk to Aunt Susie. If you don't help me, what'll I do?
Oh, pipe down a minute, will you?
What are you so worried about?
Huh? Oh, things, sailor. Things. You'll understand when you get older.
They used to say that to me, too, Donald.
Well, did you understand when you got older?
Nope.
That Aunt Susie, what can an old lady be doing out this time of night?
Hey, Joe. Psst, there she is.
Hi, Aunt Susie.
Hey, Joe. That ain't an old lady. That's a young lady.
Well, what got you home so early? A feet give out?
What? And just who are you?
Leaving this little kid all alone while you're out having a big time.
Would you mind telling me what you're doing here?
Oh, sure. We're a couple of guys the police called in when they found this kid wandering around the boulevard.
Donald? Just a moment.
Don't apologize to us. Don't apologize. Come on, Clarence.
Well, goodbye.
Joe, but you promised me. Joe, you promised.
What? Hey, Joe, the kid's crying.
Wait a minute, please. Give me a chance to explain.
Okay, you're very sorry, but my pal and I have got plans, see? We'd like to get going.
Oh, I haven't got a thing to do.
What? Well, I just thought if you could stay for a little while. You see, Donald's so upset and I...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Donald. What is this?
But you promised me, Joe. The letter. Joe, don't go. Don't go.
Look at him, Joe. He's hugging you.
What letter?
Well, The kid wanted to join the Navy, see, and, well, I told him about needing a letter from his folks.
And if you give it to me now, Aunt Susie, I can leave with Joe. Can't I, Joe?
Well, sure, but, there's a couple of things besides the letter, like, can you read and write? You can't read and write. You think the Navy takes dopes?
Not ever?
Well, maybe sometimes, huh, Clarence?
Yeah, but even dopes have to read and write.
What'll I do?
Well, the first thing you gotta do is study real hard. Before you know it, you won't be a dope.
All right, Donald. Now what about bed?
Okay, Aunt Susie, but Joe's got to tuck me in.
What? Now, really, Donald.
Oh, we'd be very happy to put him to bed, won't we, Joe?
Huh?
Joe, what's the matter, Joe? You got such a funny look on your face. You're all purpley like.
Okay, kid, now close those peepers and hit the sack. Come on.
Joe, you're coming back to see me? Promise?
Sure, I'll come back, sure. Come on, Clarence, let's blow.
Wait, I always get sung to sleep.
Look what wants to join the Navy. Okay, Clarence, you're the choir master around here. Sing to him.
Oh, Joe.
Go ahead, sing.
Oh. Lullaby and good night, with roses bedight, bright angels around, my darling shall stand. Lay thee down now and rest, may thy slumber be blessed. Lay thee down now and rest, may thy slumber be blessed. Well, he's asleep, Aunt Susie.
I don't know how to thank you. Anyway, I've made some coffee and sandwiches.
Sorry, we gotta get going.
Oh.
Goodbye, Aunt Susie, and thanks. Thanks again. But where are we going, Joe?
I better phone Lola. That looks like a bar down the street. I'll phone from there.
Joe, wait a minute. There's something I got to talk to you about.
What?
About getting a girl, I mean. Joe, I've seen the one I want.
You mean... Oh, no, Clarence, no.
Oh, Joe, remember, you promised me.
Okay, I promised you, but I didn't promise you Aunt Susie. Now, come on, get in the cafe. I got a phone. But, Lola, baby, I know you're tired, but what do you mean it's for my sake? Huh? Okay. No, I'm not sore. I'll be by tomorrow. 10 o'clock? In the morning? Well, sure, Lola, if that's what you want. All right, goodbye, baby.
Gee, Joe, that's tough.
Yeah.
Joe.
What do you want?
I don't want to keep messing up your plans, but, well, we won't have to look for a girl for me anymore. We've already found Aunt Susie.
No. I'm going to find you a dame that's a dame, see? But right now we got to find a place to sleep. Come on, we'll look up the nearest USO.
Hey, there's a couple of beds down there, fellas.
Thanks, pal.
First night's leave for you guys?
Yeah.
Well, what do you say? Do you want to talk?
Oh, sure. We got in a little trouble, didn't we, Joe? We picked up a little kid, see?
Yeah, and what a little kid that was.
What?
And what another little kid that she had waiting for us when we got home. Such trouble we should run into every night of our life, huh, Clarence? I tell you, never have I seen such dames. Now, take this blonde. Not that there was anything wrong with that redhead of yours, huh, Clarence?
Oh, no. She was rather interesting.
Interesting? You guys should have seen this kid work. Ooh.
Well, come on, sailor, give.
Well, we take the dames home, see?
Yeah, you took the dames
home. A little slow at first, a little slow, but, well, anyway, I asked my girl for a kiss.
Oh, you did?
And she says, no.
Well, who won? You were these dames. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you. I begged her.
That's only the way he started.
I pleaded.
You should have seen this boy operate.
I told her, baby, come out of your shell. I told her, maybe you'll find that it's swell.
What technique, huh?
I argued.
Never saw such a stubborn dame in my life.
I threatened.
This kid's got muscles, too.
I said you can't send me home, not like this. And I finally got that kiss. You tell her, Brooklyn. Tell her how it happened.
She begged me. True?
Oh, true.
She pleaded.
Got down on her bended knee to him.
She told me, baby, come on out of your shell.
Oh, this boy was sensational.
She told me, maybe you'll find that it's swell.
Tell him, Brooklyn, tell him.
I'm telling him. She argued.
They fought like wildcats.
Then she threatened.
Practically threw a gun on the boy.
She said, you can't go away. Not like this.
What happened?
Then she finally got her kiss.
In just a moment, our stars will return with Anchors Aweigh. Why are you looking in the mirror, Libby?
Oh, I'm wondering if I'm getting old. Here's Peggy Ann Garner, who was practically a child yesterday, having her first screen romance in Thunder in the Valley.
That's quite a leap. Who's the lucky man?
A 20th Century Fox chose Lon McAllister. Oh, it's a very touching love story with Peggy Ann and Lon playing the part of children of simple Scottish shepherds. And there's a dog in it who really wrings your heart.
How does Peggy like growing up?
Well, she says the hardest part of Thunder in the Valley was making her first love scenes for the screen. But in real life, she loves being grown up enough to wear the new look.
And graduate from bobby socks to nylons?
That's right. She still gets a kick out of dressing for a date in a long dress and beautifully sheer nylons.
I hope she knows how to take care of her nylons.
Well, of course. She follows the example of the studio and always uses Lux.
A very sound idea, seeing that Lux Flakes make nylons last twice as long. Scientific strain tests proved that.
Oh, Peggy Ann is a Lux fan. And no smart girl would ever let her nylons be washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. She knows those things make runs come quickly.
Just what our strain tests showed. Stockings washed with Lux lasted twice as long.
Well, the young fry like that idea. It's just like getting an extra pair of nylons every time they buy a pair.
Let's suggest this New Year's resolution to all the women in our audience. For longer wear, give nylons nightly Lux care. We return you now to William Keighley.
Act 2 of Anchors Aweigh, starring Frank Sinatra as Clarence Doolittle, Katherine Grayson as Susan, and Gene Kelly as Joe. Well, it's the following day. And has Joe Brady at long last had his date with Lola? Well, what do you think, with Clarence around?
But, Joe, I had to let you sleep, Joe. You look so peaceful there in bed. And besides, you needed the rest badly, didn't you, Joe?
Like I need a hole in the head. When I did wake up, when I phoned Lola, you know what she told me to do? Well, do you?
Now, Joe, no rough stuff now, Joe. Joe, lay off, will you, Joe?
Now, late in the afternoon, and much against his better judgment, Joe has allowed Clarence to talk him into calling on Donald and Aunt Susan.
Oh, what a nice surprise.
Well, we promised Donald we'd come back, and Clarence here bought him some toys.
Oh, Mr. Doolittle, how sweet of you.
Oh, that's okay. Where is Donald?
Donald's still in school. Won't you sit down?
Say, speaking of Donald, aren't you a little young to be bringing up a kid?
Well, I'm all the family he has. I know it's hard on Donald. I mean, I never know when the studios are going to call me. Like last night.
Oh, you were working last night?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were out on a date. Oh, an actress, huh? Well, what do you know?
Yeah, gee whiz, movies.
Well, I'm not really an actress. Just an extra. What I really want to do is sing.
Well, why don't you?
Oh, that's easy to say. Oh, well, there's always a chance that someone will hear me. There's some really great musicians at the studios, Stokowski and Jose Iturbi.
Iturbi, huh?
Mm-hmm. And then whenever I can sing, I sing in a little Mexican cafe. As a matter of fact, I'm singing there tonight. So if you'll excuse me, I'd better run up and change.
Well, if you want somebody to hear you sing, here's your boy right here, Clarence.
What?
Clarence?
Well, sure. He used to be the assistant.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. Careful. Remember what you promised
Well,
me.
anyway, you know that fella you mentioned before, a Turby? Well, Clarence and a Turby are just like this. Pals.
No, Joe, please, Joe.
Well, why not tell her? Look, Aunt Susan, while you change your dress, Clarence will call up a Turby and arrange for him to hear you sing.
Oh, Clarence, do you really mean that?
Certainly he means it, don't you, Clarence?
Yeah, I guess I do, yeah.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, Clarence?
There, you see? She's grateful to you already. Now you get a date with her and,
But, Joe, I don't know a Turby. You lied to her, Joe.
You told me you knew a guy named a Turby in Brooklyn.
Yeah, Maxie Turby, he's a butcher.
Details, always worrying about details. I tell you, Clarence, it's a cinch.
Well, Clarence, did you speak to him, Mystery Turby?
Of course he did, and you got an audition.
When? When did he say?
When?
Go ahead, Clarence, tell her when.
Saturday morning at 11:15.
See?
Oh, I just don't know how to thank you. It's about the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me.
Look, Clarence has so many things to tell you. Why don't you two go to that Mexican place together, have dinner, and talk it over?
Well, I think that would be a wonderful idea.
It's swell. Joe, you better come, too.
No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I've got a date.
Oh, Joe, you said you weren't meeting Lola till 10 o'clock?
Well, you two work it out while I call Mrs. Murphy. She's coming over to stay with Donald again.
What do you want to drag me along for?
Because I don't know what a Turby told me on the phone.
Okay, but I'm blowing early, do you understand? Early.
Yeah, blowing
Señoras y señores, we are very happy to have once again Miss Susan Abbott to sing for us.
Gee, Susie, you were wonderful.
Well, thank you. Where's Joe?
Oh, Joe went to make a phone call.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a pretty busy guy.
he is?
Yeah, he's the most wonderful wolf in the whole Navy.
Well, what about you, Clarence?
Oh, I'm fine.
Well, what I mean is, what sort of work do you do in the Navy?
Gun crew.
Is it interesting?
It's keen.
Well, that's nice. And, we missed you.
Oh, I'll bet you did, huh, Clarence?
Hey, Joe, try these enchiladas. They're murder.
Susita, your song was best yet.
Thank you, Pedro. Pedro, guess who I'm going to sing for on Saturday morning? Jose Turby.
Susita, excuse please, I tell Mama.
Hey, Susie, it's only an audition. Do you think you ought to tell people?
Yeah, what if everything didn't go just right?
Well, you've given me my opportunity, and if I fail now, well, it's my own fault.
Well, say, Clarence, why don't you dance with Susan?
Well, I'd love to, Clarence.
Thanks, but I don't know how to dance. Joe will be glad to dance with you, Susan.
Huh?
Well?
Oh, sure.
Gee, look at him dancing. Joe's a wonderful dancer. I'm such a coward. I don't know why, either. Why do I freeze when Susie just looks at me? What makes people act this way about people? What makes anything? What makes the sun set? What makes the moon rise? What makes the tide remember to hide? And why does it soon rise? What makes a star fall? Where does it fall to? Why does its flight make...
No, you too?
Yeah, Flatbush.
Cream paint.
Well, how do you like that?
You here all alone?
No, I'm with a girl. She's dancing, see?
Huh? Oh, Miss Abbott, huh? Oh, she's a swell girl, all right.
Yeah, only I don't know how to talk to her. I can't ever talk to girls at all.
Well, you're talking to me, aren't you?
Oh, it's sure different. You're from Brooklyn.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Excuse me, Joe. What did you say?
I said, most girls are so easy to figure out.
They are?
Yeah, but, well, you're... Oh, one time you looked kind as if you knew all the answers, and then 10 minutes later, you're like a little kid. Just when a guy starts thinking maybe he ought to buy an ice cream cone or a doll or something, all of a sudden you're grown up again.
I am?
Yeah. Yeah, and everything gets all kind of mixed up and interesting. Well, that's what Clarence said about you. You know, he thinks about you all the time.
He does? Well, who do you think about, Joe?
Well, I don't know, Aunt Susie. Well, right now I'm a little confused about everything. All of a sudden, let's get back to the table, huh?
And did you hear what Aunt Susie said when we brought her home, Joe? She said she didn't know when she'd been so happy.
Yeah, why shouldn't she be happy with that big, beautiful audition coming up?
Oh, Turby. Joe, what'll I do?
Yeah, and what'll I do? When I called Lola tonight from that Mexican joint, she hung up on me.
Joe, look, you just gotta get to Turby. I don't know how, but the first thing tomorrow morning, you gotta go to that movie studio and talk to Turby.
Mr. Turby's office. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Whitney, but Mr. Turby isn't in. Yes, I'll tell him you called. Now then, you're Mr. Brady.
Yeah, I wanted to see...
If you'll sit down over there, Mr. Turby should be here shortly.
Oh, thanks a lot, miss.
Strange you didn't tell me you had an appointment. Come in.
And my name is Susan Abbott, and I have an appointment to see Mr.
Well, hello there. Don't you ever speak to sailors, lady?
Well, Joe, what are you doing here?
Well, Clarence is off having a little chat with Jose, and I'm waiting for him to come back. Come on, let's go have a Coke or something.
Well, I was just... Say Saturday.
Come on, Susan, let's go.
Joe... I don't understand.
Well, I don't understand either. What are you doing here at the studio?
Well, I'm working here today as an extra, so I thought I'd...
And that's where you almost made a terrible mistake. Boy, are you lucky I was in Turby's office to stop you.
But, Joe, why?
Well, look. You go to see Mr. Turby now. You try to talk to him, see? Well, he's polite, but very busy, and it's just no good. But if you wait till Saturday morning, well, Turby's expecting to see one of these big, beefy opera singers, and you walk in. You'll look like $1 million. Oh, believe me, Aunt Susie, you'll kill him.
Well, yes, maybe that would be better, Joe.
Sure. So come on, let's have that Coke.
But what happened, Joe? How come you didn't see Turby?
I ran into Susie, that's how come.
You mean she still thinks she's seeing him on Saturday?
Now, don't worry, kid. We'll get to Turby and tell him it's just a gag, and well, they say he's a swell fella, and maybe he'll let her sing for him after all.
Oh, I don't know. Joe, about tonight. You'll come with me when I go down to the cafe, won't you?
No, Clarence. You see, well, that's Susie. You know, she's okay. You see her alone.
For heaven's sake, look who's here.
Oh, hello, Brooklyn. Yeah, I got a date with Susie. I'm early.
You look like you were going to a funeral. What's the matter?
Well, I'm going to be alone with her tonight, and I won't even know what to say. I'm such a dope.
Oh, what's wrong with you? Why, last night, the first note I heard you sing, I knew you were the romantical type. Now, look, I'm Hersey. I'm just finishing supper. I'm sitting here toying with my cup of java. The fellas are playing soft music. I'm looking at you.
You're looking at me. Gee, you're swell.
Gee, thanks. Well, that's swell for a starter. What else, Clarence?
Well, something like this, maybe. The charm of you is comparable to a Christmas tree with toys, with little girls and boys when first they see the tree. The thrill of you is comparable to the thrill I felt when I first learned a heart could sigh, and you were the reason why. And yet, if we two had never met, I'd know your grace, that warmth of face that only the angels get. And so comparing you with all of these things is all that I can do, because they add up to the charm of you.
Gee, I'd give a month's tips to have somebody sing to me like that.
Somebody will, Brooklyn. You wait and see. You're a wonderful girl.
Oh, go on. Hey, here she comes, Miss Abbott. I better get to work.
Hello, Clarence.
Oh, hello, Susan.
Oh, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Did you have a nice time today with Mr. Etterby? I saw Joe at the studio, you know, and he said that you and Mr. Etterby...
Oh, yeah, Susan. Yeah, I remember. Look, Susan, there's something I've got to tell you. It might make a great difference in the way you feel about seeing me even, but I've got to tell you.
Oh, please don't tell me now, Clarence. I like you very much, but... Well, we haven't known each other very long, and, well, sometimes it's a mistake to say things too soon.
You think so?
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, now I feel better. I was afraid to tell you anyway.
By the way, where is Joe tonight?
Oh, Joe probably has a date with Lola. He's crazy about her.
Oh, I see.
I mean, she's crazy about him, and he doesn't seem to mind it at all.
Well, anyway, Clarence... I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, gee, Aunt Susan. It's really nothing. Why,
Ow! Oh, it's all my fault. I didn't watch where I was going. Oh, Clarence, just look. You're all over soup.
Oh, that's all right, Brooklyn. You hardly touched me.
You want to come out in the kitchen? A couple of minutes next to that oven and you'll be dry.
I think you better, Clarence. It's all right. I'll wait for you.
Are you getting dried out, Clarence?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing fine.
There's a noodle in your hair.
Oh.
I'll get it for you.
Gee, thanks. You know, I wish I could stay here and talk to you.
You do?
Yeah, you know something, Brooklyn? With you around, I feel like I was home again, in Flatbush.
Gee, thanks.
You're welcome. And that's not all. The more I look at you, Brooklyn, the more...
Clarence.
Hey, Joe. I thought you had a date with Lola.
Where's Susan?
Oh, she went to phone. She's checking up on Donald.
Look, I've been waiting to get you alone. You having fun? Sure. All you needed was a girl. Look, kid, I've been scouting around. I mean about Etterby, and I found out he's rehearsing his orchestra tomorrow morning in the Hollywood Bowl.
Uh-huh.
We'll nail him there for sure, so don't worry. Everything's going to be okay with you and Susan.
Yeah, but, Joe, I don't want to...
Relax, kid, relax. Just string her along till we see what happens in the morning.
It's no use, Joe. Etterby's in the bowl and we're here in the street. Guards at every entrance. Even you can be licked, Joe. We just got to tell Susie the truth, that's all.
Okay. Well, she's working at the studio today. I'll try to find her.
No, wait a minute, Joe. This time's up to me to do it.
No, I'll tell her. She'll be good and sore, but she'll be sore at me, right?
I'll tell her how it all happened just because you were crazy about her.
Well, what's the use? We're due back in San Pedro tomorrow, and our leave is practically over.
Oh, Clarence, Susie's not a girl just for a leave. She's a kind you come home to, and this'll do it.
Joe.
Yeah?
There's something I've been wanting to tell you.
What?
Never mind. I guess you're right.
Okay, I'll meet you at that little bar near Susie's house about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Joe.
Clarence, what are you doing here in the middle of the afternoon?
I don't know, Brooklyn. Except that I left Joe about 3 hours ago, and I started walking, and, well, here I am. That's not the truth. I do know why I'm here. Brooklyn, I love you.
Oh, no, Clarence. No, you love Susan.
I did, but I don't. I mean, I know it's awful, but I can't help it. I love you.
I don't think it's so awful, Clarence.
Well, yes, it is. It means that I'm fickle. But say you'll marry me, Brooklyn. Please say you'll. Oh, no. No.
Clarence, what's the matter?
Well, I've been in such a daze about you, I forgot.
Forgot what?
That Joe is seeing her now. He's making me out a big guy so she'll like me. Susan, I mean. And I don't want her to like me. Oh, every time I leave that guy, I get in trouble. Joe! Hey, Joe!
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our stars will return with Anchors Aweigh in just a moment. We're delighted to have as our guest this evening one of Hollywood's more talented young actresses, Miss Mona Barry. Mona's just finished playing in the screen version of Sinclair Lewis's famous novel, Cass Timberlane. Right, Mona?
Right, Mr. Keeley. And I was very grateful for that part.
Well, you're surrounded by a fine cast, Mona, with Spencer Tracy in the title role.
And Lana Turner is the woman he loves.
That's indeed a dynamic combination.
Then there's Zachary Scott in that suave, menacing type of role he does so well.
Great stars and a powerfully emotional love story, brought to life by that fine director, George Sidney, who, incidentally, also directed the picture we're presenting here tonight.
You know, Mr. Keeley, Lana Turner is becoming so versatile, I expect any day that Big League Baseball is going to make her an offer.
You mean after that sandlot baseball sequence in the picture?
Yes. You should have seen her practicing. She had plenty of falls, but that didn't stop her. I felt sorry, though, for the wardrobe department having to freshen her tomboy shorts and shirts so often.
John Kennedy can tell you why you needn't have worried.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. At Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, where they filmed Cass Timberlane, they use Lux Flakes for everything washable, as they do at other leading Hollywood studios.
Well, I should have known when I saw how wonderful they looked every time. After all, I'm a Lux fan myself.
With the studios, Lux Care is a matter of saving dollars and cents. It's so safe for colors. Keeps them new looking up to 3 times as long.
That's really true?
Proved true by actual washing tests. When colors were washed the wrong way, they soon looked faded and old. That's what strong soap, hot water, and rough handling can do. But when the laboratory took identical fabrics and washed them the Lux way, they stayed color fresh up to 3 times as long.
And what girl doesn't appreciate that nice as new Lux look these days?
Right you are. Keeping nice washables new looking up to 3 times as long is a fine thing for the budget. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss Mona Barry. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of Anchors Aweigh, starring Frank Sinatra as Clarence, Katherine Grayson as Susan, and Gene Kelly as Joe. Poor Clarence Doolittle. He's so in love with the waitress from Brooklyn, he forgot all about the fact that Joe's been patiently waiting at the picture studio to see Susan, to tell her the truth about the make-believe audition and shoulder all the blame. But there's one fact Clarence couldn't possibly know. Joe Brady's fallen quite hopelessly in love himself. with Susan.
Why, Joe, I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Susan. Are they through shooting? Can I talk to you?
Well, what would you like to say, Joe?
Well,
well, perhaps I can tell you. Clarence is a very fine boy. Oh, I know that. You saved his life, so you owe him something, and you've decided that he's just about right for me. Does that about cover it?
No. No, that doesn't come anywhere near it.
Oh, yes. And you, well, you like a very definite type of girl, and I'm very definitely not it.
Don't be mad, Aunt Susie.
I'm sorry. What is it, Joe?
Well, Susie, what I've got to tell you, it's not very easy, but, the same thing happens every time I'm with you. I hear myself saying words that never have anything to do with the things I really feel about you.
Well, all I know are the things you say, Joe, and I don't like them.
But I've never said what I really wanted to say because my way of saying it just isn't good enough.
Well, then there must be some other way.
Oh, sure. Sure there is. It comes right out of Romeo and Juliet and the Three Musketeers and all that stuff they say in books and movies. Yeah, movies, like they're making here now. They're full of words I want to say, but I can't.
Well, did you ever think of trying, Joe?
Nah, they'd laugh at me. I'd laugh at myself. Words like that don't go with sailor suits and 4-day leaves and the world we live in. Well, you see that scenery over there?
Mm-hmm. That's for the picture we're making.
Yeah, long ago. Make-believe. That's tough. A world of cloaks and swords and, I don't know. If you lived in a place like that, I could tell you.
Oh, Joe, why don't you tell me? Please tell me.
But all right, then I will. Susan, I love you. I love you.
You're a little late, Joe. It's 6:30.
I'm sorry, Clarence.
Joe.
Yeah?
You,
Yeah?
Nothing.
Clarence?
Yeah, Joe.
If I was to tell you that Nah, it's been a hot day, hasn't it? Bartender, give me a beer.
Joe, look, I gotta...
No, Clarence, you look. Clarence, sometimes things happen and, well, you just can't help them, see? You meet somebody and you don't think it's anything and then, well, all of a sudden it is something and
Gee, that's exactly the way it happened.
Don't I know?
Yeah, it's wonderful, though.
Well, it could be, but not when you double-cross a pal.
When did you find out, Joe?
Today. But I've had a hunch about it pretty nearly from the beginning.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, I didn't. Not until I kissed her.
Huh?
Of course, last night when she dropped the noodle soup on me, I should have known then.
The waitress!
Yeah. Gee, she's a terrible waitress.
Oh, no!
Yeah, Joe, you mean you're not sore?
Oh, no, I'm not sore.
Is she sore, Susie?
Susie? No, I wouldn't say she acted sore. No, not at all.
Even when you told her there wasn't going to be any audition?
No.
Joe, you mean you didn't tell her? Well, what did you tell her? What could you be talking about all this time?
Oh, just things.
Joe, you're in love with Susan yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, I'm not such a dope, Joe. You're going to ask her to marry you, aren't you, Joe?
Gee, I'd sure like to.
Well, when? Before or after she doesn't have the audition with the Turby?
The Turby. Clarence, I gotta get to a Turby. But where? He's gotta light someplace. He's gotta have someplace he calls home. Home. Home, Clarence. Home! Come on, Clarence!
Yes, gentlemen? Oh, good morning.
That's Mr. Turby.
You're the same sailors who were here last night.
All night. We slept under the tree.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but he gave a concert last night in Bakersfield.
Yeah, you told us. That was last night, but
he just phoned. He's going straight to the studio.
Oh, thanks.
Gee whiz, that's awful. What are you going to do, Joe? You know, our bus leaves at noon.
Well, I'll go straight to Susie's house and stop her before she leaves for the audition. Now look, Clarence, don't let this spoil it for you, kid. You go to see Brooklyn. You haven't got much time.
I'll be glad to go with you, Joe.
Nah, beat it, pal. This is something I gotta handle myself.
And I've been worried, Joe. I was afraid you wouldn't come and see me again.
Donald, you don't think I'd go away without saying goodbye.
Joe, if you're looking for somebody, Aunt Susie isn't home. She went to the studio. You can see Mrs. Murphy, though.
No thanks, Donald. Look, kid, I've got to get back to my shipping. Well, will you tell Aunt Susie something for me? You tell her that I tried awfully hard to make things come out right, and that I'm awfully sorry it had to end that way. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, thanks, Sailor. Thanks a lot.
Well, here you are, Susie, your coffee and donut.
Thanks, Eddie.
I wouldn't have kept you waiting, but seeing who you were just talking to. Boy, Hosea Turby.
Oh, and I'm the biggest fool you ever saw.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Sure I was talking to him, Eddie. Didn't you hear me? Good morning, Mr. Turby. I'm so excited. Imagine running into you here in the cafeteria.
Huh? Susie, what is this?
What is it? It's just the joke of the month. Oh, I was foolish enough to believe in someone. I thought he was my friend. He told me he'd arranged it all with Mr. Turby. And
You mean you were going to sing for a Turby and everybody knew about it but a Turby?
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. I just can't help it.
Oh, Eddie, do you know a girl named Abbott? Susan Abbott.
That's her right there, Miss Green, and she ain't feeling so hot.
Well, maybe I can make her feel better. Miss Abbott, I'm Mr. Turby's secretary. Remember?
Oh, yes, I do, and I promise I won't ever bother him again. You see, I didn't know...
He didn't know either, Miss Abbott, but he knows now. You thought you had an audition for 11:15 this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I made a terrible mistake.
Well, Mr. Turby thinks a screen test and audition would be much better.
He what?
Well, I would have come sooner, but I've been busy phoning wardrobe and makeup. Here, your instructions are all in this paper. Stage 3, Miss Abbott, at 11:15.
From the heart of a lonely poet came a song for the girl he adored. Though she tried very hard not to show it, she was terribly, terribly bored. But then the poet asked her if she'd like to waltz, and her eyes shone, and the moon shone, and the stars shone up above. And they walked the evening together. They were swaying to the music of enchanted violins. He held her up the very cover till the moon faded above her. As they waltzed, though she tried not to show it, you could see in her eyes a light that shone with her love for the poet as they waltzed through the thrill of the night.
Miss Abbott, that was wonderful. Come to my office as soon as you're through talking to Mr. Turby.
Oh, thank you very much.
Young woman, you're going to be a star.
Ah, look, Joe, just because we're off duty, what do we have to sit here in quarters for? All you do is sit and stare.
I'm looking at the harbor. We're shoving off tonight, aren't we? It'll be a long time before we see land again, won't it?
Ah, don't give me that. Why don't you write Susie a letter, Joe?
I don't have anything to tell her.
Well, tell her you're sorry.
She knows I'm sorry.
How does she know?
Clarence, you write a letter, will you? Write Brooklyn 2 letters, or wash some socks, or go to sleep. But don't
Joe,
D.O.D.
what's the matter, Joe?
D.O.D.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't see you.
Seaman Brady.
Aye, sir.
Seaman Doolittle.
Aye, sir.
Why aren't you men on deck? Don't you know that there's a big entertainment program about to start? Don't you want to see those Hollywood stars?
Well, we're off duty, sir, and I guess we don't feel like being entertained.
Oh, you don't you? There's a man named Atterby on board asking for you.
Atterby? He's asking for us?
You heard me. Aft on the quarterdeck. Get going, both of you.
He said after deck, Joe, but I wouldn't know it, Turby, if I... Brooklyn!
Flatbush.
What are you doing here?
Oh, are you complaining, honey?
Brooklyn... Joe! Hey, Joe! Look at me. I'm kissing her, Joe. I'm hugging her, Joe. Hey, Joe, I'm a wolf. Hey, where's Joe?
See where the band is? Well, look.
Aunt Susie.
Yeah, Aunt Susie.
All hands attention, all hands attention.
At ease, men. I've been requested by our guest of honor, Mr. Atterby, to grant a young artist permission to make her debut right here. Therefore, I'd like to introduce a singer discovered by the United States Navy, Miss Susie...
Aunt Susie! There's Joe! There's our Joe!
Joe!
Susie!
Therefore, in about 5 minutes, I'd like to introduce a young singer discovered by the United States Navy. Meanwhile, I'm sure the band has something to contribute.
Yes, sir!
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. What's that book you're reading, Libby?
Oh, a book of riddles. Let's see how smart you are, John. Here's one. What word of 5 letters is never pronounced right?
You have me there.
It's wrong. W-R-O-N-G, see? Try this. Why is a bridegroom more expensive than a bride?
Oh, I give up. What's the catch?
The bride is given away.
Oh, but it's going to cost them plenty after they're married.
Oh, not if she's a Lux bride. For instance, she'll get 3 pretty slips for the price of 1.
And that's no riddle, ladies. We know by actual washing tests that slips and nightgowns washed the Lux way stay lovely 3 times as long. Identical slips washed the wrong way with a strong soap, hot water, and rough handling look faded and old very soon.
So if you wash your undies the Lux way, it's like getting 3 lovely garments for the price of 1. And that's especially important these days when our dollars have to stretch like a rubber band.
Lux Flakes are real budget stretchers because they're such thrifty care for all your nice things. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
For rounding out the year on such a happy note, our thanks to Joe Pasternak, who produced Anchors Away, and to the stars who brought it to our stage, Frank Sinatra, Katherine Grayson, and Gene Kelly. You've set a challenging standard for us with tonight's performance.
Well, Bill, we're very glad that you got back from Washington in time to join us.
Yes, and what's this I hear about your making off with the door to J. Edgar Hoover's office?
Well, we had to get a shot of that door, so instead of carting our cameras upstairs, we just stole the door and brought it down.
Well, that's quite something, stealing a door from under the FBI's nose.
Actually, the FBI was most cooperative.
We'll be looking forward to seeing that picture when it's finished, Bill.
Thanks, Frank, and I'm looking forward to the film that you and Catherine just finished for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, The Kissing Bandit.
Well, all I can say is that Frank's voice is as good as ever in that picture.
For that matter, that husband you keep at home is no slouch either.
You mean Johnny Johnston? Yeah. He and Catherine make a fine duo. As for you, Gene, we're happy to see you on your feet again.
Yes, after all those broken legs, I'm sure Gene's fans are anxious to know if he'll ever dance for them again.
Well, here's my answer, Frank.
Well, lay it on us, kid. Yes, sir? Looks like the old Kelly, Gene.
And Gene's fans will have a chance to see him dance when MGM releases his next picture called The Pirate.
Say, speaking of pictures, Bill, what's playing here next week?
Next Monday night, to start the new year off with flying colors, we're presenting RKO's great comedy success, The Farmer's Daughter, with its 2 romantic stars, Loretta Young and Joseph Cotton. And lovely Loretta has, I think, the most entertaining role of her career in this gay adventure of a Swedish housemaid grappling with love and politics.
A wonderful way of saying Happy New Year, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and best wishes to all three of you. Before we meet again, the old year will have passed us by, and with it speed our outworn prejudices and mistakes. We stand upon the threshold of new opportunity, the chance to strive anew for tolerance and justice, to the end that all mankind may truthfully look forward to a Happy New Year. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in wishing you the best of health and happiness in 1948. And we invite you to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Joseph Cotton in The Farmer's Daughter. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Frank Sinatra, Kathryn Grayson, and Gene Kelly appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Good News, starring June Allison and Peter Lawford. Heard in our cast tonight were Francis Robinson as Brooklyn and Johnny McGovern as Donald. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Farmer's Daughter with Loretta Young and Joseph Cotton.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Farmer's Daughter with Loretta Young and Joseph Cotton. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night with Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. And ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Fine acting, a good story, and superb direction each contribute to the success of a motion picture. And we'll have to combine all three to explain the resounding success of the current Paramount picture, Remember the Night. As it happens, I take a personal pride in the success of this picture, because Mitchell Lyson, who directed it, served his apprenticeship with me. Consequently, it's with a special bow in Mitch's direction that I introduce our radio adaptation of his screen hit, Remember the Night. A triumphal return engagement for the same two stars who played it on the screen, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. And with them we have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway of the picture cast. Remember the Night is a play you'll remember, and Lux Toilet Soap is a product you'll remember. When our feminine listeners remember to think of their appearance, and that's at least, part of the time, they know Lux Toilet Soap is a real aid to loveliness. Just why Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray have never been teamed before is one of Hollywood's unsolved mysteries. But the results in this picture call loudly for more of the same. So we were very insistent on having these stars of the picture in our production tonight. Barbara dropped in to visit my Northwest Mounted Police set, but I sent her home right away to get her script of Remember the Night. And I had to break into something to get Fred McMurray. I had to break into his vacation in Mexico. It was the same vacation which we interrupted a few weeks ago to bring him back to this microphone. However, he took our persecution very amiably and buckled right down to work. Ordinarily, I don't suppose a courtroom is the most promising place in the world for a love story, especially if the party of the first part is the prosecutor and the party of the second part is the girl on trial. But Remember the Night is delightfully original from beginning to end, with a love story that begins in a law court. So once more, it's curtain time in the Lux Radio Theater as we start Act One of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee Leander, Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. A jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, there's only one customer in the store this afternoon, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by an enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madam, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madam.
I'm sure I won't. What's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000. That's reasonable.
You won't find another one like it in New York, madam. Shall I have Mr. Meyer make out the papers?
Just a moment, please. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Oh, of course, madam. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing, but this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madam! Where? Why, she's gone! Mr. Meyer! Mr. Meyer! She's gone! Police!
Jones, what is it?
Oh, that girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Car number 17. Pickup girl about 23 years. Dark complexion, silver fox furs. Vicinity 5th Avenue, 54th Street. Search for diamond bracelet stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. Oh, this is Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. Say, we picked up that girl on call 17. Yeah. Caught her cold with the goods in a hock shop over on 3rd Avenue. She was trying to pawn the bracelet. Yeah. Okay. I'm bringing her in now.
District Attorney's office. Who? Oh, just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
Is that all they have to do? Beef about acquittals? All right, Tom, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company on 3rd Avenue in Hoxton. Open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is her 3rd offense.
Well, that's good. The first offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Tom, look at that chart. Convictions only 78% as against 82% last year.
Say, can I handle this case, boss? I'll get you conviction.
You probably could handle it as well as some of these dopes, but when the right case comes along, I'll give it to you. Wife beater or something like that. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman.
Oh, boss, listen.
Nothing doing, Tom, nothing doing. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Whatever it is, he's never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio, Oklahoma, someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
quick...
Take it
easy, Tom. Take it easy. Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, now that ain't fair.
Stop moaning. Sargent's terrific with these pretty girls, John.
Oh, Mr. Sergeant. Mr. Sergeant. Phone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? I'm trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello?
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus.
Huh?
Listen, if that's the office, tell him I've already left.
Okay. Hello? Yes, sir. Yes. Well, this is the office. He's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
I just said...
Shut up. Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
Oh, all right, never mind. Who is this?
This is your boss. You know, it's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
Well, listen, we got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Sure. You can leave here this afternoon.
Yeah, but I've got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Now, look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
O'Leary?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. Now, get right down here. Goodbye.
Now, listen, boss. Hello. Oh, O'Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leave, Mr. Sergeant.
Shut up.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was taken from the premises of Meyer & Company by the defendant. All this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of your time and mine. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. At least I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say that time has been wasted, I mean the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
sometimes known as a lot of other things,
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon Fifth Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer & Company. To prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this constituted a proof of guilt. Since the dawn of civilization, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, since the beginnings of jurisprudence, wise men and women have refused to be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like a smile on that jury's pen.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy. If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill toward men look come in their eyes, get a continuance. Even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
That a young woman walking out of a store with something not her own is necessarily an evildoer. Oh, how flimsy is this argument. How unfair. But on it, and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. Now, the truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one, hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Oh.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that's exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to gaze upon this girl's face. Is this the face of a hardened criminal? An outcast from society? No. But the prosecution would have you believe that she willingly and in her right mind stole a bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what really happened. The truth. This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store, not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The bracelet is under a powerful light. The young girl stares at it closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange, closer, still closer. Suddenly, the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses, but what's this? Where is the jewelry store? Where is the light she was standing under? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer & Company? She doesn't know. She can't remember. Her mind is a blank. And why? Why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, now, Tommy, watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. Let me be the first to admit it. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people will request a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holidays.
We object, Your Honor. The defense has already summed up. The case was practically closed.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor...
The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court Tuesday, January 3rd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. Means another day in court. And I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone.
Huh?
Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Why, you...
Take it easy, Miss Lee. Let me go. I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond or stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't any more money, and I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let them do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now.
What do you mean by that?
Hypnotism. That gag's so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Yes, I know. Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tommy, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Huh? Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
I get it.
You don't, but let it pass.
Okay, I'll send him right away.
Hey, Mike. Sure? Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away. Sure, coming. Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What'll you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman who's in here today.
Oh, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours? Nothing. Not a red Samilka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
You mean there's a lady here in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what'd you let her in for? I told you I wasn't home to anybody.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man, Fat Ike.
Fat Ike? You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He's showing Thin Mike.
What did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
Yes, you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet, but I've got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Mm-hmm. Now what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter...
Yeah, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you
Got some soda, miss?
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And one of us girls is going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
Well, you're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you just put them right back in the cooler.
That's right. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
Thanks.
Now, look, I'm very glad to have been of service to you. Now, if
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Oh, then I'll stay. But I won't be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
Well, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail with 3 meals a day and turkey for Christmas, and now
Don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problem.
Look, why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves lots of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can't. And, well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had dinner?
Not yet.
Now, come on, then. I'll take you to dinner, and we'll figure something out.
You really didn't want me to come here at all, then?
I'm sorry to say I did not.
I see. Well, shall we go?
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget you got to see your ma.
Shut up. want?
No, thanks. It's been nice up to now.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
Oh, that sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or so.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. And as far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Oh, not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand.
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business, but somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it had to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Have you been caught before?
Uh-huh.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Oh, you mean was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. They tried that, though. Now, you see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
I don't think you ever could understand because your mind is different. Right or wrong is the same for everybody, you see, but the rights and the wrongs aren't the same.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? All right, try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yeah?
And you didn't have any food, and you didn't have any money, and you didn't have any place to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and, well, now remember, you're starving to death, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
That's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the table d'hote across the street and then say I'd forgotten my purse. Get the difference?
I think you're way smarter.
Yeah, that's it. We're smart. Very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I've got a couple of extra bucks I don't need. Here's my Christmas dinner I promised you, and a room and a couple of breakfasts.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh, here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll ask for them.
Thank you.
Why do you want them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana? Oh, no wonder I liked you. I'm from Eltonville.
No.
Uh-huh.
Why, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yes, sir?
Well, I'll be darned. And we have to come here and meet like this.
It's funny, isn't it? So, you're going back home, huh?
Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do. Oh, gee, that's great.
My mother still runs the farm. She does all right, too. She raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland chinas.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
We never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Do they write to you?
I had a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then?
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Yeah. Say, look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Now, come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
All right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I know. You never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
The curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Over on Rockwell Street, in a little white bungalow, the first guest has just arrived a bit early for one of those bridge get-togethers the ladies have from time to time. We're going to let you hear what this guest says, and what she thinks, too.
Why, hello, Ellie. How nice you look.
Where did she find that dress, I wonder? She has the best taste.
Excuse the way I look, Ellie. I'm a little early. Came right straight from the office. I worked late and I didn't really have time to go home and change.
Gosh, do I feel grimy. I can only take a quick bath.
My, how lovely the living room looks. Those flowers are just the right color.
I wonder if she'd think me nervy if I asked to take a bath.
Tired? Oh, well, not exactly, Ellie. I'm just sort of Well, messy, you know. A bath? Oh, lovely of you. I hadn't thought of it, but it would make me feel better. Oh, thanks. That's awfully kind. What a pretty negligee.
Will I feel good in this? Everything she has is perfect.
Yes, thanks so much, Ellie. Don't wait. I have everything I need.
She's got Lux toilet soap. I ought to have known she would. She's got such taste. Everything is perfect. Gosh, does this feel good? This nice Lux soap will do the trick all right. I love the way it lathers.
Yes, a Lux toilet soap beauty bath will do the trick. Leave Ellie's guest feeling fresh from head to toe. This luxurious white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use has creamy, active lather that swiftly carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. You'll find a daily Lux soap beauty bath a wonderful way to protect daintiness, make you sure of fresh, fragrant skin. And it's true that Lux toilet soap in your bathroom has come to be one of those little things that mean good housekeeping, good taste. The superlative quality of this fine white soap, its delicate, distinctive perfume, makes it a joy to family and to guests. It's luxurious, and yet not a luxury. For it's sold by so many thousands of cakes that its price is kept low. Now, the economical way to buy it is 3 cakes at a time. And you might try leaving a cake you aren't using in among your linens or underthings. It'll leave them delightfully fragrant. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee and Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of the town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yes.
Well, all out then. End of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Well, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Hey, don't be so nervous.
Will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
See that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. Oh, I was a terrible tomboy. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. As a matter of fact, you should have had me for your lawyer. Come on now, smile. Here we are.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Why, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, it couldn't be. He'd be too... Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
Who is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Oh, Merry Christmas, Mama. Well, you know me, don't you?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
You're looking fine, Mama.
What did you come here for? What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sargent happened to be driving
You
past...
see, I live in Wabash. It's just about 50 miles from here. I knew you'd be glad if
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sargent...
Just like her father, she is. Always laughing at serious things she was. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
Well, how could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody would give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mama.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
A name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right and I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do if I'm far enough away from her.
Hey, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Nelsonville. You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure I will.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's only got one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old man you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? Oh, that my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Well, forget. Now what? Hey, anyone home? Hey!
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy,
Gosh, Mother, it's good to see you.
Oh, I just can't believe you're here at last. Well, Jack Sargent.
And Emmy, hello, Annie. How about a kiss, huh?
I declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hello, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
Oh, John.
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Well, you see...
Hey, who's that in the front seat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do? Oh, how nice. Well, I'm so glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. Knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello. I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are crazy about him. Willie Sims.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless you, child. It's a joy to have you here. Not a speck. But, John Sargent, why didn't you send me a telegram?
Well, you see, Mother, this was rather unexpected.
Well, never mind all that. Now, come along, child. You must be near freezing to death. And here we are, cackling like a couple of... Emmy. What? Did you leave those cookies in the oven?
Oh, jeepers creepers.
Oh. Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leander.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a peacherino?
Who? Oh.
All I can say is hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, Jack. Now, don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
I can't remember it anymore, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that, Lee. I had $14 worth of piano lessons once, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We've got to have it all strung for the tree tomorrow.
Yes'm. Here you are.
Well, here, you can help me. You haven't done a thing all night.
Oh, gee, didn't I help Miss Leander with all them dinner dishes?
You should have done them yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long, I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie.
Ma'am?
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, my dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent.
Go on, Jack. Now, just one more piece.
No, that's all the next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, please, dear.
I'll play you a piece if you want.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Oh, gee, can you play?
Well, I used to play in the dime store. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
So can everybody else, Willie.
The End of a Perfect Day. I think I remember it.
Oh, boy. Give us a downbeat, please, Miss Leander. When you come to the end of a perfect day and you sit alone with your thought while the chimes ring out with a carol gay for the joy that...
Well, son, time for bed. Gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Wait, Mother. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
What? Oh, no, not at all, Mother. She isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother, but...
She reminds me of your father's cousin Winifred, who died when her second was born. The lovely, sweet thing. I was just saying to Emmy...
Wait a minute, Mother. Unfortunately, the girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas, so I...
the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. Well, if she did take some little thing, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac, huh? Well, she might be at that.
She hasn't really taken things, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke now, aren't you?
No, Mother. I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, not really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to buy a new dress with? And then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood.
You made me understand.
Oh, it was love, dear, that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Now, we must do everything to make her happy and comfortable and to feel like one of the family. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver? Well, good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, dear. Oh, this is lovely. I've never seen so many presents in all my days.
Well, here's another one for you, Mother.
For me? Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
And Aunt Emmy, here's a present for you.
Oh.
Willie, what have you got there?
I don't know yet. Getting her open.
Well, Jack.
Huh? What?
Oh, what's this supposed to be?
Why,
A
that's-
nightgown, Emmy.
Oh, Jack Sargent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Gee, you can see right through it.
Willie. It's lovely, isn't it?
Gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Lee. If we'd only known sooner.
Why, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Oh.
Why, of course, Jack, you must have forgotten.
Oh, well, guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Lee. Here. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. Open them up now, dear. Oh, what a lovely pincushion. It's so pretty.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. Very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emmy.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks.
Oh.
Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss
Oh,
Leander.
no, not really.
Yeah. Who's that from, Willie?
From you big dunce. Don't you remember anything?
Oh, but I didn't...
Gracious sakes, Jack.
Oh, perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing, just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful and so...
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're bobbing for apples, and tomorrow the young folks have a treasure hunt, and Thursday's the charity bazaar. Then we rest up for a day. And the next day is New Year's. That's the big event. And this year we're having a real old-fashioned barn dance like the Hicks were supposed to be.
That's all there is. Farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I declare this is the best barn dance we've ever had.
Yes. Oh, they dance beautifully together, don't they?
It reminds me... What? Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they were made for each other.
If you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy, fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy.
Lucy Sargent, if you're referring to the fact that I never married, I'd like to point out that you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. If ever I saw 2 people in love...
They're not. They can't be. They just can't be.
Almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. We'll be pulling out for New York in the morning.
And the 3rd will be one day nearer.
The 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that 3rd?
When my case comes up again.
I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet, no matter what happens after we get back. It won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other. Well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you?
Well, 6 o'clock comes right early, children. You better get your sleep.
What time's breakfast, Aunt Emmy?
Time for you to leave early. What'll it be, flannel cakes or fried mush?
Well, how about it, Lee?
Oh, I think we'll ride better on the mush. Fried mush, then. Good night, children.
Good night, Aunt Emmy. You sleepy?
Not very.
How about a good night cigarette?
Well, I'd love it. I'll meet you downstairs.
Swell. I'll be waiting for you.
Just a minute, Jack. I was just... Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, no, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we've been to have you here, and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
You'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble, and how much I hope it'll come out all right.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only, well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No, why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do chores before school and after school, and then after chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. Then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it, but I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard. And, well, he's my son, and I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, no, he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than, well, some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, not exactly ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further, and it hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. And even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him or you, Aunt Emmy, or even Willie.
Thank you, dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did.
Lee? Lee?
Yes?
How about that good night cigarette?
No. No, thanks. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, okay. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
The curtain falls on the second act of Remember the Night with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Before our stars return in Act 3, let's hear from our studio reporter, Libby Collins.
Well, Mr. Rourke, I'm much impressed with the young Warner Brothers star who's attracting a great deal of attention right now, Jane Wyman.
Oh, yes, Jane Wyman. Say, she did Warner Brothers proud in Brother Rat and a Baby. And let's see.
And in Angel from Texas, a new picture which will be out in a few weeks. Young Jane Wyman distinguished herself so in those two parts, Mr. Rourke, that all the wise money in Hollywood is betting that she'll be one of the biggest stars in pictures in a year or two.
What's Jane like personally, Libby?
She's one of the all-round nicest girls I've ever met. And a regular dynamo of energy. In fact, her nickname at the studio is Dynamite.
That's interesting.
She's just been married to Ronald Reagan, who has a romantic interest in several pictures.
Yes, I remember that.
Incidentally, Jane is another of that army of models who've made good in pictures. She makes good use of that experience now by designing her own clothes. Do you know what a Hollywood makeup man told me about Jane Wyman?
No, what was it, Libby?
That she's one of the most naturally beautiful girls in Hollywood. And so I thought what she has to say about complexion beauty ought to be especially interesting.
Well, I think you're right about that, Libby. What does she say?
She says she thinks the most important single thing a girl can do for her complexion is to use Lux soap every night at bedtime for an active lather facial. Jane says she herself never misses out on this, no matter how tired she is. It only takes about 3 minutes, and she sleeps better because her conscience is clear. She knows she done right by her skin.
Thank you, Libby. It's evident that Jane Wyman is a clever little girl. She's not going to risk spoiling her complexion, the good looks that mean so much to her success, through carelessness. Now, what about your complexion? Is it as lovely as it ought to be? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap a wonderful beauty aid. You'll find, if you use it regularly, this soap with active lather really works. Now, perhaps without realizing it, you've been careless about removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. And so your skin is, well, not what it might be. Why don't you make sure of thorough cleansing? Why don't you begin tonight to give your skin the gentle beauty care that Lux Toilet Soap's active lather gives? Take your first active lather facial tonight, and then keep it up for 30 days. See what it can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Remember the Night. It's early the following morning. In the half-light, just before dawn, Jack and Lee are ready to leave for New York. As they come down the steps of the old house, Mrs. Sargent takes Lee aside.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Sargent.
Remember, there's always a room upstairs for you, and we'll be only too glad to have you. That is, if everything turns out all right. I mean, of course it will.
I know it will.
And don't drive too fast, Jack Sargent. If you get tired, just drive into a field someplace and go to sleep.
Oh, thanks. Anyway, we're going up through Canada. I've never seen the place.
Canada? What are you talking about?
Oh, just a different way of getting there.
Well, whatever you do, John, take good care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
Bye, Jack.
Goodbye, Aunt Emmy. So long, Willie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Let me hear from you often.
I will, Mother.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Leanne.
Goodbye, Willie. Goodbye, all.
Hey, don't forget to write.
And don't you forget to chop some wood. Christmas is over.
Oh, ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, do you know where we are?
Of course.
We're in Canada.
We should be. We crossed the border 3 hours ago.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here, Lee. Don't go back.
Oh, stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I did know you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail or something, but...
Oh, you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man in the jury wants to punch you in the nose. And you have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
No, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you so you won't feel so bad when you give me the business, aren't you?
Look, are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, and kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine, and mine has always found yours whenever they were anywhere near each other.
Oh, Jack, don't be a fool. Look, I'm only human. But you've got to remember how hard you worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
I see. Mother's been talking
Well,
to
why
you.
shouldn't she? She got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail
Lee.
and tell...
I love you, Lee.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Oh, darling, it'll be awfully hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted. And
Oh, then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
if I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
That's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Not good.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know, you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Were you just toying with
Oh,
me?
shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back in strong measures. A woman, a dog, and a hickory tree, the better you beat them, the better they be.
Oh, quit it, will you?
All right. What?
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
But you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case
Listen,
if you...
you're being tried by a judge and a jury. It's up to them. They know the facts. They speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it, not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It would be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to come out all right. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, well, if this jury will let me, they've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you?
I...
Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, if Your Honor, please. Question's entirely improper, and I ask it to be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listened to the testimony instead of whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
You can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose...
We don't want your suppositions. We want to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Guess what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. Do you know the penalty for perjury?
If Your Honor, please, I object.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Keimlitz's opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
You don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh.
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the juries please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
You have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
All right, it's all right. Just take all the time you want, Miss Leander.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Oh.
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defense.
No, wait. Wait, I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must be...
Please, it must be perfectly
Your Honor, a few
apparent
minutes
the
recess,
witnesses
please.
made
She's obviously
hysterical
not
by the
responsible
tactics
for
of
what
the
she's
district
saying.
attorney. I ask that Your Honor intercede in this matter.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away, no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
Perfectly clear, of course. And the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see that I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix next Friday, January 6th at 10 a.m. as day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail. The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sergeant, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right.
This way, Mr. Sergeant. 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello.
Do you realize what you've done?
Yes.
Do you realize it can't be undone?
Yes.
You understand there's no appeal, nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
Oh, how do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
There wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong, and you argue so well, and I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you, and you'd never have a chance with me. Like just now when you were trying to lose the case. Oh, aren't you ashamed?
Oh, stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
Well, you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me sometime?
Come and see you. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks, but if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did, but if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square, and you would have had plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think. I'll be waiting for you, Lee. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? And the other part won't be so bad or so long. With your voice always in my ear, your smile always before my eyes, and the feel of your hand always in mine.
Oh, Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Lee Leander and John Sargent will meet again in the not-too-distant future. Right now, we meet Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray again as they take a curtain call.
CB, I think Fred ought to run for district attorney. A jury would be putty in his hands.
Oh, not me, Barbara. I'd be scared to death making speeches in front of a lot of people.
Oh, you'd get over that, Fred. There's a trick to it. You pick out one person in the audience and talk to him. Forget about the crowd.
Oh, that doesn't work, CB.
Oh, you can't be sure until you try.
I've tried it. You know, I used to play the saxophone in an orchestra.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Fred.
You never heard me play the saxophone. Well, what I was going to tell you was that whenever one of us did a solo, we had to stand up. But I couldn't do it because I was so scared my teeth chattered. You ever played the saxophone with your teeth chattering, CB?
Fred, I'm ashamed to say I've never played a saxophone. With or without my teeth chattering.
Well, somebody told me about that trick of looking at one person and forgetting about the crowd. So one night when my saxophone solo came along, I picked out a girl that was dancing just in front of the orchestra, and I played the saxophone right to her.
Did it work?
No, she stuck her tongue out at me. Guess she must have been a music lover.
Well, seriously, Fred, I enjoyed doing Remember the Night with you both for the screen and here in the Lux Radio Theater this week. And now I want to say just a word about Lux Soap. I think it's a grand complexion care. I wouldn't be surprised if I said something like that before, CB, but it's still true because I still use Lux Soap just as I have for years.
I'll never get tired of hearing you say that, Barbara.
What's the play for next week, CB?
Next Monday night, our play is the great motion picture hit, Love Affair. And our stars will be Irene Dunn and William Powell. Love Affair, produced by Leo McCary for RKO, is one of the finest love stories the screen has given us in many years. A drama that begins on shipboard and ends, well, I'll leave that for next Monday night, when we'll have William Powell and Irene Dunn as the lovers in our production of Love Affair.
I'll take 2 seats on the living room aisle for that one, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The jury finds you both guilty of a great performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as O'Leary, Jack Carr as Rufus, John Fee as Judge, Edward Marr as Tom, Wally Mayer as District Attorney, Celeste Rush as Mother, Arthur Q. Bryan as Mike, Walter White as Clerk, Sidney Newman as Cassidy, Ann Lee as Secretary, and Warren Rock as a policeman. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to 2 men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the 2 men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just the thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too. Yes. And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table. Yes. And both dear souls. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to two dear souls.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
Oh, I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some?
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, you're a shipbuilder, go on building ships. So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taken Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Ah, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
You don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss,
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No, I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
Well, hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted
Bill
was...
wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
Well, he showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
Now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling. You know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
It's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. You may think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No, no, no. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact
It's
is..."
no good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Now, give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardews. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner. and
No,
I've lost-
don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss
Oh,
you.
take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter, or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
The fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes. Lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh. Don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
Oh, we live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heart-rending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my part.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords?
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
Oh, I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you'd want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that I... Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had the suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Oh, Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
But now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Oh, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? But it's nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I am not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'd be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'd be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's the waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
You draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometimes.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria.
Goodbye. Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Hmm? Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting it.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil! Stop it! All right, you can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I'm just going to see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you've turned up, so now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Here she's coming up.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now, take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married 2 dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it, and it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners, and it gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling. Smiling. Yeah. Close up is for close up.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up, it gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
Now, you see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
No, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organization means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Loudon.
Oh, that makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Oh, interesting coincidence. Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course, certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce her husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offence to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
Perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well. But let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
And not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way, you will find the night pass without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Raham?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both my husbands.
Oh, really? How very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself, I use the technical expression, with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Raham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major. I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I am such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major...
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only play 3 a 100 because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Leicester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewellery's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman.
Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant.
What do you mean? I haven't got a maid.
Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lomberg. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Chester presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight,
The Juggler of Our Lady.
The starring players.
This is Ronald Coleman. And this is Nelson Eddy.
The Lady Esther Screen Guild players welcome you, and we hope your entire family and all your friends are listening in. For tonight is the long-awaited night in our show, the night when we present once again our beautiful and well-loved Christmas story, The Juggler of Our Lady, starring Nelson Eddy and Ronald Coleman. John Nesbitt, the famous commentator, wrote this adaptation of Anatole France's dramatic legend, and we thought it so beautiful a Christmas tale that several years ago we asked John's permission to perform it. Lady Esther is proud to bring it to you again tonight. And now, Ronald Coleman is here to bring you the story of the juggler of Our Lady, and Nelson Eddy to play and sing the role of the kindly monk who befriends the poor juggler. The special musical score will be played by Wilbur Hatch's Augmented Orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, the juggler of Our Lady.
In the days when the world was young, there lived in France a man of no importance. Everyone said he was a man of no importance, and he firmly believed this himself. For he was just a poor traveling juggler who could not read or write, who went about from town to town following the little country fairs and performing his tricks for a few pennies a day. His name was Barnaby. When the weather was beautiful and people were strolling about the streets, this juggler would find a clear space in the village square, spread a strip of old carpet out on the cobblestones, and on it he would perform his tricks for children and grown-ups alike. Now Barnaby, although he knew he was a man of no importance, was an amazing juggler. First, he would only balance a tin plate on the tip of his nose. But when the crowd had collected, he would stand on his hands and juggle 6 golden balls in the air at the same time, catching them with his feet. And sometimes, when he would juggle 12 sharp knives in the air, the villagers would be so delighted that a rain of pennies would fall on his strip of carpet. And then, when his day's work was over and he was wearily resting his aching muscles, Barnaby would collect the pennies in his hat, kneel down reverently, and thank God for the gift. Always the people would laugh at his simplicity, and everyone would agree that Barnaby would never amount to anything. But all this is about the happy days in Barnaby's life, the springtime days, when people were willing to toss a penny to a poor juggler. But when winter came, Barnaby had to wrap his juggling equipment up in the carpet and trudge along the roads begging a night's lodging in farmers' barns or entertaining the servants of some rich nobleman to earn a meal. And Barnaby never thought of complaining. He knew that the winter and the rains were as necessary as the spring sunshine, and he accepted his lot. For how, Barnaby would say to himself as he trudged along, could such an ignorant fellow as myself hope for anything better? Now, one year in France, there was a terrible winter. It began to rain in October, and there was hardly a patch of blue in the sky by the end of November. Yes, a terrible winter. The poor people huddled in their thatched huts and slowly starved away, and it is said that the wolves came down out of the mountains and ranged through the icy streets of Paris itself. And you can imagine what all this did to the little vaudeville entertainer whom this story is about. On an evening in early December, at the end of a dreary wet day, poor Barnaby trudged along a winding country road, sad and bent, carrying under his arm the golden balls and knives wrapped up in his old carpet. Then, as he slopped along in the mud, a faint sound came to Barnaby's ears, over the rain and the wind. Someone was coming up the road, and in spite of the storm, was singing as happily as if it were a day in June. Barnaby stopped and listened, with the rain running down to the tip of his short little nose. And then, through the mist, Barnaby saw a strange sight. Coming slowly around a bend in the road was a fat white mule. And on the mule's back, with his legs sticking almost straight out on each side, was a young monk. Now and then the young monk would bang the mule's side with his heel, and then go on singing into the storm with all his might. Barnaby waited. And then, as the mule came alongside of him, he ran along in the mud, while the young monk sang on as cheerfully as a lark.
They found him in a manger where oxen feed on hay. His mother Mary kneeling down unto the Lord did pray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
a sudden, the monk stopped, looked down, and there was Barnaby, hopping along near the mule's tail, staring at him. The monk smiled at him and called,
"It's going to be a cold night, Brother Juggler."
And Barnaby said, his teeth chattering, "Yes, indeed, sir. Very cold indeed."
Well, how would you like to spend the night at the monastery,
Oh, if I could only earn my lodging. But would they let an ignorant fellow like myself enter such a holy place?
Ignorant? Hop on behind me on the mule, friend. And the three of us, you and the mule and I, will soon be as warm as toast. For are we not all ignorant compared to God? Now to the Lord sing praises, all you within this place, and with true love and brotherhood each other now embrace. This holy tide of Christmas all other doth efface. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
Before we continue the story of the juggler of Our Lady, I'd like to ask you to listen to a brief word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Do you want to know what one of the most wonderful gifts of all can be to the man who's going away? It's to see the one he loves looking her very best, looking her most attractive. And why do I say that? Because, you see, when he's far away and lonely, it's his memory of her that will mean most to him. Yes, the memory of her looking fresh and young and lovely will cheer him up and be more precious to him than any ordinary gift could be. So don't deprive your man of that pleasure. Let him remember you looking your most attractive, and let him find you even more attractive when he comes home again. Now, there's nothing that can add more to your appearance, nothing that can make you more unforgettably lovely to him than a soft, smooth skin. But that doesn't mean you have to go out and buy a lot of different kinds of beauty preparations. Today, all you need for fresh, young-looking skin is just one cream, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. Now, I don't say that Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream is the only cream that will bring you results, but I do say that Lady Esther Face Cream, this one cream by itself, will take care of the 4 important needs of your skin. And I say that if you use it faithfully every morning and every night, you'll soon see a smoother, fresher, more clean-looking skin. You see, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream thoroughly cleans your skin. It softens your skin and relieves dryness. It makes your skin look lovelier by helping nature refine the pores. And finally, as though all that weren't enough, it leaves a smooth, flattering base for powder. So if you want to make the memory of you that he carries away with him a very lovely memory, start using Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream.
And now, Ronald Coleman and Nelson Eddy continue with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players' presentation of The Juggler of Our Lady.
Well, that night Barnaby found himself seated at the great candlelit dining hall of the monastery. Although, of course, he sat at the bottom of the long table, together with the servants and beggars, Barnaby thought he had never seen such a wonderful place in his life. Everybody was laughing and telling old-fashioned jokes, and there were enormous steaming pasties standing about everywhere on the table, and huge tankards of creamy, foaming ale, and great pitchers of homemade wine, and, well, Barnaby just sat and ate and drank more than he ever had in his life. And then, to cap it all, his friend the monk, now in a fine dry robe, and just as merry as ever, was standing up to sing for the assembled company. Balthazar's song, which tells the tale of one of the 3 wise men journeying out of the east to Bethlehem.
The longest journey must have an end, and yet for days I've traveled o'er to guide me safe one brilliant star. Tonight it has not risen. Here will I and mine remain by this old well until the star returns to guide us on our way. The night is dark and all is drear around me. The gathering gloom doth my advance delay. Fantastic shadows shimmering confound me. Fantastic shadows shimmering confound me. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. The night is dark and all is drear around me. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. Without a guide I sure must lose my My soul is dark, the morrow's gloom lies over, of strange beliefs which fail to bring it ease. Oh, day shall rise, disperse the clouds that cover. Oh, day shall rise, disperse the clouds that cover, and point the highway to eternal peace, and point the highway to eternal peace. Oh, day shall rise, oh, day shall rise, and point to the highway to eternal
Then, as the singer sat down again, suddenly everybody looked at Barnaby, for he had risen, trembling, and was running clear around the table to where the lordly abbot sat at the head, and there Barnaby sank to his knees. Father, grant my prayer. Let me stay in this wonderful place and work for you. I cannot hope to become one of you. I am too ignorant. But let me work in the kitchen and the fields and worship in the chapel. The monk who had met Barnaby on the road turned to the abbot.
This is a good man, simple and pure of heart.
So the abbot nodded, and Barnaby that night put his juggling equipment under the cot in his cell and decided that never again would he go back to his old profession. And in the days that followed, everyone smiled at the eager way he scrubbed the floors and labored through the buildings. And everyone smiled at his simplicity. As for Barnaby, his face beamed with happiness from morning until night. Until until 2 weeks before Christmas. Then Barnaby's joy suddenly turned to misery, for around him he saw every man preparing a wonderful gift to place in the chapel on Christmas. The leader of the monks had written a scholarly book in Latin, which he was going to dedicate to God on Christmas Day. And there was Brother Maurice, who had the art of illuminating copies of the Bible. With gold and silver and rare enamels, he would place exquisite miniature paintings on the corner of each page. And Brother Marbode was completing a marvelous statue of Christ. This fine artist spent all his days in carving images in stone, so that his beard, his eyebrows, and hair were always white with stone dust. And this Christmas he was completing one of his most inspiring works. Then there was Brother Ambrose, who wrote music, and who had completed scoring a great mass to be played on the organ during Christmas services. And Brother Joseph, who had trained the choir for weeks in an arrangement of chorales. All around, those educated, trained artists followed their work, each one of them readying a beautiful gift to dedicate to God on Christmas Day. But what about Barnaby? He could do nothing. I am but a rough man, unskilled in the arts, and I can write no book, offer no painting, or statue, or poem. Alas, I have no talent. I have no gift worthy of the day. So Barnaby sank deep into sadness and despair. At night he could no longer sleep, but tossed on his mattress and stared at the ceiling overhead. At last, Christmas Day came, and the chapel was resplendent with the gifts of the brothers. The giant organ rang with the new music, the choir sang the chorales, the candles glittered around the great new statue. But Barnaby wasn't there. He was in his tiny cubicle, praying forgiveness for having no gift to offer. Then a strange thing happened. On the evening of Christmas Day, when the chapel should have been deserted, one of the monks came running, white-faced and panting with exertion, into the private office of the abbot. He threw open the door without knocking, seized the abbot by the arms. "Father, a frightful thing is happening. The most terrible sacrilege ever to take place is going on right in our own chapel. Come!" Together, the two portly men ran down the corridors, burst through a door, and came out on the balcony at the rear of the chapel. The monk pointed down toward the altar. The abbot looked, turned ashen in color. "He is mad!" For down below, in front of the altar, was Barnaby. He had spread out his strip of carpet, and kneeling reverently upon it, was actually juggling in the air 12 golden balls. He was giving his old performance, and giving it beautifully. His bright knives, the shining balls, the tin plate balanced on the tip of his nose. And on his face was a look of adoration and joy. "We must seize him at once," cried the abbot, and turned for the door. But at that moment, a light filled the church, a brilliant beam of light coming directly from the altar, and both the monks sank to their knees. For as Barnaby knelt exhausted on his carpet, they saw the statue of the Virgin Mary move. She came down from her pedestal, and coming to where Barnaby knelt, she took the blue hem of her robe and touched it to his forehead, gently drying the perspiration that glistened there. Then the light dimmed, and up in the choir balcony, the monks were joined by the brother who had befriended Barnaby. His eyes were moist with joy as he perceived the miracle below. He turned and spoke to the abbot.
God has accepted the only gift he had to make.
And the abbot slowly nodded. Blessed are the simple in heart, for they shall see God.
Thank you, Nelson Eddy. That was magnificent. We planned a program of laughs and chuckles for you next Monday night. It was one of our most successful stage plays and also a most entertaining picture, The Male Animal. Our stars will be Olivia de Havilland, Joel McCrae, and Jack Carson. Ronald Coleman can now be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Random Harvest. Nelson Eddy appeared tonight through the courtesy of the makers of Old Gold cigarettes. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to Wilbur Hatch, John Nesbitt, for their splendid contributions to this Christmas program. And now, as a sort of surprise holiday gift, Nelson Eddy returns to bring us a wonderful song which he has sung on our Christmas program for the past several years. A song which we have come to regard as a great Yuletide tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, Nelson Eddy, the choir, and the orchestra in the Lord's Prayer. The Screen Guild players are presented by Lady Esther, who wishes you good night and Merry Christmas.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Holiday Inn. The starring players.
This is Bing Crosby.
And this is Dinah Shore.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild players in musical highlights from Paramount Pictures' tuneful film, Holiday Inn, starring Bing Crosby as Jim Hardy and Dinah Shore as Linda Mason.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
This is the story of Jim Hardy, a man with an idea.
Oh, pardon me, Brother Bradley. A man with 3 ideas.
3?
Yep. The first one came to me when Lila Dixon and Ted Hanover and myself, we were doing a song and dance act in a New York nightclub.
Uh-huh.
I had an idea that I would marry Lila, quit show business, and settle down on a farm in Connecticut.
Well, sounds great. How'd the idea work out?
Didn't work. Just when I felt sorry for Ted because Lila was marrying me and we'd leave him looking for 2 new partners, Ted gave Lila a quick fireside chat.
Mm-hmm.
He sold her on staying in the act with him, and when I walked out to go to the farm, I walked out alone. I've had better ideas, I think, than that idea.
Well, tell me, Jim, what was the next idea?
Holiday Inn. See, it didn't take me too long to learn that a farm was no place for a lazy boy. So I decided to change the farmhouse into a roadside nightclub, open on holidays only, and featuring shows built around each particular holiday. I even had a show planned for Hitler's funeral.
Huh?
Yeah.
What made you think Hitler would be buried on a holiday?
Oh, brother, any day he's buried will be a holiday. I wrote special songs for all the holidays, and then I began looking for some talent.
I see.
I was planning to open on Christmas Eve, but the game was called off on account of no one showing up. Not even performers. Boy, I was really feeling sorry for myself on Christmas Day, and then Santa Claus brought me Linda Mason. And when I saw Linda, well, I began to get another idea. See, I can still remember the first day when she came up to the farm and she asked me for a job.
Could you use me in your show, Mr. Hardy?
Well, I don't know. Might find a spot for you somewhere. What can you do?
Oh, I'd dance a little and sing.
Gee, I couldn't guarantee any salary at first. Right now, I've got the ledger in an iron lung.
Oh, I don't care if you pay me off in eggs.
Pay off in eggs? Lady, you've either got me mixed up with Bob Hope or some millionaire.
Please give me a chance.
Well, we'll see what you can do here. You know, this Sort of gives me a chance to keep a little promise I made to myself. I swore I was going to sing this song here at the inn tonight. I'm dreaming
and may all the Christmases be white.
Well, Mr. Hardy?
You're hired.
Gee, thanks. Thanks a lot, Mr. Hardy.
I want to tell you, though, there's a string tied to it.
Oh, I was afraid it was too good to be true.
Yep. From now on, you got to start calling me Jim. Well, between this here and that there, Brother B, I want to tell you, Linda and I managed to talk enough musicians and entertainers into taking a chance with us to let us open Holiday Inn on New Year's Eve. The joint was packed. I was standing in the corner pounding myself on the back for having hit the jackpot when the lights went off again all over the world. Just to give everything a nice, ironic touch, Linda was singing Happy Holiday when trouble staggered in.
Happy Holiday, Happy Holiday. While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true. Happy Holiday, Happy Holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing Happy Holidays to you.
If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road and come to Holiday Inn.
If the traffic noise affects you like a squeaky violin, kick your cares down the stairs, come on to Holiday Inn.
If you can't find someone who will set your heart awhirl, take your car and motor to the home of boy meets girl.
If you're laid up with a breakdown, throw away your vitamins.
Don't get worse.
Just get your hold of your nurse and come to Holiday Inn.
Happy Holiday, Happy Holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing Happy Holidays to you. Oh, I want to tell you, Brother B, that gal could really sing the socks off.
Yes, indeed. Well, no one's going to argue with you about that, Jim, but, well, if I'm not being too obtrusive, let's get back to the trouble you said staggered into Holiday Inn.
Oh, yes, the trouble.
Yes, the trouble.
Well, it was my former partner and throat cutter, Ted Hanover. Ted staggered in with a compound alcoholic fracture. This boy was loaded. There was nothing wrong with his propensity for grabbing my girls. He walked right over to Linda and began dancing with her, and just watching them dance together, I had a hunch that my days with Linda were numbered. The next morning, though, when I went into the room where I had put Ted to sort of sleep it off, I began to think I had a chance to, Good morning, Ted. Got a little head, huh?
Oh. Say, where am I?
You're in Holiday Inn.
Well, how'd I get here? Who brought me?
Haven't you heard about the stork?
This is no time for your alleged comedy. Lila left me.
What?
Yeah, I got a wire from her at the theater telling me she was quitting me. Going to marry some Texas millionaire or something.
Uh-oh.
Then I had a drink.
A drink? Brother, you couldn't hit the floor with a handful of hominy.
Say, I seem to remember dancing with some girl after I got here last night.
Girl?
Yeah. I'm beginning to remember a few things. Gee, she was a perfect partner for me. Now that Lila's left me, I have to get a new partner, and that girl, she's just the girl for me.
Oh, no, Ted. I think you're much better off doing a single. You're a born soloist, you know, old boy.
Oh, no, Jim. No, sir. I've got to get that girl for a partner. Gee, if I could only remember what she looked like.
You don't remember?
No. Say, wait a minute. You saw her.
Me?
Yeah. Come on, describe her.
Oh, well, I wasn't watching very closely, you know. She was, Oh, I would say she was a medium-built sort of a girl with a medium face. She had a nice evening gown on with a sort of a Bal McCann back.
You're a great help, you are. Thanks a lot.
Oh, it's really nothing at all. Happy to do it for you.
Just the same, I got a hunch. I'm going to find that girl, and believe me, she's worth waiting for.
Well, where are you going to find her?
Right here. I have a hunch she'll be back here for the next holiday.
Well, how do you like that for a guy moving in on me, Brother B?
Well, Jim, couldn't you have told him she was your girl and asked him to keep away from her?
Oh, you can't be that naive. True, old boy. Don't you remember Lila? Ted made a habit of stealing my girls away from me. My only chance to hang on to Linda was to keep her out of Ted's sight until I had enough cabbage in the bank to ask her to marry me. And with the next holiday, Lincoln's birthday, I decided that Linda and we're going to work in blackface to keep Ted from discovering her. Oh, she wasn't too happy either when I broke the idea to her about it.
Oh, Jim, I'll look terrible in that stuff.
No, you won't.
I don't even know how to put it on.
I'll put it on for you. I'm an old boot black, you know. Well, let's see. Here we go now.
Oh, for a month and a half I've been dreaming about how pretty I was going to look tonight.
Well, you'll have plenty of times to be pretty. Say, I was just going to ask you if you'd like to be in the rest of the shows out here.
You were?
Will you?
Will I? I just wish I didn't have to work in that florist shop all the other days in the year to make these few possible.
Well, maybe a little later on when we start doing better, you can stay out here all the time.
Did you hear what you just said?
I just caught the last part of it there.
Was it a proposal?
Well, it sure will be when I get a few bucks in the bank.
Gosh, you're a strange duck. You don't even give me a chance to say darling and throw my arms around you.
Oh, you'd better wait until you see my bank book.
Well, I guess I'm sort of engaged.
Yes, and I guess we'd better sort of start the show, too. Come on, we can't just sing here in the dressing room. On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham.
When he grew up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham.
He was a great man, Abraham.
Abraham.
In 1860, he became the 16th president. And now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gem.
And that is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham.
USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks. Abraham.
She gave this land its finest son, whoever went to Washington. Abraham.
When somebody told him General Grant was drinking every night,
he answered, go see if you can get all my generals tied.
That's why we celebrate blessed February day. Abraham.
Continue in just a moment with the second half of our musical highlight from Holiday Inn. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I've received so many letters lately from women living in Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Chicago, and other cities where there are numerous defense plants and where the air is filled with smoke and flying dust. They tell me what a problem it is to keep their skin really clean these days. And many of them tell me they began to notice their skin getting dull and muddy looking. They began to notice blemishes here and there. But what a difference, they tell me, since they began using Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. Many of them tell me their skin never looked cleaner and fresher, never looked smoother. Now, I wish I could read you these hundreds of enthusiastic letters, because they prove that Lady Esther four-purpose face cream does far more for your skin than just an ordinary cleansing cream. But I want to do more than that. I want to send you a generous tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream free. so that you can try it on your own skin and see the thrilling results for yourself. After all, what better proof can there be than to see a thing with your own eyes? If your skin is taking a lot of extra punishment these days, especially if it's being exposed more than usual and getting a little dry and rough, a little muddy looking, you'll want to take advantage of my offer. I'll send you enough cream for a whole week's trial, and you can see for yourself how Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream not only thoroughly cleans your skin, but softens it, helps nature refine the pores, and even leaves a smooth, flattering base for powder. Just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard. By return mail, you'll receive your gift tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream and the 9 different shades of Lady Esther Face Powder. All the address you need is Lady Esther, Chicago.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
And now we raise the curtain again on Holiday Inn, starring Dinah Shore as Linda Mason and Bing Crosby as Jim Hardy. Go on with the story of Holiday Inn, Jim. Tell me, did the blackface disguise keep Ted from discovering Linda?
Yeah, but he came back like gangbusters. He promised to come 2 days later for Valentine's Day, and even I couldn't figure out a legitimate excuse for putting Linda in blackface on Valentine's Day, so I decided to take Cupid right by the bowstrings and set myself solid with Linda. Now, I had a special song all whipped up for her when she came back for rehearsal. I called it, Be Careful, It's My Heart. I wasn't kidding either.
Pretty solid with Linda.
Well, I thought it was pretty beamy, you know, nice low key and everything, but nothing happened. While I was singing, Ted finally found Linda, and he moved right in.
Back in?
Oh, he moved in with a crash. He set himself up in business at Holiday Inn, dancing with Linda, you know, in the holiday shows, and dividing the rest of his time between making love to her and trying to sell her on leaving me in Holiday Inn to head for the big time as his dancing partner. Now, I managed to come out of my corner punch, you know. I was swinging right from China. And on Easter Sunday, I was sure I had Ted on the run when Linda joined me in the big Easter parade. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade.
I'll be all in clover, and when they look us over, we'll be the proudest couple in the Easter parade.
On the avenue,
up Fifth Avenue,
the photographers will snap us,
and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure.
Write a song about your Easter bonnet and all the girl I'm taking to the Easter
Jim, that really should have eliminated Hanover, huh?
Well, I thought he'd take a fast count, but Ted promoted a couple of Hollywood talent scouts to come out to the inn. A couple of boys from Hollywood, and signed Linda and himself up.
They got a picture contract,
yep,
huh?
That's what they did, in a little epic titled Holiday Inn.
Now, wait. You mean they stole your idea and made it into a picture?
Well, no. When Ted stole my girl, I gave him the idea for the picture.
And that was the end of everything, huh?
Practically. I closed up Holiday Inn after Ted and Linda left, and I just sat around feeling sorry for myself. And on Thanksgiving Day, I read in the gossip columns that they were going to be married as soon as they finished the picture. Well, then I was really ready for the river. And then Mamie, my housekeeper, she took me in hand and gave me sort of a chalk talk on chickadees and their chicaneries.
Closing up the inn and sitting around like a jellyfish. Just 'cause a slicker stole your gal and you ain't got fight enough to get her back.
I tried to keep her here, Mamie.
What kind of keeping was that? Nothing but tricks. If you hadn't made Miss Linda mad, hiring that driver to keep her away from the inn the night them Hollywood scouts was here, and then acting like she couldn't be trusted to stay with you in the face of temptation, she'd still be here. Why, right now, if you went to Hollywood and told Miss Linda how much you love her and misses her, that is, if you told her the way a lady likes to hear it, I'll bet you she'd be the quickest ex-movie star that ever exed.
Well, just what do you have in mind?
Grab yourself a handful of train and get on out to Hollywood.
Well, and then what? See, after all, I can't just walk up to a girl I'm in love with, and I haven't seen her in several months, and say, Dr. Livingston, I presume, or something.
Well, now, see here, Mr. Jim. I can tell you to get out to Hollywood, and I can also advise you to take Miss Linda in your arms and crush her. But after that, Mr. Jim, you got to put the pressure on yourself.
Well, look at here.
Well, did you take Mamie's advice, Jim?
Well, I had nothing to lose, Brad. I walked onto the lot where they were making the movie version of Holiday Inn, just as they were about to shoot the last scene of the picture. And I want to tell you, it gave me something of a start, because that movie set looked exactly like my Connecticut farmhouse. The artificial snow coming down from above, it really took me back to that Christmas day when Linda showed up at Holiday Inn looking for a job. And then Linda began singing White Christmas, and well, I mustered up enough nerve to walk right into the scene. And when it was all over, Ted Hanover was looking for a new partner, and Linda and I were off to see a man about a license.
Saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Tyrone Power, David Niven, and Jane Greer in The Bishop's Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Home again after an absence of a year and a half is one of America's favorite stars. And he's here tonight to lend an extra thrill to our holiday season. I mean, of course, Tyrone Power, who joins David Niven and Jane Greer in our Christmas present to you, the delightful play, The Bishop's Wife. Samuel Goldwyn's fine and sensitive screen production won your hearts as well as your applause. And those who saw the picture will have a special welcome tonight for David Niven, who plays his original screen role as the bishop. I'm sure most of you are quite busy these days with last-minute shopping and getting the house in order for the holidays, a time of year when you'll need plenty of Lux Flakes. In fact, there's a most unusual holiday use for Lux Flakes on your Christmas tree, which we'll tell you about later. Now the curtain for Act 1 of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. It's a late afternoon in December. In a rather shabby section of a large city, two old friends have an unexpected meeting.
Julia, what a wonderful surprise, my dear, beautiful Julia.
Professor Wutheridge, but what are you doing here?
I'm about to negotiate the purchase of a Christmas tree.
I didn't know you celebrated Christmas. I thought you had no religion.
I don't, but I like a Christmas tree. Reminds me of my childhood. Can you imagine me ever having been a child? Tell me, how's Henry?
Oh, he's well, I suppose. But so tired and worried.
You're raising money for the new cathedral, huh?
Slow work, Professor. And you, how's your book coming?
Oh, splendidly. Greatest history of Rome since Gibbons.
Oh, I wish it weren't so late. The cathedral committee's meeting with Henry. I really should be there.
Well, one of these days we'll have time for a nice talk again. Oh, here, for Henry's cathedral fund.
This coin?
It has very little value, I'm afraid. Just an old Roman coin. I picked it up years ago in Italy.
Oh, it's a wonderful contribution.
Nonsense. Might be called the widow's mite, only I'm not a widow. Julia, what's the matter?
Nothing. Oh, if Henry and I could only spend Christmas back here, where we were so happy. With you, with all our old friends.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was really very childish of me. Goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, Julia.
Why, Professor, how good to see you again.
Who are you?
And how well you look after all these years. Well, don't you remember me?
Let's see, it wasn't Vienna, was it?
Vienna. Beautiful old Vienna.
When I was lecturing on Roman history.
And what splendid lectures they were. And what a one you were with the ladies.
I fancy you remembering that.
I've been standing on the corner watching you, Professor. You and Julia.
You know Julia?
In a way, yes.
Poor girl.
She's unhappy?
Yes. When were you in Vienna?
Oh, many times. I'm interested in Julia, Professor, and Henry. What seems to be their trouble?
Oh, no special trouble, I imagine.
Henry's a bishop now,
Oh, yes, that used to be his church over there.
St. Timothy's.
Perishing from neglect.
It's such a nice little church. Well, delighted to have seen you again, Professor.
Strange. Unless I've completely lost my memory, I've never seen that fellow before in my life.
Julia?
I'm terribly sorry I'm so late, Henry. Has everyone gone?
Yes, dear, some time ago.
Not another argument, Henry. Mrs. Hamilton...
Mrs. Hamilton is a selfish, vain old... She made it very clear, Julia. Either we build the cathedral the way she wants it, or it won't be built at all. Oh, what a ghastly meeting.
You didn't give in to her.
Indeed not. I made it very clear I have no intention of being strangled by her purse strings.
Oh, Henry, I'm proud of you.
I had the most unchristian impulse to take those blueprints and give her a good whack over a mink coat.
I beg your pardon, Bishop.
Yes, Miss Castaway?
Mr. Trevor's on the phone.
Tell him the bishop will call him back, please, after dinner.
Yes, Mrs. Brown.
Henry, What's happened to you? To us? To our marriage?
That's a strange question to ask.
No, we used to be so happy. We used to make other people happy. Henry, that was your gift. You're no financier, and you're no promoter. Kowtowing to people, flattering them, begging them.
It's got to be done, Julia. I want this cathedral to stand like a great beacon. I want its light to shine. I want...
Yes, Henry. Oh, here's a contribution I collected.
Oh, what is it?
It's an old Roman coin from Professor Wutheridge.
Oh, what does he think I can do with it?
Well, it's a beginning. Now all you need is just another $4 million.
Julia, don't be flippant about this. Well, if dinner's ready, let's have it over with. I've got a lot of work to do tonight.
The soup's very good, Matilda.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Oh, Julia, I'm sorry I was so thoughtless just now. I was just thinking, tomorrow, perhaps we could spend the day together.
Henry.
Call on the professor, maybe. Have lunch at Michelle's.
Michelle's? Oh, it's been years since we've been there.
Please forgive me.
Yes, Miss Castaway?
Well, I've been trying to explain to Mr. Trevor, but he simply insists upon talking to you.
Oh, Julia.
He's on the cathedral committee, isn't he? Well, go ahead, dear. You'd better talk to him.
Yes, Mr. Trevor. Very well, Mr. Trevor. I'll be there. 10:30 tomorrow morning. Good night. You may as well go home now, Miss Castaway.
Oh, but there's still a great deal of work to do, sir.
You're a secretary, not a machine. Now run along.
Well, thank you. Oh, and don't forget, you have a speech to make tomorrow at the Junior Assembly.
Oh, no. What time?
It's a luncheon meeting, 1:00. Good night, Bishop.
Good night, Miss Castaway. Oh, God, what am I to do? Can't you help me? Can't you tell me? Oh, God, please, please help me. Yes?
Good evening.
Oh, what can I do for you?
That isn't the question, Henry.
Oh, well, what is it?
What can I do for you?
Look, I'm afraid you must telephone for an appointment. I'm in the middle of dinner.
I know, Henry. But you asked for help, you know.
I asked... Who told you I asked for help?
Well, you are known to be a good man, and you were heard. I was instructed to come here in answer to your prayer.
Who are you?
I'm an angel.
I beg your pardon?
An angel.
An angel. I knew it. I've been working too hard.
Now, don't be alarmed. I know it's hard to believe even for you, but this is my district, and I...
Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please, do. And now let's see. You have some problems concerning the building of a new cathedral.
Yes.
Oh, here's a picture of it. Beautiful. Magnificent. Well, Henry, do you believe I am what I say I am?
Well, how can I? Have nothing but your word for it.
But you are a bishop. You, of all people, can trust the word of an angel.
Well, what do you propose to do? Perform a miracle?
If necessary.
Oh, why don't you? Why don't you create a cathedral with a wave of your hand?
Oh, no. You wouldn't want me to do that, would you? How would you explain it?
Well,
Henry, is anything wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a caller.
Oh, how have you been, Julia? I'm Dudley. Henry is engaging me to help him with his work.
You mean you're going to be his assistant?
That's it, exactly. I'm going to try to help Henry to get some relaxation.
Oh, that's just what I've been praying for.
Oh, you too?
Henry, I'm so relieved, dear. Where do you come from, Dudley?
Oh, all around.
Julia, this man claims that he's an...
I've been doing social service work downtown.
Julia, if you don't mind, I must talk to this gentleman alone.
We were just having dinner, Dudley. Won't you join us?
Well, that's very kind of you, but I really must go. I'll see you both in the morning.
In the morning?
Oh, yes. Bright and early.
I'll wait in the dining room, Henry. Good night.
Oh, good night, Julia.
Are you sure you're an angel?
Oh, I know it isn't easy, Henry, but you've just got to take me on faith.
Yes, but for how long? How long will it take?
Until you can utter another prayer and say that you have no further need of me. Then I'll be gone and forgotten. Julia's waiting, Henry.
Yes, I know, but I still don't understand. Dudley! Dudley, where are you? Dudley!
What's wrong, Henry? You look so pale.
Do I?
Sit down, dear. Henry, what's the rest of Dudley's name?
I don't know.
Why, Henry, you're trembling.
I'm not surprised. A lesser man would quiver.
Well, you'll feel better after you've eaten. Matilda's baked your favorite dessert, dear. Angel food cake. Henry, what is
it? Bishop Brown.
Oh, good morning, Miss Castaway.
I was just in your study, sir. There's a man in there. He says he's your new assistant.
Oh, then he did come back.
He says we're going to be working together.
Yes, there doesn't seem much I can do about it. Well, run along to the office, Miss Catsaway. I'll go in and see him.
Yes, sir.
Well, here I am, Henry. Completely at your service.
Now, it may interest you to know I didn't sleep 20 minutes last night. I don't mind adding I'm in a highly nervous condition.
Oh, well, then, the first thing we'll have to... Oh, good morning, Julia.
Good morning, Dudley. It's a lovely day.
Lovely.
Henry and I are going out together.
Oh, Julia, I'm terribly sorry, but we can't. I got to see Mr. Trevor at 10:30, and after that there's the junior assembly.
But you promised, Henry.
Yes, I know I did.
But, Dudley could represent you at those meetings, couldn't he?
Could I?
Oh, that's out of the question. They expect me. It would never do if I sent an assistant. Excuse us, Dudley. I want to speak to my wife.
Oh, of course.
In the hall, dear. Julia, you see, the trouble is... Well, that man in there... Oh, I can't explain.
Don't even try, Henry.
Oh, but you mustn't think...
This is the way it is. This is the way it always will be. Well, I'll tell Matilda she can have the day off for Christmas shopping. I'll take care of Debbie. I'll see you at dinner, Henry.
What are you doing, Dudley?
I'm just looking through your files, Henry. Well, I see that Mrs. Hamilton has pledged $1 million to the Cathedral Fund, but she hasn't sent her check.
Well, never mind that file. That's work for a bookkeeper, not work for a bookkeeper.
Well, so you're beginning to believe in me.
I don't know who you are. I don't know where you came from or who sent you. I only wish you'd make haste.
Because the cathedral must be built?
And obviously that's the most important thing.
Or because Julia must be happy. It's going to be difficult to help you, Henry, unless I'm sure of what it is that you really want.
Yes, well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. Mr. Trevor likes punctuality.
Well, run along, Henry. This file's in an awful mess. I think I'll reorganize it.
I still think you're wasting your time on unimportant details.
Well, nothing's unimportant, Henry. Remember, we're interested in even the lowliest sparrow. Bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves. Oh, hello, Debbie. Well, come in.
How did you do that just now? All those cards in Daddy's file? You just waved your hand and they all jumped out of the box and jumped in again.
Oh, that. Well, it's just my system of rearranging card files.
Do it again.
Some other time,
You're Dudley, aren't you? Mommy told me. Mommy says you're very nice.
Well, that's extremely kind of Mommy.
She said that maybe with you here, maybe we'll get to see Daddy once in a while.
Yes, maybe we will.
Debbie, that'll be enough out of you, dear. Come along.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, so you're going out?
To the park. I'm going to play in the snow. Goodbye, Dudley.
Goodbye, Debbie. Have a good time. Julia.
Dudley, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, I often walk in the park. Well, Debbie seems to be having a fine time. Regular snowbird.
Aren't you supposed to be working?
I always take a walk before lunch. Relaxing, you know.
Oh, I wish you could convince Henry of that.
Speaking of lunch, Julia, I thought I'd go to Michelle's. Ever been there?
Michelle's? Oh, yes, we used to go there often, years ago.
How about going there today?
You and I to Michelle's? Oh, no, I couldn't.
Why not?
Well...
Oh, surely you don't think Henry would mind.
Oh, no, it isn't that. Well, you see, Matilda's off shopping, and I'll have to look after Debbie.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. But here's Matilda now.
Hello, Mrs. Brome.
Matilda.
I just thought, Mrs. Brome, that if you wish, I'll take Debbie home.
But, Matilda, you're shopping.
Oh, I finished it. I finished it so quick. It was just like a miracle.
Oh, you don't say.
I thought Debbie might like to go home and make Christmas cookies.
Oh, I'm sure she'd love to, but...
Well, then, Mrs. Brome, I'll just go and get her.
Well, Julia, Michelle's?
I think that would be very nice.
Good.
Dudley.
Yes?
Just a minute ago, when you said you saw Matilda...
Yes?
Oh, it's nonsense.
Oh, what's nonsense?
You were looking the other way when you said you saw her.
Oh, I was?
I mean, I thought you were. How silly of me. Wait here, Dudley. I'll say goodbye to Debbie.
Julia, I'm home, Julia.
Why, Bishop, I thought you were out for lunch.
Well, I cancelled my appointment, Matilda. Are Mrs. Brome and Debbie here?
Well, Debbie's upstairs, sir, but Mrs. went out to lunch with Mr. Dudley.
Oh, well, she said... With Dudley?
Why, yes, sir. I thought you knew, sir.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, dear.
I'm so glad you knew about Michelle's, Dudley. It's so nice to be back here again. Only? Well, you seem to know so much. Makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well, in that case, I'm sorry I ever learned anything. You have memories of this place, haven't you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it was in this restaurant that Henry asked me to marry him.
Yes, I know.
You know?
I mean, I know how you must feel. There's a fortune teller over there. You care to have your palm read?
No, thank you. Would you?
No, I know too much about myself as it is.
And I know so little about myself.
Oh, really? May I look at your hand?
Can you tell fortunes, too?
It's not too difficult.
Well, what do you see?
I never noticed, Julia. Your eyes are green. I see a great deal of happiness. I see a woman who's adored. I see a rich, full life.
Do you see Henry's new cathedral?
No. No, I don't.
And Debbie?
Oh, no need to worry about her. She'll be like you, Julia. She'll have youth and beauty no matter how old she lives to be.
I wish I could believe you.
You may.
You haven't looked at my hand once. I simply don't know what to think of you, Dudley. Whether you're serious... Oh, no.
Well?
That table over there. No, don't look. 3 ladies, all on the cathedral committee. They're simply glaring at me.
Well?
They saw you holding my hand. My hand.
Oh. Well, then if you'll excuse me, I'd better do something about it, hadn't I?
What did you do to them? Now they're smiling at me. Look, they're waving.
Well, wave back, Julia.
Oh, yes.
I didn't do anything to them. Just introduced myself, chatted a moment. They're really very friendly, Julia. They promised to drop by our table a little later.
Dudley, may I make an understatement?
Oh, please do.
You are a very unusual man.
I'll let you in on something, Julia. You're quite right.
Before our stars return with Act 2 of The Bishop's Wife, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
John, I have wonderful news for movie fans. Jean Tierney is back in her first picture since her new daughter was born. 20th Century Fox gave her the lead in Whirlpool, a top-notch thriller. There are a kleptomaniac, a hypnotist, blackmail, and a murder charge in it.
Well, sounds like a real spine-tingler.
Oh, it is. And Jean is wonderful as a wealthy young wife who rebels at living within her husband's income.
Who is the lucky man?
Richard Conte. But he says he feels a lot safer in man-to-man combat than he does in a love scene.
Jean is dynamite on the screen.
And a wonderful wife and mother at home. Between takes for Whirlpool, she often sewed or knitted for her 2 little daughters. She loves detailed handwork. And naturally, when she puts so much time and work into the children's things, she insists they get gentle care. Lux Flakes are a standby in her household.
That's true of thousands of homes where there are babies and young children.
Well, it's especially important to keep their tiny cottons and knitted woolies soft and unshrunken, so they can't chafe or bind. Tiny diamonds of Lux burst into suds so fast, make such rich suds, baby things come out sweet and fresh in a jiffy.
And Lux Flakes are so gentle, they keep delicate baby pastels lovely looking up to 3 times as long.
It's a shame to let wrong washing methods spoil baby things. Actual washing tests show that colors stay fresh looking up to 3 times as long with Lux Flakes care. There's no safer care for baby things than gentle Lux Flakes.
We return you now to William Keighley.
Act 2 of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. Reliable authorities tell us that the Christmas season is the happiest time of the year. But it's anything but that for young Bishop Henry Broke. Determined to build a cathedral, he can't raise the money. And if that isn't trouble enough, he finds his prayers have been answered in the person of a young, handsome, and full-fledged angel named Dudley, who seems to find the bishop's wife better company than the bishop.
I enjoyed lunch very much, Dudley. Now, don't you think we'd better go home?
But I thought you liked to walk.
Oh, I do. But Oh, Dudley, wait. There's a friend of mine. Professor Wutheridge. Professor, wait.
Julia, what wonderful luck meeting you again. This man, are you with him?
Yes, of course. Dudley, this is Professor Wutheridge.
Oh, the professor knows me well. The University of Vienna.
Young man, I don't believe you've ever been near Vienna.
Dudley is Henry's new assistant.
You mean you really know this fellow?
Of course I do.
Well, in that case, how about dropping into my humble diggings for a bit of Yuletide cheer?
Oh, I'd love to, but only for a moment.
Come along, Dudley. It's just around the corner.
Well, Professor, when are you going to show us your book?
My book? Never.
Please.
Oh, you're writing a book?
You didn't know?
You didn't tell me.
I described the book in detail in the course of those lectures I gave in Vienna. Julia, I'm now certain this fellow's an impostor.
Oh, that book. Oh, I thought you finished that one years ago.
Oh, I see. No, for 20 years I've talked about that book, but in all that time I haven't written a word, not one word.
But why not?
Because I can't think of anything original to say. Just the same old monotonous history, dry as dust. Never could find the right words, either to tell to a pretty girl or to write a book.
Even when you had this coin to inspire you?
Well, that's the coin you gave to Henry, Professor.
Yes, I borrowed it from Henry's desk.
And you wasted your time. It's worthless.
Oh, on the contrary. This coin is one of the rarest of all antiquities. Only 100 of these coins were minted by Julius Caesar 2,000 years ago. That was when Cleopatra visited Rome. Presumably these coins were used to pay her hotel bill.
Why, that's amazing.
Nobody knew about it except Caesar's wife, and she had the coins destroyed. But this one she overlooked. It's an unwritten chapter in history, and you, Professor, will write it.
Do you know any more stories like that?
Oh, any number of them.
Oh, you're a curious fellow, Dudley.
Have you just begun to notice that?
Where do you come from?
Well, what if I told you that I come from another planet? Would you believe me?
I don't know.
I'd believe you, Dudley.
And you'd be right, Julia, as always. We all come from our own little planets. That's why we're all different. That's what makes life interesting.
Oh, it's getting late. I must be leaving, really.
Oh, sorry, Professor.
If my wine bottle wasn't empty, we could say goodbye with another drink.
Empty?
Oh, yes, I had barely enough for the bottle. It's half full.
Oh, well, save it for next time, Professor.
I'm really getting old when I can't see what's inside a wine bottle. Dudley.
Yes, my friend?
There's one thing that troubles me greatly.
Well?
To write a history is a tremendous task. I wonder, will I have time to finish it?
You'll finish it. You'll have time.
I don't know why I'd ask you that question. How would you know? Yet somehow I believe you. You see, for quite a while now, every time I passed a cemetery, I felt as if I were apartment hunting.
Goodbye, Professor. Come and see us, please.
I will. Goodbye, and God bless you both.
I'll pass that recommendation along. Thank you, Professor.
They're coming up the walk now, Bishop. Mrs. Brom and Mr. Dudley.
Oh, they are. Well, I hope dinner isn't spoiled, Matilda.
Oh, no, sir. I have sort of a feeling they might be late.
Very considerate of you.
Henry?
Good evening, Julia.
I'm sorry I'm so late, dear.
Hello, Henry.
Good evening, Dudley.
We had the most marvelous time. Oh, I wish you'd been with us.
Yes, I wish I had.
Is Debbie asleep yet?
She's waiting to see you.
Oh, good. I'll go right up.
I trust you spent a profitable afternoon, Dudley?
Oh, yes. Yes, did you have a profitable afternoon, Henry?
Not very. Dudley, I'd like to see you for a moment. I mean, here in my study.
Certainly.
Well, this won't take long, but I'd rather not be interrupted. You'll excuse me if I lock the door. Dudley, I simply cannot go on like this. Can you prove to me that you are an angel?
Proof? You mean a document? Oh, surely you of all people should know that angels need no passports.
I'd be a lot happier if I could see you perform a miracle.
Well, what kind?
Well, make this desk rise up and fly around the room.
Oh, Henry, please. I didn't come here to do tricks. I'm surprised at you.
I don't believe you are an angel at all. I think you're a demon right out.
Henry, no. No, don't say that word.
Well, anyway, now you know how I feel.
Yes.
Now, wait a minute, Dudley. I'm not through yet. There's another matter. The door. I locked that door. He just opened it and walked out. Dudley! Wait a minute. Dudley! Now it's locked again. Oh. Dudley!
Run upstairs, dear, to say goodnight to Debbie.
Oh.
Anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, you look very well, Julia. You're very bright and gay.
I feel gay, Henry.
I think you're an excellent wife, Julia.
Why, thank you.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the well-ordered life we lead, and I want you to know that I think the credit for that is due to you much more than to me.
Thank you again, dear.
Do you think I'm an excellent husband?
Of course, dear. Henry, I hope you're going to take things easier now. I mean with Dudley here. I think he's very able.
You do?
Yes. He knows so many things.
What, for instance?
Well, you should have seen him this afternoon. We met Professor Wutheridge. Why, Dudley knows more about history than he does.
He should. He's been at it longer.
What?
Oh, nothing. I'll go up and see Debbie now, dear.
Don't you know any stories, Mr. Dudley?
Oh, I know hundreds of stories, Debbie.
I think it would be very nice of you to tell me one.
Well, I know a story that happened many, many years ago about a boy who lived in a little town.
What was his name?
His name was David. He was a shepherd, and the town where he lived was called Bethlehem.
Oh, I know Bethlehem. That's where the star was.
That's right. Only David lived long before the star. Well, one night David was out in the hills tending his sheep. He was playing the harp and singing. And then all of a sudden, an angel came down and spoke to him.
How did David know he was an angel?
Oh, he didn't know. And that's the way it always is. Angels come down and put ideas into people's heads, and then people feel very proud of themselves because they think it was all their own idea. Well, anyway, this angel spoke to David. One of your lambs has strayed, he said. So David put aside his harp and went out into the darkness to find the lamb. Of course, the angel guided him. And when David found the lamb, he saw a great ferocious lion there.
Oh, dear.
So David said to the lion, "You get away from that lamb." And the lion said, "You get away from me or I'll eat you too."
Did David run away?
Oh, no. No, the angel put another idea into his head. And David took out his sling and hurled a stone right between the lion's eyes.
Served him good and right.
Yes, I think it did. And David picked up the lamb and carried it back to the fold. And then he felt so happy that he took his harp and he made up a new song. It started like this. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Oh, come in, Henry. I think you can tell the rest of this.
Some other time.
Well, good night, Daddy.
Good night, darling. Now, if you're ready, Dudley, so is dinner.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
So right after dinner, Henry, we'll get a taxi and go down to St. Timothy's.
St. Timothy's? Tonight?
Of course, dear. The choir's rehearsing for the benefit. Henry, we promised Mr. Miller we'd...
Oh, Julia, I telephoned Mrs. Hamilton this afternoon.
Henry.
I apologized to her for some of the things I'd said. I had to, and she said I might call on her tonight.
But the rehearsal's just for you.
$1 million for Mrs. Hamilton, dear, is far more important. Besides, Mr. Miller will be delighted to see you.
You're his bishop, Henry. And besides, I just don't like going alone.
Oh, my evening seems quite free, Henry.
Oh, no, definitely not. You've done enough already.
Well, I was about to suggest that I see Mrs. Hamilton and you take Julia to St. Timothy's.
You and Mrs. Hamilton? Oh, no.
Well, it's just a suggestion.
Dudley, would you mind very much going with me?
Julia!
Yes, Henry? Well?
I think that might be a very good solution. Thank you, Dudley.
You're welcome, Henry.
Mrs. Brome. Oh, I'm delighted to see you.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Oh, this is Mr. Dudley, the bishop's new assistant.
Oh, Mr. Dudley, a pleasure.
Thank you. The bishop will try to get here later, Mr. Miller. Something important came up.
Oh, of course, he's such a busy man now.
He didn't want to delay rehearsal.
Mrs. Brome, I'm terribly embarrassed. Look over there. Only 2 of the boys have come. Oh, it's just too difficult, I suppose, trying to compete with basketball and Christmas.
I wouldn't worry, Mr. Miller. They'll all show up. Hiya, boys.
Hi.
What do you sing?
Me? Oh, first soprano.
Any good?
I doubt it.
Well, how about giving out?
You mean alone?
Well, you've got Rupert with you. Hiya, Rupert.
Hi.
Well, what do you say?
It's okay by me.
Fine. I'll start you off at the piano.
Mrs. Brome, look. Here come some of the other boys.
Why, yes. Maybe basketball isn't so important after all.
The stars in the sky looking down.
You can be proud of them, Mr. Miller. They sing beautifully.
They've never sung so well. Never. And look, they're all here now.
I don't understand.
Oh, if Henry could hear this. Like angels.
Better, believe me.
Baby wakes, but little Lord Jesus knows.
I'm so relieved, Bishop Rome. You needn't make any further apologies.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hamilton. And in view of your generosity, the George B. Hamilton Memorial Chapel shall be located wherever you specify in the new cathedral.
Well, now we're getting somewhere, aren't we? Oh, there's another matter. That window depicting St. George and the dragon.
Yes?
I should very much like the countenance of St. George to resemble my late husband.
Oh. Who do you see as the dragon?
Oh, any dragon.
Thank you. Well, now that we're in such complete accord, would you mind very much if we postponed the details? Julia's waiting for me at St. Timothy's.
Very well. We can go over the plans when I transfer the funds.
Thank you so much. That's strange.
Is anything the matter?
Well, this chair, I can't get up. It's stuck to I'm stuck to it.
Stuck to the chair?
Yes, it doesn't seem quite right, does it?
Stevens, come here, please.
Yes, madam.
There is something wrong with the bishop's chair.
Oh, madam. It must be the new varnish. The furniture people should have warned us.
I do hope I'm not harming the chair.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Awkward situation, isn't it? Perhaps you'll give a little pull at the back, Stevens.
Yes, sir.
Again, please.
Your trousers, sir. I'm afraid if we pull any more...
Mrs. Hamilton, might I use the telephone?
Yes, of course. It's right over there. Can you walk?
After a fashion.
That chair, madam, it clings to him like a brother.
Well, do something, Stevens. Call the shop. Get a plumber.
Hello? Matilda, this is Bishop Rome. I'm at Mrs. Hamilton's. I want you to come here at once with another pair of trousers. Well, what difference does it make? Just bring me another pair of trousers. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry this has happened.
Oh, if I could only get in touch with Julia or Dudley. Dudley! This is all his doing. Dudley!
No, Bishop, don't be nervous. Have a chair, Bishop.
I have a chair.
I can't imagine what happened to Henry. He was so sure he'd meet us there.
Well, I suppose he's detained at Mrs. Hamilton's.
Oh, of course. You know, Dudley, it's a strange thing. You seem to be able to make me feel as if everything's going to be all right.
Everything could be all right for everyone, Julia, if people would only learn to behave like human beings.
It's a lovely night, isn't it? Oh, driver, could you take us through the park, please?
But that's out of your way, lady.
You getting bored with us, driver?
Say, I'll drive you by way of Mexico City if you want me to. That's the trouble with this country. Too many people who don't know where they're going, they want to get there too fast. I'd call you two very unusual people.
Oh, thank you. You're very perceptive.
You know your destination, but you're in no hurry to get there. And you're not reluctant to invest an extra 4 bits for a detour with Mother Nature.
Get right here, watch where you're going.
Oh, that was really a close one.
Holy smoke. Did you see the way I missed that truck? Like a miracle.
Yes, I know, but just don't overplay your hand.
Hey, look, they're ice skating over there.
Oh, so they are. Julia, we're going ice skating.
Oh, no, we mustn't. It's too late. We couldn't. Do you really think we could?
You can stop here, driver. We're going ice skating. Oh, and you too. Well, this is it, Sylvester. What do I owe you?
Not a cent, my friend. Want to know why? Because you and the little lady here have restored my faith in human nature. Well, good night, Dudley. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Sylvester.
Sylvester is a noble soul. His children and his children's children will rise up and call him blessed.
Oh, this has been the most wonderful evening I've had in years.
It's the most wonderful evening I've had in centuries. You're a beautiful skater, Julia. In fact, you're beautiful.
Well, you've come home.
Oh, hello, Henry.
Henry, what happened to you? I thought you were going to meet us at St. Timothy's.
What happened to you? It's almost 10 o'clock.
You'll never guess, Henry. We've been ice skating.
Ice skating?
Yes. You should have seen Dudley. He's marvelous, Henry. Oh, and those boys at St. Timothy's. The way they sang. It was simply heavenly.
I'm sure it was.
Did you have a successful meeting with Mrs. Hamilton?
Quite satisfactory, thank you.
Good. I'll be right down, Henry.
Dudley?
Yes, Henry?
Whatever went on these last few hours, there's one thing I'm sure of. Julia is absolutely blameless.
Oh, of course she is.
But you deliberately stopped me from joining you by the seat of my pants.
Henry, if you had sent me to represent you with Mrs. Hamilton, I would have gone. But you didn't, so I represented you with your wife.
Oh, is that part of the normal duties of an angel?
Well, sometimes, Henry, angels must rush in where fools fear to tread.
I haven't the faintest idea what that means, and I don't want it explained to me. In any event, you can go now, Dudley. I have solved my problem. Mrs. Hamilton is giving the money for the cathedral.
But that was a foregone conclusion, providing you were willing to make a slight sacrifice of your principles.
Now, don't you think it's worth it for this glorious edifice?
I'm not so sure of its glory at a time like this.
Oh, you're not?
Now, these are rather lean years for the world, Henry. So many people need food, so many need shelter. That big roof could make so many little roofs.
I'm dealing with a materialistic, selfish woman. She wouldn't listen to talk like that.
Did you try?
You came here so that I could have a cathedral. Well, I've got a cathedral. And I want you to get out of my house and out of my life and away from Julia.
Suppose you pray for that, Henry. After all, it was prayer that brought me here.
Very well. I'll pray.
Henry, I'm afraid that's no prayer.
It was right from my heart. I want you to go.
Julia doesn't.
Julia, get out. Get out.
Julia is about to come down those stairs. Don't let her see you like this, Henry. Try to calm yourself.
Dudley?
He's gone.
Oh, Debbie's awake. She wants to say goodnight to him.
I just told you Dudley is gone.
But where?
How should I know?
But why did he leave so suddenly?
Because I got rid of him. I told him to go away. I fired him.
Why?
Because he's incompetent. He's no good at his job, and I cannot stand the sight of him.
Henry!
Believe me, Juliet, I know what I am doing.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, our stars will return with Act 3 of The Bishop's Wife. Our special guest tonight is the well-known dress designer of the Samuel Goldwyn Studios, Mary Wills, who's responsible for many of the stunning fashions we see on the screen. What was your latest assignment, Mary?
My Foolish Heart for Mr. Goldwyn. That picture fascinated me so I hated to see them finish it.
You know, Susan Hayward is splendid in the highly emotional role of a woman who gives everything for love.
And Dana Andrews as the man in her life was never better. He's one of my favorites.
Yes, their tender love scenes are beautifully done.
Miss Hayward took a great interest in the details of her costumes for My Foolish Heart, especially stockings. She insisted they be very sheer and fit perfectly. And she always insists on Lux Flakes to keep them that way, Mr. Kennedy.
These tiny diamonds of Lux are the favorite stocking care of a great many stars.
We always use them at the studio. They suds wonderfully fast and freshen nylons in a hurry. Besides, we find stockings last much longer.
That's been proved by scientific strain tests. Identical stockings rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap went into runs much sooner than those washed with Lux Flakes. The Lux stockings lasted twice as long.
Miss Hayward likes to choose a single stocking shade that blends with a variety of costumes and then orders it in quantity.
A thrifty idea for a girl on a budget. If one pair is damaged, the odd stocking can always be matched. Lux Flakes keep colors truer, make stockings last longer, too. No wonder over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. 2 days have passed since Dudley disappeared, much to the relief of Bishop Henry Brougham. And now it's early evening on Christmas Eve.
Here's the list of your calls, Bishop, ending at Mrs. Hamilton. Oh, and there's a taxi waiting for you outside.
Thank you, Miss Castaway. If you're through typing my sermon before I'm back, just leave the copies on my desk.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to keep you so late on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it's all right, sir. Bishop Brown?
Yes?
There's still no word from Mr. Dudley.
Miss Cassaway, I discharged Mr. Dudley. There's no reason at all to hear from him.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you don't mind, please tell Mrs. Brougham that the taxi is waiting.
We can go to the Tropshires first, Henry, then the Vandover.
Julia! Hiya, Julia!
Sylvester. Well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the call came in for a cab, I sure hightailed it over here. I was hoping there'd be another skating party. Hey, where's Dudley?
I don't know.
Look, you got a preacher with you.
Yes, this is...
Don't tell me. A wedding. You and Dudley.
Sylvester, this is my husband, Bishop Brougham.
How do you do?
Oh.
And now, if you don't mind, we'd like to go to North Maple Street by taxicab, Sylvester, not ice skates. Good evening, Miss Cassaway.
Mr. Dudley.
Did I startle you?
Oh, yes, I didn't hear you come in. But where have you been?
Oh, here and there, Miss Cassaway.
Why, we've been so worried about you. And poor Mrs. Brougham, she's been popping in and out of here all day. Have I seen you? Have I heard from you?
Where is she?
She and the bishop are making Christmas calls.
Oh, they'll be home.
Oh, yes, sir. After Mrs. Hamilton's. Then they go to St. Timothy's for the midnight service.
You should be home, too, Miss Cassaway. I'll type that sermon for you.
Oh, no, the bishop told me...
It's Christmas Eve. You should be with your family.
Well, if you really... Oh, thank you, Mr. Dudley.
Merry Christmas, Mildred.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Dudley.
Henry's Christmas sermon. A new cathedral. Mrs. Hamilton's magnificent gesture. Money. Pledges needed. Sorry, Henry, but that's no sermon for Christmas. Suppose you tell them the story of an empty stocking. Once upon a midnight clear, there was a child's cry. A blazing star hung over a stable, and wise men came with birthday gifts. We have forgotten many things during the centuries, but not that night.
Say he's calling, sir.
Oh, I'm Dudley Stevens, Bishop Brougham's new assistant. Would you mind telling Mrs. Hamilton I'm here?
I don't believe she's expecting you, sir.
Oh, I'm sure she isn't.
Yes, sir.
I'll wait in the music room.
The music room, sir?
Yes, there's a harp in there. I wonder if she'd mind if...
I'm afraid she would, sir.
Oh. Well, in that event, you'd better hurry off and tell her.
Yes, sir, I shall.
Who are you?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Hamilton. This is a beautiful harp you have.
My butler said you told him you're Bishop Brougham's assistant.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hamilton. The bishop will be along a little later.
That music you're playing.
I thought you'd recognize it.
There's no one living who knows that composition, except me.
What a shame that Alan Cartwright died. That only you and I would know his music.
Alan Cartwright died nearly 40 years ago. You couldn't have known him.
I'm much older than you think. Mrs. Hamilton, tell me about him. About Alan Cartwright.
What is there to tell? He was the only man I ever loved. But I was afraid of poverty, so he went away and I never saw him again. Why am I telling you this?
And so you married the rich George Hamilton.
I made George happy, I think. And since he died, I've spent a fortune honoring his memory. In empty monuments. How did you know about Alan Cartwright?
It doesn't matter. Oh, Mrs. Hamilton, they're at the front door now. Henry and Julia.
I can't see them now. I can't.
Yes, you'll see them. You'll go to the hall and you'll greet them in your usual warm-hearted manner.
You come with me, and you'll stay, won't you, Dudley?
No, I'm afraid I can't. I have a great deal of work to do.
Bishop and Mrs. Brougham are here, madam.
Now, don't keep them waiting.
How do you do, Mrs. Hamilton?
Julia, how nice of you to come and see me. And Henry, Merry Christmas. Henry, I said Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, Merry Christmas, Mrs. Hamilton.
Oh, and no more of this Mrs. Hamilton business. My name is Agnes. And now we can... Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone already.
Gone? Who?
Dudley.
He was here.
I might have known it.
But where did he go?
Oh, that poor man. He said he had so much work to do. Really, Henry, you must make him take some rest.
I'm trying to make him do just that.
I can't thank you enough for sending him to me. Meeting Dudley? Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous, but meeting him has been the greatest spiritual experience of my life. How did you ever find him, Henry?
More or less of an accident, I suppose.
Or more or less of a miracle.
Oh, it was. Talking with this wonderful, understanding man has... Henry, I've suddenly changed my mind about the cathedral.
You have?
Yes. I'm going to give my money to those who need it, to the poor, the homeless, the unappreciated. And I want you to direct the spending of it.
Now you see what Dudley's done, Henry.
Yes, I see.
And you understand.
Mrs. Hamilton, Julia, forgive me, but I have to leave. There's someone I must see immediately.
Henry.
Henry, my dear fellow, sit down, sit down.
Professor Weatheridge, I just had to see you.
I'm delighted. Here, Henry, here. A glass of sherry.
No, thank you.
Oh, but I insist. Henry, you see this bottle? Now watch. I filled 2 glasses. Behold, the bottle is still half full. And what's more, the sherry itself, it stimulates, it warms, it inspires. But no matter how much you drink, it never inebriates, and the contents never diminish. Always half full.
Dudley's been here?
Yes. And that bottle isn't all. He told me to look up some ancient texts in the library, which no living scholar has ever been able to decipher. I read them as if they were English. Let's face it, Henry. This Dudley fellow is not like the rest of us.
He says he's an angel.
An angel?
That's funny. Nothing stopped me from saying it that time. Angel. He says he's an angel.
From heaven?
That I'm not so sure about.
An angel. It's too bad. He's such a nice fellow.
Oh, he's brought nothing but disaster to me.
Oh, that's absurd. He and Julia were here the other day. She seemed happier than she'd been in years.
He's made her despise me.
Are you sure?
That's why I've come to see you. Do you think it's all my own fault, Professor? Oh, you don't have to answer. I asked for this in more ways than one. I suppose that Dudley came to me just to confirm that I had already lost Julia's love.
Well, if there's anything I can do, Henry...
No, there's nothing anyone can do.
Yeah, but there must be. You and Julia love each other. You always have.
It's only partly true. I love Julia.
Well, then why don't you fight for her?
Fight? How can I fight against...
But you have a tremendous advantage over him.
Advantage over an angel?
Precisely. He is an angel. Julia's a creature of earth. She's a woman, Henry, and you're a man.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, and if I were you, I'd get myself home. And
home? That's where he'll be, waiting for Julia. Excuse me. Happy Christmas.
Henry, is that you, dear?
Hello, Julia.
Dudley.
I came to say goodbye. I have to be moving along.
Oh. Well, where will you be going?
Wherever they send me.
They?
My superior officers.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, they seldom send us twice to the same place, Julia. We might form attachments.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not. Julia, I don't want to leave.
Why?
Well, there are few people who know the secret of making heaven here on earth. And you are one of those rare people.
You frighten me. Dudley, I think you ought to go.
Julia, please, don't send me away.
What are you saying?
That I'm tired of being a wanderer. I'm tired of an existence which is neither hot nor cold, hungry nor full.
No, you must go away and never come back. Don't look at me like that. Dudley, no. Henry!
All right, Julia. It's all right, my darling. Go upstairs, dear. I'll handle this alone. As for you, Dudley, I have never before had to fight an angel. But I suggest you take off your coat and put up your dukes.
Now, why do you want to fight me, Henry?
Because you're a thief trying to steal the love that belongs to me.
Henry, do you realize that as an angel, I could quite possibly destroy you with a bolt of lightning?
I don't care. Julia means more to me than my life. I'm not going to lose her.
Then I have news for you. I'm going.
I'll accept that as a fact when I see it happen.
Oh, no, you won't. Because when I'm gone, You will never know that an angel visited this house.
And Julia? What about her?
There will be no memory with her either. Or with Debbie or the professor or anyone else.
Oh, I don't trust you.
You may, Henry, because your prayer's been answered.
That's not true. I prayed for a cathedral.
No, Henry. You prayed for guidance. And that's been given to you. I'm being paged.
Just a minute, please.
Goodbye, Henry.
If we should need you again, will you come back?
Not I. I'm requesting an assignment at the other end of the universe.
Is that because I was so difficult?
Oh, no. This difficulty was in me. When an immortal finds himself envying the mortal trusted to his care, it's a definite signal of danger.
Yes, I heard you the first time.
Now go upstairs. Take her in your arms, Henry. And kiss her for me. You lucky Henry.
Julia!
Quiet, darling. You'll wake Debbie.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, of course I am. Henry, did you get that for Debbie?
Get what for Debbie?
That little angel there on a bed.
Why, no.
I can't imagine where it came from. Henry, what is it?
I don't know. I have the most inexplicable feeling of happiness.
Why, so do I.
Oh, Julia, I love you, Julia.
I love you, Henry. Listen, the bells from St. Timothy's.
It's almost midnight.
You'll have to hurry.
Oh, my sermon. It was all about the cathedral. It will never do now.
Don't worry, dear. You'll think of something. Something even better. Merry Christmas, Henry.
Merry Christmas, darling. Tell you the story of an empty stocking. Once upon a midnight clear, there was a child's cry. A blazing star hung over a stable, and wise men came with birthday gifts. We have forgotten many things through the centuries, but not that night. We celebrated with stars on Christmas trees, with the sound of bells, and with gifts, but especially with gifts. You give me a book, I give you a tie. Aunt Martha has always wanted an orange squeezer, and Uncle Harry could do with a new pipe. Oh, we forget nobody. Adult or child, all the stockings are filled. All that is, except one. And we have even forgotten to hang it up. The stocking for the child born in a manger. It is his birthday we're celebrating. Don't let us ever forget that. Let us ask ourselves what he would wish for most. And then let each put in his share. Loving kindness, warm hearts, and a stretched out hand of tolerance.
All the shining gifts to make a peace on earth.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, since you gave your prize recipe last week for making Christmas snow, we've been swamped with letters asking us to repeat it.
Oh, well, I'm not a bit surprised, John. It's such a novel decoration for a Christmas tree. The branches look as if they were covered with freshly fallen snow.
The kids especially have asked about it. You said it was easy.
Oh, it is. They can do it without any help from grown-ups. Just add 2 cups of lukewarm water to a large box of Lux Flakes. Whip with an egg beater until it's the consistency of thick whipped cream. Then spread the mixture on the tree branches with your fingertips. It dries in about an hour.
And it lasts as long as the tree. When it's dry, add your lights and ornaments as usual.
You can use fewer ornaments, though, because Lux Christmas Snow is a decoration in itself, and so inexpensive. Lux Flakes is another fine product of Lever Brothers.
Better order some extra boxes of Lux Flakes tomorrow. You'll want to try Christmas snow on your table centerpieces, too, and on holly wreaths around the house. Your dealer has printed directions for making Lux Christmas snow. Remember, just 2 cups of water to 1 large box of Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Our most sincere thanks are due our stars for the joy they brought to this audience tonight. And here they are, Tyrone Power, David Niven, and Jane Greer. Ty, it's good to have you back in Hollywood after all these months.
Well, well, I'll try this again, once more. Until you've been away a year and a half, you never know how good home looks. You know, I was just figuring up the other day. In the last 4 years, I've only been here 10 months.
Well, I guess you're ready to settle down.
Well, for a few days, David. And then Linda and I are going down to Mexico City to spend New Year's with her family.
You travel as much in real life as in The Prince of Foxes.
20th century foxes, that is.
Nice to know you haven't changed a bit, David.
Well, Ty, you certainly had an exciting role in the picture, and your performance merits our congratulations. And this would be a good time to congratulate Jane on the recent arrival in her family. 2 boys must be a houseful, Jane.
Oh, 2 aren't nearly enough. But I will say the Lux Flakes consumption is running rather high.
Well, we certainly can help you out there. There's some in the wings for all of you to take home.
We appreciate it, Bill. Now, what about next week's play?
It's a gay musical, David. The Warner Brothers hit, My Dream Is Yours. And the stars will be June Haver and Jack Carson. My Dream Is Yours is a delightful love story full of sparkling songs in just the right mood to top off the Christmas season.
That's a wonderful holiday play. Well, good night.
Good night. Good night. Traditionally, this is the time for an old American custom, going home for Christmas. It's a time of joyful reunion, a time to strengthen the ties that bind each family together. And in the family is our only hope for the future. For from deep in our hearts and our homes must come the fulfillment of the age-old promise of Christmas, the promise of peace on earth and goodwill among men, all men. On behalf of Lever Brothers Company and of us in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you the happiest of holidays. And we invite you all to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Carson and June Haver in My Dream Is Yours. This is William Keeley saying good night to you and Merry Christmas.
David Niven will soon be seen in the Alexander Korda production, The Elusive Pimpernel. Jane Greer appeared through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Holiday Affair, starring Robert Mitchum and Janet Leigh. Heard in tonight's cast were Willard Waterman as Professor, Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Hamilton, Frances Robinson as Miss Cassaway, and Bill Johnstone, Gilbert Barnett, Philip Teed, Noreen Gamil, Ann Whitfield, Howard McNear, Eddie Marr, and Alan Reed Jr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear My Dream Is Yours, starring June Haver and Jack Carson. Screen stars are thrilled with the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. It's so luxurious, they say, leaves such a lovely clinging fragrance on the skin. Try this big satin smooth bath cake 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Enjoy its rich creamy lather, abundant even in hard water. In a jiffy, it whisks away dust and dirt, makes you sure of skin that's fresh, really sweet. Fastidious women love the delicate Lux toilet soap perfume, an exclusive blend of flower fragrances. Rose, lilac, jasmine are just a few. The generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap is now available everywhere. Get a few cakes tomorrow. The whole family will enjoy the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and June Haver. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Coleman, Nelson Eddy.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. And we hope your entire family and all your friends are listening. Because tonight, the Gulf Theater brings you Nelson Eddy and Ronald Coleman in a special Christmas broadcast. Christmas has always been rich in legend and story. And this evening, we bring you one of the most beautiful Christmas legends of all time. It was given to literature by Anatole France. Its name, The Juggler of Notre Dame. You know, folks, tonight is the 400th consecutive Sunday evening on which the Gulf Oil Companies have presented a program of entertainment for your enjoyment. Starting with America's beloved Will Rogers, the makers of Gulf No-Nox gasoline and Gulf Pride motor oil have brought you a most unusual series of famous stars. We are proud of this record. It's one of the longest in the history of radio broadcasting. And we're proud that in presenting our present program, the Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we're able not only to bring you more grand radio entertainment, but also to help in the fine work of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The money Gulf pays for the famous talent on these programs is used to help those members of the picture industry who can no longer care for themselves, to build a home for the many who would otherwise be homeless. That's why we, here in Hollywood, consider the Gulf Theater the Star's own theater, and why all the stars are so glad to appear on these programs. For all of us in the clan of radio and moving pictures and entertainment in general, Christmas brings a special problem. How can we celebrate the greatest of all festivals in a reverent, yet original manner? How can we discover a new Christmas idea for our program? This year, we're in luck. For this year, right into our laps has fallen what many of us believe to be one of the richest Christmas plums of all, a great and dramatic legend out of the Middle Ages, a great and beloved singer to color it with music, and a screen star celebrated for his brilliant reading ability to spread it all out before you. Ronald Coleman is here to bring you the story of the Juggler of Notre Dame. Nelson Eddy to sing the role of the kindly monk who befriends the poor juggler. The musical background will be painted by Oscar Bradley's Augmented Gulf Orchestra with Frank Tours conducting. And now, Nelson Eddy is the singing monk, Ronald Coleman is the storyteller, and our special adaptation of Anatole France's beautiful tale, The Juggler of Notre Dame.
In the days when the world was young, there lived in France a man of no importance. Everyone said he was a man of no importance, and he firmly believed this himself. For he was just a poor traveling juggler who could not read or write, who went about from town to town following the little country fairs and performing his tricks for a few pennies a day. His name was Barnaby. When the weather was beautiful and people were strolling about the streets, this juggler would find a clear space in the village square, spread a strip of old carpet out on the cobblestones, and on it he would perform his tricks for children and grown-ups alike. Now Barnaby, although he knew he was a man of no importance, was an amazing juggler. First, he would only balance a tin plate on the tip of his nose. Then, when the crowd had collected, he would stand on his hands and juggle 6 golden balls in the air at the same time, catching them with his feet. And sometimes, when he would juggle 12 sharp knives in the air, the villagers would be so delighted that a rain of pennies would fall on his strip of carpet. And when his day's work was over, and he was wearily resting his aching muscles, Barnaby would collect the pennies in his hat, kneel down reverently, and thank God for the gift. Always the people would laugh at his simplicity, and everyone would agree that Barnaby would never amount to anything. But all this is about the happy days in Barnaby's life, the springtime days, when people were willing to toss a penny to a poor juggler. For when winter came, Barnaby had to wrap his juggling equipment up in the carpet and trudge along the roads begging a night's lodging in farmers' barns or entertaining the servants of some rich nobleman to earn a meal. And Barnaby never thought of complaining. He knew that the winter and the rains were as necessary as the spring sunshine, and he accepted his lot. For how, Barnaby would say to himself as he trudged along, could such an ignorant fellow as myself hope for anything better? Now, one year in France, there was a terrible winter. It began to rain in October, and there was hardly a patch of blue in the sky by the end of November. Yes, a terrible winter. The poor people huddled in their thatched huts and slowly starved away, and it is said that the wolves came down out of the mountains and ranged through the icy streets of Paris itself. And you can imagine what all this did to the little vaudeville entertainer whom this story is about. On an evening in early December, at the end of a dreary wet day, poor Barnaby trudged along a winding country road, sad and bent, carrying under his arm the golden balls and knives wrapped up in his old carpet. Then, as he slopped along in the mud, a faint sound came to Barnaby's ears, over the rain and the wind. Someone was coming up the road, and in spite of the storm, was singing as happily as if it were a day in June. Barnaby stopped and listened, with the rain running down to the tip of his short little nose. And then, through the mists, Barnaby saw a strange sight. Coming slowly around a bend in the road was a fat white mule. And on the mule's back, with his legs sticking almost straight out on each side, was a young monk. Now and then the young monk would bang the mule's side with his heel, and then go on singing into the storm with all his might. Barnaby waited, and then, as the mule came alongside of him, he ran along in the mud while the young monk sang on as cheerfully as a lark.
Now to the Lord sing praises, all you within this place, and with true love and brotherhood each other now embrace. This holy tide of Christmas all other doth deface. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
All of a sudden, the monk stopped, looked down, and there was Barnaby, hopping along near the mule's tail, staring at him. The monk smiled at him and called, "It's going to be a cold night, brother juggler." And Barnaby said, his teeth chattering, Yes, indeed, sir, very cold indeed." "Well," shouted the monk, "how would you like to spend the night at the monastery?" "Oh," said Barnaby, "if I could only earn my lodging, but would they let an ignorant fellow like myself enter such a holy place?" The monk laughed. "Ignorant? Hop on behind me, on the mule, friend, and the three of us, you and the mule and I, will soon be warm as toast. For are we not all ignorant compared to God?" And that night, Barnaby found himself seated at the great candle-lit dining hall of the monastery. Although he sat at the bottom of the long table, together with the servants and beggars, Barnaby thought he had never seen such a wonderful place in his life. Everybody was laughing and telling old-fashioned jokes, and there were enormous teeming pasties standing about everywhere on the table, and huge tankards of creamy foaming ale, and great pitchers of homemade wine, and, well, Barnaby just sat and ate and drank more than he ever had in his life. And then, to cap it all, his friend the monk, now in a fine dry robe, and just as merry as ever, was standing up to sing for the assembled company Balthazar's song, which tells the tale of one of the three wise men journeying out of the east to Bethlehem.
The longest journey must have an end, and yet for days I've traveled o'er the desert, with naught to guide me save one brilliant star. Tonight it has not risen. Here will I and mine remain by this old well until the star returns to guide us on our way. The night is dark and all is drear around me. The gathering gloom doth my advance delay. Fantastic shadows shimmering confound me. Fantastic shadows shimmering confound me. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. The night is dark and all is drear around me. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. Without a guide I sure must lose my My soul is dark, tomorrow gloom lies over, of strange beliefs which fail to bring it ease. Oh, day star, rise, disperse the clouds that hover. Oh, day star, rise, disperse the clouds that hover, and point the highway to eternal peace, and point the highway to eternal peace. O day star, rise, O day star, rise.
Then, as the singer sat down again, suddenly everybody looked at Barnaby, for he had risen, trembling, and was running clear around the table to where the lordly abbot sat at the head, and there Barnaby sank to his knees. Father, grant my prayer. Let me stay in this wonderful place and work for you. I cannot hope to become one of you. I am too ignorant. But let me work in the kitchen and the fields and worship in the chapel. The monk who had met Barnaby on the road turned to the abbot. This is a good man, simple and pure of heart. So the abbot nodded. And Barnaby that night put his juggling equipment under the cot in his cell and decided that never again would he go back to his old profession. And in the days that followed, everyone smiled at the eager way he scrubbed the floors and labored through the buildings, and everyone smiled at his simplicity. As for Barnaby, his face beamed with happiness from morning until night. Until 2 weeks before Christmas. Then Barnaby's joy suddenly turned to misery, for around him he saw every man preparing a wonderful gift to place in the chapel on Christmas. The leader of the monks had written a scholarly book in Latin, which he was going to dedicate to God on Christmas Day. Then there was Brother Maurice, who had the art of illuminating copies of the Bible. With gold and silver and rare enamels, he would place exquisite miniature paintings on the corner of each page. And Brother Marbode was completing a marvelous statue of Christ. This fine artist spent all his days in carving images in stone, so that his beard, his eyebrows, and hair were always white with stone dust. And this Christmas, he was completing one of his most inspiring works. Then there was Brother Ambrose, who wrote music, and who had completed scoring a great mass to be played on the organ during Christmas services. And Brother Joseph, who had trained the choir for weeks in an arrangement of chorales. All around, those educated, trained artists followed their work, each one of them readying a beautiful gift to dedicate to God on Christmas Day. But what about Barnaby? He could do nothing. I am but a rough man, unskilled in the arts, and I can write no book, offer no painting or statue or poem. Alas, I have no talent. I have no gift worthy of the day. So Barnaby sank deep into sadness and despair. At nights he could no longer sleep, but tossed on his mattress and stared at the ceiling overhead. At last, Christmas Day came, and the chapel was resplendent with the gifts of the brothers. The giant organ rang with the new music, the choir sang the chorales, and the candles glittered around the great new statue. But Barnaby wasn't there. He was in his tiny cubicle, praying forgiveness for having no gift to offer. Then a strange thing happened. On the evening of Christmas Day, when the chapel should have been deserted, one of the monks came running, white-faced and panting with exertion, into the private office of the abbot. He threw open the door without knocking, seized the abbot by the arms. "Father, a frightful thing is happening. The most terrible sacrilege ever to take place is going on right in our own chapel. Come." Together, the two portly men ran down the corridors, burst through a door, and came out on the balcony at the rear of the chapel. The monk pointed down toward the altar. The abbot looked, turned ashen in color. "He is mad." For down below, in front of the altar, was Barnaby. He had spread out his strip of carpet, and kneeling reverently upon it, was actually juggling in the air 12 golden balls. He was giving his old performance, and giving it beautifully. His bright knives, the shining balls, the tin plate balanced on the tip of his nose, and on his face was a look of adoration and joy. "We must seize him at once," cried the abbot, and turned for the door. But at that moment, a light filled the church, a brilliant beam of light coming directly from the altar, and both the monks sank to their knees. For as Barnaby knelt exhausted on his carpet, they saw the statue of the Virgin Mary move. She came down from her pedestal, and coming to where Barnaby knelt, she took the blue hem of her robe and touched it to his forehead, gently drying the perspiration that glistened there. Then the light dimmed, and up in the choir balcony the monks were joined by the brother who had befriended Barnaby. His eyes were moist with joy as he perceived the miracle below. He turned and spoke to the abbot. God has accepted the only gift he had to make. And the abbot slowly nodded, Blessed are the simple in heart, for they shall see God.
Thank you, Ronald Coleman and Nelson Eddy. And thanks to John Nesbitt, the noted MGM commentator, for his truly splendid radio adaptation of The Juggler of Notre Dame. You know, folks, not far from your home, no matter where you live, there's a neighbor who wants to wish you a Merry Christmas. He's your good Gulf dealer. And since he can't go round and see every one of you personally during the next 2 days, I'll just have to speak for him. And for the thousands of good Gulf dealers from Maine to Texas. Almost everywhere you drive, you'll find helpful, friendly, good Gulf dealers. Independent merchants who are proud to offer you quality gasoline and motor oil under the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. So for them, and especially for the good Gulf dealer around the corner from you, let me say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And to convey that same wish to you in music, here is Nelson Eddy singing one of the most thrilling of all religious compositions, the Lord's Prayer. When Nelson sang it on our Gulf Christmas program last year, so many of your letters came in from all over the country that we decided to repeat the number. So again this Christmas we present, as we have in the past and as we hope to do for many years in the future, Nelson Eddy, the choir and the orchestra, and the Lord's Prayer. That was magnificent.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Marlena Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in The Song of Songs with Lionel Atwill.
Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your loyalty to our product, Lux Flakes. the loyalty which makes this program possible. The lights of our marquee blaze forth tonight with the names of Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Lionel Atwell, and Pedro de Cordova. And as guests, Walt Disney, creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra, and our entire production is under the direction of Hollywood's master showman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The taxicab drivers of New York are known as the most efficient, London's the most patient, and those of Paris the most impetuous and chivalrous in the world. The Parisian cabbies first proved themselves during the World War, when they loaded their whimsical chariots with troops and raced them to the front in defense of their city. Several weeks ago, they proved their gallantry for the second time. It was while Marlene Dietrich was in Paris. Miss Dietrich, of course, used cabs many times. But without exception, every driver refused to accept a fare or a tip. No amount of persuasion from the embarrassed Marlene did the slightest good. The drivers met her proffered francs with Gallic gallantry, smiled faintly, bowed deeply, and asked as their only reward permission to shake her hand. Each of them volunteered his services for the remainder of the day, and Marlene was unable to convince them that they had families to support and that the landlord isn't paid with handshakes. Miss Dietrich also visited London. While there, she saw the play French Without Tears and liked it so well that she asked Paramount to buy it. The result, she starts work on the picture next month. Marlene expects to visit London again next summer. But then her passport will read, Marlene Dietrich, citizen of the United States. Tonight, Miss Dietrich reenacts one of her most memorable screen characterizations, the role of Lily in The Song of Songs. Solomon gave us the title. Herman Suderman wrote the book, Edward Sheldon the play, and Paramount produced the picture. Opposite Miss Dietrich, as Richard Waldo, is Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., whom I'm proud to have known since his Knickerbocker days, when he and one of my daughters did their algebra problems on the floor of my home. It's hard to believe that this young man has been in pictures 15 years. Well named the international ambassador from Hollywood, Doug has made several films in England and has also taken an active part in producing pictures. His last visit abroad was after he made The Prisoner of Zenda, but he was promptly summoned home to star with Ginger Rogers in Having Wonderful Time. He leaped across the 7,000 miles in about 6 days, including a few hours' stop in New York to see the stage play. His next RKO film co-stars him with Irene Dunn and is tentatively called Joy of Loving. From the film cast of The Song of Songs is Lionel Atwell as Baron von Meersbach. This splendid character actor, most recently seen in The Great Garrick and Lancer Spy, has been host these past few days to his brother-in-law, James Cromwell, husband of the former Doris Duke. Pedro de Cordova will be heard as the art dealer. And now, the Lux Radio Theater delivers its Christmas present to the radio listeners of America. We raise the curtain on The Song of Songs, starring Marlene Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwell. The Orient Express, Berlin to Constantinople, threads its way across the hills of Central Europe. In a third-class compartment, a young girl in peasant dress sits stiffly on the edge of her seat. She's been that way from early morning until night, her meager possessions in a bundle on her lap. In her eyes, an expression of mingled fear and expectation. The conductor opens the compartment door.
Good evening, Fräulein.
Good evening.
Well, we're almost there now. A few more minutes.
You will let me know when we come to Vienna.
You know it. Vienna never sleeps. Is this your first visit?
Yes, I'm going to my aunt.
Oh, you will like it in Vienna, Fräulein.
Thank you. It frightens me a little.
You'll get used to it. Tickets.
Vienna, Orient Express for Budapest. bundle, Fräulein?
Carry your bundle, Fräulein.
Carry your bundle, Fräulein. Porter. Carriage, Fräulein.
Carriage here. Carriage, Fräulein. Carriage.
Carriage, Fräulein. Any place in Vienna. Right here, Fräulein. I'll take your bundle.
Thank you.
Where to, Fräulein?
This address, please. It's written on the card. I don't know where it is.
Oh, I'll find it. Don't worry about that, Fräulein.
It's a bookshop.
Bookshop. We'll be there in no time. Get in, Fräulein. Get in, please. Get in. Oh. Here, Fräulein. The bookshop, eh?
Yes. How much, please?
10 shillings, Fräulein.
10 shillings. Here.
Thank you, Fräulein.
What is it?
Good evening, Tante Rasmussen.
Oh, so you're Lily. Come in. Did you have to arrive in the middle of the night?
It was the only train I could get, Tante Rasmussen.
Well, aren't you going to kiss your old aunt?
Of course.
Let me look at you. I'd forgotten people wore clothes like that.
They're all I have.
Well, come on. You'll find this room in here behind the shop. I've got it fixed for you. Go on. Go on.
Thank you.
What have you got in that bundle?
Just a few things.
Open it up.
It's just a comb and my brush.
What's this? A Bible?
It was my father's.
Is that all your scamp of a father left you? A Bible?
He wasn't a scamp. He was a good man.
I don't know what he was good for, dying off and leaving you a charge on your distant relations. Well, at least he taught you to read. That's something. You may be some use about the shop after all.
Father was a good man. Every night these last few years since he got sick, he used to make me read to him from this.
The Lamentations of Job, no doubt.
No. The Song of Solomon. He loved it best. The Song of Songs. It's beautiful.
Beautiful?
He was a good man.
All right, all right. Have you had your supper?
I'm not hungry, thanks.
Then you might as well go to bed. In the morning, I'll start teaching you about the books. I lock up tonight, but after this, you do it.
Yes, Tante.
Now, get to bed. And don't keep the lamp on all night reading your Song of Songs.
I don't have to read it anymore. I know it by heart.
Good night.
Good night, Tante. By night on my bed I sought him, whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. I will rise now and go about the city in the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek him, whom my soul loveth. I will seek him, whom my soul loveth. This book is 2 shillings to buy or 1 penny a day for renting.
I'll rent it, please.
Yes, Frau Holden.
You can charge it, I suppose.
Yes, Frau Holden. Good day.
Good day.
Good morning, sir. You're looking for a book?
Huh?
I said, you're looking for a book.
That's what people usually come in a bookshop for.
I'm sorry. I thought perhaps I could help you.
Well, you can't. No one can. I'm lost. You understand? Lost in a sea of... Oh, hello.
Hello?
Who are you?
I work here. I'm Mrs. Rasmussen's niece.
I don't believe it.
What?
An old witch like Rasmussen couldn't have a niece like you. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Rasmussen's niece.
Well, you ought to know. How long have you been here?
Just a little while. What kind of book were you looking for, please?
Book? What have you got on sculpturing?
There's some on the shelf over here.
No, I've got those. Read them all, cover to cover, nothing in them.
Then I don't know.
What I need is something inspirational.
Inspirational?
Yes, you know, something that'll make you work when you don't want to.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
No? Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that.
You are Mr. Waldo, aren't you?
That's right. Richard Waldo, New York, Paris, and Vienna. How did you know?
I've heard some of the people talk of you. People that come in the shop.
Oh, yes? What did they say?
Well, they said that...
Never mind. I don't want to hear it. Did you ever model?
Model?
For an artist, for a sculptor?
Oh, no.
Well, you ought to. You're beautiful.
Please,
Don't be so modest. I didn't say you're a beautiful woman. I said you're a beautiful model. There's a difference.
Oh, is there?
How would you like to model for me?
Oh, but I couldn't.
Don't be silly. Let me see your profile.
But you don't know.
Perfect. You'd be a wonderful model.
But my aunt...
No, your aunt's too fat. Now, look. You come to my studio, 7 o'clock. It's just across the street, 3rd floor, on your right.
I think you must be crazy.
Sure, that's why I'm a sculptor. I'll be expecting you then.
I can't come.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
You're looking for a book, Mr. Waldo?
Oh, yes. I found one. Here. You'll send that over to my studio, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What book is that?
What?
That book he bought. Let me see it. Embroidery and needlepoint for beginners.
Come in. Well, who is it? Oh.
You told me to come.
Of course, come in. I've been expecting you.
I brought your book.
Oh, that. Thank you. Sit down.
No, I can't stay. Tante Rasmussen doesn't know I'm here. If she did,
What's the matter? You're not afraid of her?
Yes.
So am I.
Is this where you work?
Yes, it's messy, but it's home. Look, I made some sketches of you already. Like to see them?
Sketches of me?
Yes, from memory. I've got a figure to do, life-size marble. These are studies for it. They're not very good.
Oh, I think they're beautiful. But they're not like me.
You don't think so?
Oh, this one is like someone in the Bible.
What's that? Let me see.
You know, the girl in the Song of Songs. The way I see her. Young, very fair. She has never loved. But she knows that one day she will. And that's what she waits for. Standing so straight, her head high, listening, waiting.
Don't move.
What?
Don't move.
But I don't know what...
Put your arms down, close to your sides. Palms out, head up. Up. That's it. The Song of Songs. It's perfect.
Please, if you don't mind.
It's just what I've been looking for. Get up on that platform over there.
But I can't.
What's your name?
My name is Lily, but...
Then don't argue, Lily. Now, take the same pose. Come on. We'll make a sketch first. Right. Tired?
A little.
All right, you can rest now.
Thank you.
I'll get it. Next the clay and then the marble. And then a song out of marble. A song of songs. Who is it?
Am I welcome?
Oh, come in.
I was passing and saw your light. I thought I'd come up and see how you were getting along with my statue.
Well, I made a sketch of it. Like it?
Very good.
Well, you see what I'm getting at.
I think so. Very interesting. Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, sorry. Baron von Merzbach. Lily.
How do you do?
How do you do? So you are Richard's inspiration, huh? These artists are privileged people.
I think I'd better go now.
Oh, please, don't run away on my account. You see, I'm not altogether an intruder. The statue our young friend is to make of you will belong to me.
It's late. I really have to go. Good night.
Good night. Tomorrow evening?
I try.
A lovely girl. Where did you find her?
Oh, I ran across her.
Oh, she's not a professional model?
No, she works in the bookshop across the way. Why?
Well, she interests me.
Oh, yes?
But of course, Richard, if there's any reason why I shouldn't...
None at all. She's nothing to me.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Because she interests me very much.
Armature, Baron. That's just a frame for the clay model.
I see.
Now, don't move, Lily. It's very rough yet, but in a few weeks it'll... Be ready to cut the marble soon. Eyes open, Lily, please.
Charming.
Excuse me, Baron.
Huh? Oh, am I on your way? I'm sorry. Lovely. The marble is superb. And when do you suppose it will be finished?
Oh, I don't know. By New Year's, perhaps. Sooner if you'd let us alone, Baron.
Oh, my friend, you're annoyed with me. Oh, very well. I'll not come again. I will keep out of your way. Huh?
Christmas, Richard.
Lily, where in heaven's name have you been?
I know, I'm late. Third time this week. Oh, Richard, so many people in the shop all day, all evening.
What's that got to do with me? Christmas Eve is the same as any other for an artist.
I'm sorry, Richard.
What have you got there?
Flowers.
I can see that. What are they for?
I don't know.
Where'd you get them?
A man.
What man, the Baron?
No, I didn't know him. I met him downstairs in the street.
You mean to say you accepted flowers from a stranger in the street?
He was very handsome.
What's that to do with it?
Nothing.
Perfect stranger, and you accept... It's indecent.
Jealous?
No, I'm not jealous. Throw those flowers away.
I won't.
Throw them away, do you hear? Give them to me.
No, let me go.
Come on, give them to me.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Oh, Lily, I didn't mean it.
Look, you've crushed the flowers. And I bought them for you.
Oh, darling. Please forgive me.
Why?
Because I love you, Lily. Because I love you, darling.
Richard, did you just find that out?
I don't know. I should have known always.
I have known. From the first night I came here. I saw things then for the first time. The gold in the sunlight, the deep brown of the earth, the whiteness of the snow. So beautiful.
I won't have you squandering your love that way. What about me?
When I put my hands on the earth, it's you I'm touching. The wind on my face is your kiss. You are in everything I think and feel and do, and will be till I die.
You feel that way? You shouldn't, Lily.
Shouldn't? Why?
Don't love too much, ever. We weren't made to love that much.
You don't want me to love you?
Yes, I do. I do, Lily.
Then that's my way. The way of the girl you have carved from the cold stone. But her heart is not cold. And she says, set me as a seal upon thine arm, as a seal upon thine heart. For love is strong as death.
Richard? Here.
No.
Fill up your glass.
I said no. Go on with what you were saying, Baron.
Well, you don't seem anxious to hear it.
I am.
I said my interest in Lily was not frivolous. In fact, I may say my interest is far less frivolous than your own.
What do you mean?
You've been in love before, Richard. And why not? You're young, good-looking, talented. But where are they now, these women?
In love with someone else, I hope, and very happy.
You hope, but you don't know. You don't care, really. I don't want that to happen to Lily.
What makes you think it will?
Nothing. But it has happened before. It may happen again. And I want her.
You want her?
Give her to me, Richard. I need her and you don't. I can make her happy and you won't. I'm rich. I can give her anything. I can educate her, refine her. I can make her the Baroness von Mechbach.
Are you serious?
Doesn't it sound as if I were?
What do you want me to do?
Step aside, Richard. Go away for a while. Give me a chance to see her. What can you give her? A little happiness, perhaps? But for how long? You can't marry her, Richard. And you can't drag her down into poverty. And sooner or later, you'd have to choose between her and your career. Which will win? Which?
Shut up!
Oh, no. Don't be angry with me, Richard. Think of her. Well, Richard?
Go away. Let me alone. I want to think.
Richard, why don't you... Oh.
Come in, Lily.
Where's Richard? What has happened here? Where's the things? The statues.
Lily.
Where's Richard? Where's he?
He's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Away. To Italy, I think. He asked me to see you and explain.
Italy? When is he coming back?
Not for a long time. Perhaps never.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Don't take it too hardly, Lily. He isn't worth it. No man is.
When did he go?
This afternoon. Early. He told me yesterday he thought it would be best for you and for him.
Yesterday? Then he knew. He knew and he didn't tell me.
He hadn't the heart, Lily. That's why I'm here. Lily. Lily, don't cry. Don't you see it had to end this way sooner or later? He never really loved you. And I do. Let me take care of you, Lily.
Go away, please. Go away.
While I live, you'll have everything you need, everything you want. After my death, and it may not be so long, you'll have the estate.
No.
Is it because of him? Are you going to let him spoil your life? He didn't let you disturb his. He didn't consider you his equal. Well, I do. Come with me and I'll make you his equal. I'll clothe you and teach you. I'll make a great lady out of you. I'll make you my wife. My wife, Lily. And when you meet him again, you'll be the Baroness von Mechbach. The Baroness, Lily. And he'll be nobody. Obscure, penniless, living in garrets. And you can buy a statue from him, perhaps, for charity's sake. Is it worth it, Lily? For his lies?
There were lies. All of them.
Then let me help you, Lily. Make him pay for them. Oh. It will be sweet, Lily.
Yes. It will be sweet.
One of the Song of Songs is completed. We'll take a brief intermission now and then return to Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwell in Act Two of our play. In this intermission time, let's step on radio's magic carpet and fly to a home in an eastern town where everything is in a state of tense excitement. Marjorie, the older daughter of the house, a college freshman, has just come home for Christmas. The family are gathered round the fire, eager for all of the news of college.
Gosh, it's nice to be home.
But you're happy at college, dear.
Oh, I love it, Mother. Of course, they work as hard.
Oh, we don't want to hear about work, Marge. Why, Dottie, dear.
Please,
Mother, I want to know about the parties and the games and what the girls wear.
Oh, hold on, sis. One question at a time. Well, about clothes. We just live in sweaters, and we usually wear them over silk blouses, just as I am now.
That sweater still looks very nice, dear. Just as pretty and soft as when we bought it last fall.
I guess the credit goes to Lux. I washed it oodles of times, just the way you told me to.
Well, there's nothing like Lux Flakes, dear. I'm glad you remembered that.
Oh, Lux is the college girl's pal, Mother. Nearly all the girls Lux stockings, undies, and sweaters. It doesn't shrink wool, thank goodness. I simply despise shrunken sweaters or socks.
It's a good thing to remember that Lux won't shrink woolens, won't fade colors. It's safe for anything that's safe in water alone. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the Song of Songs, starring Marlena Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwill. A year has passed. A long, dull year filled with bitterness and disillusionment. As the Baroness von Merzbach, Lily lives only for the time when she will see Richard again, to humble him with the difference in their rank. The Baron, failing in health, has grown jealous of his young wife. In the library of their country house, he stands by the window looking out. Suddenly he turns and addresses the housekeeper savagely.
Where is she? Where is she?
I've told you. For the fourth time, she's gone riding.
Doesn't she know we are having guests?
I told her that.
Riding.
It's her own suggestion that she learn. Along with her French and her music and her singing, you suggested that she
I didn't intend her to be out every day.
No? Then perhaps you shouldn't have provided so handsome a master.
What?
He is handsome, your riding master. And young.
Be quiet. Please remember you are my housekeeper. Nothing more. When I want your opinion, I'll ask.
I've been your housekeeper for 10 years. It's only recently that I've been reminded of it.
That's enough. When she comes in, I want to see her. Once. Understand?
I understand.
Oh. Shall we rest a while, Baroness?
I think so.
Oh, let me help you down. There we are.
Thank you. It is very beautiful here.
Yes, I come here often by myself.
Why have you never brought me?
Well, it's rather silly. This place is a sort of retreat for me, a sacred resting ground. Whenever things look hopeless and black, I come here to be alone.
Are things so hopeless now?
Yes, Baroness. They have been for a long time.
How long?
Since I first came here. Since I first met you.
I'm sorry you said that. I think tomorrow I shall ride alone.
Because you want to, Baroness? Or because you're afraid?
I'm not afraid.
I've watched you in that house. Your soul is dying there. I've watched you with me. I've seen you smile.
It meant nothing.
It did to me. Lily, I love you.
Let go of my hand, please.
No, you've got to listen to me. You've got to.
That was not meant to hurt you. Only to prove to you that our rides together have been only that. We will not ride tomorrow.
Well, so you've decided to come back.
Miss Volk said you wished to see me.
Where have you been?
I've been riding.
Alone, I suppose.
No. Hereafter I will be.
Isn't it a bit soon?
I learned quickly.
Well, you better go and get dressed.
Yes, I will.
We're having guests for dinner, or I should say, guest. Our friend Richard is coming.
What?
You're surprised, eh?
He's coming here tonight?
Yes. And you must look your prettiest, my dear. I want to see you together. You and your old friend. The starving artist and the Baroness von Merzbach. Sit down, Richard. Sit down. You arrived just in time, huh? Nasty weather.
Yes.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Lily will be down in a moment. Oh, you'll be surprised at the change in her. She's a woman, Richard. Matured. Beautiful.
You said something in your letter about...
About a business matter. Yes. I've been thinking, Richard. That statue. What was it? The Song of Songs. Where is it?
I never finished it.
What? Why, it was almost done. It was...
I never finished it.
I see.
Of course, I know you paid for it. I'll do something else for you. I'll pay you the money back. I can get it somehow.
No. Forget it, my friend. Forget it. And you've already paid me back, you know. I have the original.
Lily.
Come in, my dear.
Good evening. Good evening, Richard.
What, Lily? No kiss for me this evening?
Of course. It was nice that you could come, Richard. You're always glad to welcome old friends.
Thank you.
Dinner is served, Your Excellency. Ah, dinner. Take the Baroness, Richard. Go on, go on. The young before the old. The young before the old. And he said he never finished it. Never finished the statue after spending months of work on it. There's an artist for you. We'll drink to him, huh? More wine, Lily.
I've had enough, thank you.
I see you think that I have had enough also. But tonight, I go the limit. We celebrate, huh? Isn't she lovely, Richard? Isn't she everything I said? Huh? And you must hear her sing, my boy. You'll sing for Richard, won't you, my dear? And French? She speaks French and rides. Yes, like a real lady, Richard. A real baroness. Excuse me. And just to think, I owe all my happiness to you.
You exaggerate, Baron.
Not at all. You didn't know that, did you, my dear? That when I told Richard how I felt about you, he,
Go on. Why did you stop?
Well, because it seemed to me that Richard kicked me under the table.
He must have had a reason.
No, he's just modest. Likes to pretend he's a cynic. Doesn't want his good deeds known.
I'm modest enough to wish we'd talk about someone else.
No. I like to hear about good deeds. What did he do?
Well, he stepped aside when I wanted you.
Did he?
Yes. With rare friendship, he gave you to me.
How touching.
One of the most beautiful gestures I have ever encountered. Beautiful.
Yes, I can just see the scene. You two bartering as to which one should have me.
Lily.
And he gave me to you.
Lily, don't.
As if I weren't a human being, but something to be passed on from one pair of hands to another.
No, you don't understand.
Well, forgive me, please. I forgot for a moment that I was a baroness. The baroness has no emotions. Excuse me.
Lily. Come back. Listen, Lily. Fool you. Why did you tell her that?
Do her good. Do her good.
Well, I'm going to tell her the truth. All of it. Lily. Lily, where are you? Lily!
I beg your pardon, sir. Baroness has gone out.
Which way?
Along the garden path, sir. Toward the lodge. I'm rather worried.
Lily! Lily, where are you? Lily, wait! Wait! Where are you going?
Let me alone.
You can't go running around in the dark. Listen to me.
I've had enough for one night.
You haven't heard anything. You're coming away from here. I'm taking you back to Vienna with me tonight.
You think I would go with you now?
You've got to. You can't stay here any longer. I won't let you stay. I can see what it's doing to you. Lily.
Let me go. I thought I wanted to see you again. I don't. I thought it would give me strength to see you crawl before me. Well, it doesn't. You're not even that much good to me.
Lily, don't. Don't hate me so. I want to help you.
Help me? That's what he said. He wanted to help me, too. Well, I don't need your help. I have everything I want.
Except love, and you can't live without love.
I have that, too.
What?
Yes, I have that too. There's a boy here. A boy who loves me. I'm going to him now.
You're lying.
Am I? Do you see that light between the trees? He lives there, in the lodge. I'm going to him now.
Lily, don't.
Have I hurt you, Richard? Is there an ache in your throat? Do your eyes sting like fire? Mine did.
I love you, Lily.
Richard, don't love too much. We weren't made to love that much. Goodbye.
Lily! Lily!
Baroness.
Let me in. Shut that door, please.
Baroness, why did you come here? I could have come to the house if you wanted.
No, I just want to stay here for a moment.
But this afternoon, you said.
This has nothing to do with this afternoon.
I don't understand.
There's nothing for you to understand. I want to stay here, that's all.
I'm sorry.
You may sit down.
But do you think it's quite safe? If anyone saw you come here, Baroness...
Someone did see me.
What?
I meant him to see me. He'll be gone soon, and then I'll leave.
But you'll never get back if the storm breaks. That struck close. Did you feel it? I thought I heard...
Stay where you are, please.
Look, that light. It's fire. It struck out there on the porch. The whole place will be blazing in a minute. Come on. We can't get out that way. It's a furnace. The whole front of the lodge. Come on, the back way, quickly. We can go through the... Baroness, don't stand there. Baroness! Baroness, are you mad? The whole place is
Bring her over here.
Is she still unconscious?
Lay her down on the ground.
She's not burned. It's just smoke. I tried to get her out, but she wouldn't come. I had to carry her.
Have you sent for a doctor?
Well, she's all right now. She's opening her eyes.
Get out of the way. Out of my way.
Miss Smoke. The Baroness
Is she all right?
Yes, I think so.
Then get back to the house. Go on, all of you. I'll take care of her myself. Baroness. Baroness, look at me. Are you all right now?
Yes?
Then try to stand up. Quickly. You've got to leave here. Do you understand?
Leave?
Get on your feet. The Baron, he knows you were in the lodge. He's coming down here now. He'll kill you. He'll kill you if he finds you. Can you walk?
Yes.
We'll go by the back gate. Hold on to my arm. Take the road to the town. There's a train at midnight. We'll have to hurry. Here's money. Don't miss that train. Do you hear? Do you hear?
I hear.
Go on now. The gate's open. I'll send your things after you. Oh, you little fool, you. Where will you be? Where will you be?
I don't know. I don't know.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, Marlene Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. with Lionel Atwill return to the stage for Act 3 of The Song of Songs. In this brief intermission, we bring you special Christmas news. A new way to make your Christmas tree more glittering, more exciting. Decorate it with real-looking snow. You can make it easily with Lux Flakes and apply it in no time. Here's how you do it. Pour a box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl or dishpan and add lukewarm water. You don't need much water, only about 2 scant cups to a big box of Lux. Then beat up with an egg beater. Soon you'll have a bowl full of pure white suds that look like whipped cream. Then, right away, take handfuls of this whipped-up mixture and spread with your fingers along the branches of your Christmas tree. While it's still moist, and if you want an even more glittering effect, sprinkle the tree with that shiny artificial Christmas snow you get in the stores. You'll have the loveliest effect imaginable. Your tree seems covered with glistening, soft, freshly fallen snow. This new way of decorating your Christmas tree is practical, too. It clings to the pine needles and keeps them from drying and falling off so soon. Try this easy, inexpensive tree decoration. White trees are smarter than ever this year. Remember, Lux Flakes, a little water, about 2 scant cups of water to a big box of Lux, and beat it with an egg beater. Remember to have a large box of Lux Flakes on hand so you'll have plenty of snow. Back now to Mr. DeMille, our stars, and play.
Marlena Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwell resume the Song of Songs. More months have passed, and Lily has vanished, lost in the maze of the city. In Richard's studio, the statue of the Song of Songs stands completed, gleaming with a ghostly radiance. Richard, looking tired and worn, exhibits some of his work to a dealer.
Here's one. There's Dove here. You can have it for 10 shillings.
10 shillings? That is very cheap.
I need the money.
Unfortunately, I have no need for the statue.
Oh, there's a mate that goes with it. With the holidays coming on,
Your holidays are not important in my shop.
Oh.
My clients... What's this?
What?
This life-size marble. Is it yours?
Yes.
The Song of Songs. Very beautiful. How much do you want?
For that? It's not for sale.
Oh, come, Waldo. You don't have to deal that way with me. I'll give you a fair price. I'll give you 1,000 shillings.
No.
More, perhaps.
I said no.
Whom did you make it for?
The Baron von Merzbach.
The Baron von Didn't he die recently? I thought I read in the paper that he...
You might have, but the statue is not for sale.
Very well. I know better than to argue with an artist. But if you should ever change your mind, Waldo, I'd like the first bid.
What about the other things?
Frankly, they're not very good. Not for my purposes, anyway.
But I've got to sell something. You can name your own price. I've got to have money.
There's nothing I want, Waldo, except... No. Well, good night, Waldo.
Good night.
Good morning. Good morning. Something for the holidays? A gift, perhaps? Oh, it's you again.
Good morning, Mrs. Rasmussen. Have you any word yet?
No, I haven't. I should think you'd be tired of asking.
You'll let me know, won't you?
Oh, I'll let you know. I don't want her on my hands again. Ungrateful little fool. She'd be on velvet now if she'd had any sense. What with him dying. But did she think of me? Did she think once of her old aunt? No. Off she went. Where?
I've looked every place. They've never even heard of her.
Have you tried the gutter? She may be there.
If she is, I'd put her there. And I'll bring her back.
You want a table, sir?
No, I'm just looking.
Yes, sir.
Looking? What do you mean, looking?
Don't you like it?
People come here to spend.
Then I'll get out.
Hello, Waldo. Merry Christmas, Waldo.
Hello, Anton. Excuse me, will you?
No. Sit down, Waldo. Sit down here.
I can't now. I've got to get...
Oh, what's the matter?
That girl over there, at that table.
Oh, that's Lily. She sings here.
Tell her I want to see her, will you? Right away, outside.
Oh, sure. Hey, Lily.
Lily.
What do you want?
Aren't you glad to see me?
I saw you come in. What do you want?
I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing in this place?
I've had to work.
You could have come to me. You know that. Why didn't you?
Why didn't I? You asked me that? Excuse me, I must get back.
You're not going back in there. You're coming with me now.
Am I?
Lily, what's happened to you? You're changed, you're hard, you're bitter.
I wouldn't be a good model now. The freshness is gone. Did you expect anything else? Why have you been looking for me? Why did you come here? Did you expect to find me as I used to be?
Lily, we can't talk here. Please come with me.
Very well. Why not?
Go in, Lily. It's the same place, you see. I've changed things around a little, but some of the pieces are gone. Not many, I'm afraid. Sit down.
You haven't done so well either. Have you, Richard?
No, Lily.
You said you never finished the statue.
I did, later.
No office?
No office. It's my best work, too. It's the only worthwhile thing I've ever done in my life.
Why did you bring me here? To talk about her?
And about ourselves. I brought you here because I thought when you saw this room again, you'd remember another Christmas. Centuries ago, Lily. You bought flowers for me. Do you remember?
I have no flowers now.
I brought you here because I thought you might love me again as you once did.
I never did.
That isn't true.
I never did. There was a young girl once, centuries ago, who came up those stairs as I did tonight. She loved you. With all her soul, she loved you. I'm not that girl.
You are in your heart.
In my heart, least of all. Shall I tell you something? Sometimes that young girl comes to me at night, as she used to go to you. She whispers those words to me, the words you loved to hear. I sought him, whom I so loved. I sought him, but I found him not. I called him, but he gave me no answer.
Lily.
The watchmen that went about the city found me. They smote me. They wounded me. They took away my veil from me.
Lily, don't. I love you. I do love you.
Then you love someone who's dead. You love a corpse. I'm dead. What right has she to live? That statue there. Let her die, too.
Lily, don't touch it.
Let her die. Let her die. Let her die.
Lily. Lily, look at me.
Let me go.
Never, Lily. Never. Don't you see, darling? We can start again. You've destroyed her, and we can start again. She should have died, because we profaned her. And now we'll make another, you and I. Another song of songs, more beautiful than the last. Because our love is still there. It is there, Lily. We've kept it alive under everything.
Richard. Richard.
What was it in a song? What was it, Lily?
Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong death.
The Song of Songs is ended, but Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwill will be heard again before we say goodnight. Hollywood, land of perpetual sunshine, December roses, and rising temperatures, is going to have a snow-white Christmas. Yes, it's true. But before I completely confound our Chamber of Commerce, let me explain myself. Tomorrow night in the Carthy Circle Theater, scene of epic Hollywood premieres, another chapter in motion picture history will be written when Walt Disney presents the first full-length animated film ever made, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. For giving us Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and the Silly Symphonies, the world owes Walt a great debt. He was the first to make animated cartoons in sound and then in color. And with Snow White, he pioneers once again in a picture that took 3 years to make and involved more than 2 million individual drawings. Walt is standing beside me now. I should say he's quaking beside me now. He's nervous, trembling, and out of breath. Buck up, Mr. Disney. What's wrong?
Nothing much. Except I've been running around in circles so long, it's getting to be a habit.
Coffee circles?
Well, that's just one of them. I think I've got stage fright.
No, you've got premiere fright, which is much worse.
You ought to know you've produced and opened more than 200 pictures.
Yes, and I'm just as scared the 200th time as I was the first. But I hear Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is the screen's greatest innovation in years.
Well, your own first full-length picture, The Squaw Man, was considered quite a departure. After all, people had only seen two-reelers up to then.
So I can forgive your condition tonight, even though you look as though you've done all the work yourself.
Oh, far from it. If I had tried to make this picture by myself, working 8 hours a day and going to a sanitarium for 2 weeks each summer, it would have taken me 250 years.
And you figured that wasn't quite fast enough. Anyway, lots of luck.
Pardon me, did you say lots of lucks?
I said luck. But the name Snow White suggests Lux Flake. So that Lux Flakes maybe played some part in your production.
Well, I'm grateful to Lux Flakes. They made Snow White a household word to women who wash their own fine things, long before I ever thought of putting her on the screen. I also understand that Lux Flakes play a big part in cutting down Hollywood's wardrobe bill, which reminds me how costly a young lady Snow White was to clothe. We figure her costumes cost about $100,000.
Just a minute, Walt. How do you figure that when all our costumes were made with paint and brush?
But it's true, even though she wears only 2 dresses, and both of them are drawings. You take the salary of the artists and the animators, and there are hundreds of them. The cost of the paints, colors, photography, and Technicolor, and little Snow White's 2 dresses add up to $100,000. The cost of our entire picture is almost as much as your own new film, The Buccaneer.
And yet you didn't have to pay the salary of a single star. We who produce pictures with human beings figure their salaries alone consume 25% of our budgets. So with $1.5 million invested, I can understand in more ways than one why you may be nervous.
I guess it wouldn't be normal if I weren't nervous. But Snow White is a goal we've been aiming at for 10 years. There won't be any Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck to attract the people. They'll all be brand new characters.
And I suppose after Snow White is successfully launched, you'll sit back and take it easy for a while.
Are you going to stop work after The Buccaneer?
I haven't begun to work yet.
Well, we won't stop either. It's just the beginning for us. We're going to make more feature-length animated productions and try to make use of all that we've learned in the 3 years required to produce Snow White. We don't think we know so much even now, and we're using all the outside advice we can get.
What sort of outside advice?
Well, there's Sidney Franklin, for example, the man who directed Good Earth. He seems to think our cartoon medium is important, and he's offered to work with us in directing Bambi, the famous story, The Little Deer. We've also started work on Pinocchio.
Yeah, but what's going to happen to Mickey and Minnie and Donald Duck?
Oh, they'll continue to be just as important as they've ever been. We wouldn't dream of anything else. But we're growing, Mr. DeMille, and experimenting. Leopold Stokowski, the famous conductor, is going to work with us on an idea of combining fine music with animated cartoons. He wants to make great symphonies popular with people all over the world. After that, Gosh, look at the clock. I've got to start running again. Good night.
I wish you the greatest success of your career, Walt. Good night. And now, in this season of Christmas stars, we bring you one of Hollywood's brightest, Marlene Dietrich.
On the water, peace, quiet, time to think things out. Any man who likes boats as much as you is bound to be a big man.
You're not leading up to borrowing my boat by any chance, are you?
Well, I thought if you weren't doing anything...
Yes, and how are you, Lionel?
Fine, CB, thanks, fine. But speaking of hobbies, my stamp collection is really the...
Of course, I have a boat of my own, but it's in England, on the Thames. And if you're ever over there, I want you to feel that my boat is yours. Now, just take it any time and keep it as long as you want.
But, Doug, I haven't the slightest idea of going to England.
Well, that's all right. I just want you to know that it's there when you do go.
Well, thanks. That's very generous.
And now, as man to man, I'm planning a little fishing trip. Do you think you could...
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
I haven't forgotten the last time I loaned my boat to you and Bob Montgomery and Laurence Olivier. You filled it full of swordfish. The next time I took it out, it smelled like a hot Friday on the waterfront. I needed a surgical mask to walk up the gangplank.
Oh, that. Well, Lionel, about your stamp collection.
Oh, then you did loan Doug your boat, Mr. DeMille.
I certainly did. Once.
What else happened?
Lionel, what were you going to say about your stamp collection?
Oh, yes. I have a block of 1855 Mexican.
Lionel, while I think of it, do you have a yacht?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, but about those stamps, I've never seen anything like...
Mr. DeMille, don't you think that Lionel's a great actor? I mean, his performance tonight, the work he does on the screen. Why, if I just had 1/10 of the...
Yes, Doug.
Yes, Lionel?
My boat's in dry dock for the winter.
In dry dock?
Yes, in Baltimore.
Oh. Oh, Miss Dietrich.
Yes. Miss Dietrich's a great artist, too, but she doesn't have a boat.
You know, I'm afraid, Doug, the only boat you're going to get is the next one you take to England. When will that be?
Well, there you've got me. It'll probably be next summer. I think I'll get back then. I'll be pretty busy here for a while, but someday I hope to have things worked out so I'll be able to make 2 or 3 films here a year and 1 abroad.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can sandwich in an appearance in the Lux Radio Theater every now and then, why, I may even forgive CB for not letting me take his boat this time. But, well, we'll see. Good night, CB, and what I said about my boat still goes.
Thank you, CB.
Good night, shipmates. Good night.
Miss Dietrich's current film is Angel. Louis Silvers appeared for courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Love and Hisses. Now, an important announcement from Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater closes its book of 1937 presentations. To mark the occasion, we bring you a radio adaptation of that remarkable and highly successful motion picture produced by Samuel Goldwyn, Beloved Enemy. The romantic, thrilling drama of a young Irish patriot and a beautiful English girl torn between their love of country and their love for each other. Our stars, Brian Aherne of the original cast and one of the screen's most beautiful actresses, Madeleine Carroll. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine Carroll and Brian Aherne in Beloved Enemy. And now, before we say good night, I'd like to reach across the miles and take the hand of each one of you, whether you're man, woman, or child, in a warm clasp of friendship, and say a happy Christmas to you. We learn to care most for those we serve most. And since my main endeavor each week is assembling and staging the Lux Radio Theater production for you, I look upon you all as close friends and attentive neighbors who make it a joy for me to come on this stage every week and say greetings from Hollywood. I hope you'll have all the joys and blessings of the Christmas season. The cast and staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in these greetings. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Leader Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ronald Colman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton in Les Miserables. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In many homes, the holiday season is the time for reading aloud on some favorite classics. And so for tonight's play, we have chosen Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, an unforgettable story of man's inhumanity to man. To star in the role of Jean Valjean, we are honored to have that splendid actor, Ronald Colman. And from the original cast of this impressive 20th Century Fox picture, 2 wonderful stars, Deborah Paget and Robert Newton. Now, Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
I did not know Valjean during the earlier years of his life. But from what he since has told me and what I have been able to piece together, it is clear that this narrative had its start on that tragic day when he was brought into court, charged with theft.
Before we proceed, will the accused explain the presence of his family in the court? They're the children of a friend, monsieur. Their mother gave me shelter while I looked for work. Go on. It's just when I saw them standing there looking at the loaves of bread that they were starving, monsieur. Oh, then you admit to the debt? I had no money. I took the loaf. The sentence is 10 years at the oars. 10 years? 10 years? You don't understand, monsieur. My prisoner. Bring in the next case.
10 years for stealing a loaf of bread. 10 years on a prison ship. So did French justice turn a man into something half animal. The endless cruelties dulled his mind, filled it with hate and fear. But the day came when the iron collar was removed from his neck, and the chains were cut from his ankles.
Well, Valjean, it appears we are rid of you. Here's your paper. Sign it.
Paper?
You've been released. Sign the paper.
It's regulations, Valjean.
Surely you've learned much of regulations. Lieutenant Javert is celebrated for his knowledge of regulations, eh, Javert?
Valjean, you have been assigned to the Orient district. You are to proceed there immediately and report to police headquarters. And thereafter, report once a month. Yes, Lieutenant. Failure to do so means you will be taken and sent back to life. Give him his money, Rimbaud.
Here, 33 francs.
No, 11 francs more.
33 francs.
Pay him the rest of his money.
What you do on the ship is your business, Javert. But here on land, I am in charge.
Pay him. Thank you. Stand to attention when you address a police officer. Now get out. As for you...
Me, Lieutenant?
One more offense and I'll report you to your captain.
Oh, forgive me, Lieutenant. Oh, and allow me to express my grief. I read in your ship's report that an old man died at the oars. The lieutenant's father, was he not?
Listen to me. My father was a fool, like every other criminal. He thought the laws were made for someone else. And if, as you say, you knew of him, then you know that I was born across the street, over there in the women's prison. I was raised by the law, and I know something of it.
No offense, Javert, no offense.
The law is hard, but it's wise and it's just. And there can be no compromise with it. Not for my father, not for Valjean, not for you, and not for me.
Jean Valjean set out for Orleans, bearded, ragged, haunted by the nightmare of the prison ship. His meager funds were useless. He was a criminal. He could buy neither food nor lodgings. Driven from town to town, the time came when Valjean could go no farther.
Please, I beg you.
Once you shut the door, the rain's beating in.
Let me stay a few moments, then I'll go.
Warmer there by the fire, my son.
12 leagues I've walked today. They set dogs on me. I ask for food, they'll not give me any. I say I can pay, they turn me out.
Madame Magloire?
The door, yes, I know.
No, just have another place for supper, please.
Well, you don't understand. I'm a released convict. The galleys.
We should be happy if you will join us for supper, monsieur.
I can pay. I have money.
No money. I am a priest.
A priest? So you'll give me food and not take my money. I'll eat in the yard.
Would you prefer that?
But this is your home.
It is church property, monsieur. It belongs to the people. Our meal is but a slight one, but you will make us happy by eating it with us.
Thank you.
It's still storming, Valjean. Surely you'll change your mind and stay the night.
But you are a fool.
Am I?
I told you before I spent 10 years in the galleys for stealing.
What did you steal?
Bread. A loaf of bread.
A loaf of bread.
You give me food, a bed, and tonight when you sleep I could strangle you and be off with your treasures.
Treasures, monsieur?
In the room where we ate. Candlesticks, silver, heavy silver plates.
Yes, they're silver. Valuable too, no doubt. They were given to me by the sisters of the convent of the Child Mary.
I saw where the woman hid them, and I am a thief. Here, read this. The yellow paper. Released convict, dangerous man.
It was only fear that made them do it, Valjean. But do not forget that even in the most evil of men, there is some good.
Look for it, my son, and you'll find it. Sleep well, Valjean. God bless you. In the morning, Jean Valjean was gone, and gone, too, were the bishop's silver plates. It was the housekeeper who discovered the loss.
I told you, I warned you. Oh, that unspeakable creature, it's a wonder who's alive. And you stand here and tell me
I stand here, madame, to tell you that someone's at the door. Now, please try to calm yourself. Come in.
The police and him.
Good morning, Your Eminence, madame. Is something wrong, Copper? This man, he had these hidden in his rags, Your Eminence. Your silver plates, I recognize them anywhere.
Oh, praise him. Count them at once.
Madame, please. Monsieur Valjean, you are a stupid man. You took the plates when I told you those candlesticks would bring far more money. You won't go far if you're that forgetful. You can be sure he won't go anywhere. But I gave them to him, didn't he tell you? But, Your Eminence, obviously... I am a bishop of the church. Do you doubt me? You gave him these plates? I most certainly did. And now you have our permission to withdraw. Forgive me. I didn't know. You're letting me go? And this time, take the plates and the candlesticks. Use them wisely, Valjean, so that you may never have to go to the galleys again. No. I should thank you. It is the giver, my son, who receives the benefit of the gift. It is he whose soul is gratified because he's done something generous that sets him above his fellow men. Do you understand that? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Valjean, I would like you to pray with me. I'm not a religious man. Few of us are. Come, my son. We will try. When he left the bishop's house, Jean Valjean, for the first time in 10 years, looked and felt like a human being. His rags and his beard were gone. And he set out again on the road to Orleans. 2 days later, he reached the town of Morvan. And there he went to the shop of a silversmith. You are right, monsieur. These are very fine plates. I can offer you 420 francs. Satisfactory? Yes, satisfactory. And now the candlesticks, if I may weigh them, monsieur? No, I've changed my mind. I've decided not to sell the candlesticks. But I'm sure I can give you even more than... horses, a runaway, and a child in the carriage. Stay out of the street, monsieur. They'll run you down. Monsieur! Valjean stopped the runaway, and the child was unharmed. Valjean returned to the shop of the silversmith, and there he was followed by an elderly gentleman whose gratitude was boundless. Monsieur, you saved his life, throwing yourself at those horses. That was my grandson, monsieur. You can thank me by leaving me alone and by telling those people out there to go about their business. You must allow me to do something in return. No, I have business with this shopkeeper. Then I must leave. I have to be in Orleans tomorrow, and already... Orleans? But I'm returning there myself within the hour. You are from Orleans, monsieur? Oh, I was on my way there to look for work. Then I could ask for nothing better. I am not without influence there. You have a trade, monsieur? A trade? Monsieur, What if you're looking for work? Monsieur Montu owns a factory here, the pottery factory. Well, as a matter of fact, I came here to arrange its sale. It's nothing to the one I own in Orleans. Perhaps pottery would interest you. Come, I'll show you through this little place. The money for the plates, monsieur. I will get it for you. The money, yes. If I were not a loyal citizen of Orleans, I would stay away. It is a vile and dirty place, monsieur. A town like this would suit you far better. Still, I must go to Orleans. Well, I'll show you my shop here. You can look around while I settle some matters in the office. Your money, monsieur. You have not changed your mind about the candlestick. No, they are not for sale. Come, monsieur, come. I was foreman of the factory. I was both puzzled and annoyed with the stranger who came in and asked so many questions and disturbed the workers. You wish something, monsieur? No, only to look. Then perhaps you're interested in buying. No. But you formed an opinion of our little factory. This product is poor. Well, now that you've expressed an opinion, perhaps you'll go on your way. Let go of my arm, monsieur. When you're outside, gladly. Now. Either you come peacefully or I... No, I see you do have a good right hand, monsieur.
Stronger than yours.
Well, I believe you.
Tell me something. These pieces the men are making, why is it that one piece is thick and another thin? And one is well glazed and another not?
It is always so.
The product has always been this bad?
Well, it always could be better, monsieur.
Why not let each man do what he's best at? The best potter turns, the best glazier glaze.
No. Our artisans have always been... Well, perhaps you're right. Now, if you were a man of means, I'd suggest that you buy this place and try your ideas.
Monsieur, if we're to reach Orleans tonight, we must start. Monsieur, not long ago you advised me to remain in this little town.
But you said you were
You
going
also said you wanted to help me. Perhaps you can.
Well, believe me, I should like nothing better.
Then there's a business matter I should like to discuss with you.
Montu sold the little pottery factory for next to nothing. Sold it to the stranger who said his name was Madeline. Some weeks later, far away in Marseille, Lieutenant Javert received a letter from the police of Orleans. The criminal, Jean Valjean, had disappeared.
We'll continue with Act Two of Les Miserables in a few moments. Right now, Libby Collins with the Lux Movie News.
All the excitement of Paris nightlife in the time of the famous portrait painter Toulouse-Lautrec comes to us in this picture, Ken. It's United Artists' Technicolor film, Moulin Rouge.
It was filmed right in Paris, wasn't it, Libby?
Yes, with José Ferrer portraying the artist and the new French star, Colette Marchand, as the model he loves. And adding plenty of spice, there's Zsa Zsa Gabor, leading a chorus of dancers in a can-can routine.
Oh, that should be a sensational number.
Well, wait till you see it. The girls in the traditional fluffy petticoats and black stockings, and Zsa Zsa Gabor in that red and white costume of the Trek poster. Producer John Huston captures the spirit of the left bank in Moulin Rouge.
Lovely Zsa Zsa Gabor and lovely Colette Marchand. Ooh, that's the way to say glamour in French.
And how?
Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert. 6 years went by since Lieutenant Javert had ordered Valjean to Orleans, there to report to the police. But Valjean remained in the little town of Morvan. Here, under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, he has prospered greatly as the owner of the pottery works. And I, too, as his assistant.
Stop worrying, Robert. Financially, we're in excellent condition, so forget about the accounts overdue. Now, what else?
Your signature. The regular monthly draft to the convent of the Child Mary.
Oh, yes, of course.
Every month for 6 years. Why?
Someday I may tell you. Now, what's this? Very official-looking paper?
Well, the town council wants you to sign it. A petition to incorporate it as a city.
A city, eh? Coming up in the world.
Well, so it would seem. Well?
Why, it's ridiculous. Have you read this?
No, I helped to write it.
But it says they want to make me mayor. It's impossible.
Oh? Why?
Well, because I can't accept. Because I'm me, of all people.
Because of what you've done for us. There aren't 50 people in this town who don't depend on this factory one way or another for their existence. Why, 6 years ago, this town was a mud hole.
6 years. What do they know about me before that?
What difference does it make? They know who you are now.
Makes a difference to me.
Well, it doesn't to me.
How do you know what I was before?
Why should I care?
I'll show you why. This is something I've never shown anyone before. A yellow paper, Robert.
You don't have to show it to me.
You knew about this?
Do you remember when you first came to the factory? I didn't want you around, did I? I saw the mark of the iron collar still on your neck.
You've known all these years.
Yes, I've known and I've forgotten.
Yes, but don't you see what this says? Orleans. I never reported. Any day, any night, they can take me and send me back to life.
Which they haven't done. And who'd recognize you as the man who came here 6 years ago? I wouldn't even recognize you myself. Now, What about the petition? I don't know. Tell the council that I'll consider it. Some weeks later, Monsieur Madeleine became our mayor. We were now a city, and new officials were sent to it by the central government. Among them, an inspector of police. His name, Javert.
My papers, Monsieur Madeleine.
Thank you.
You do not wish to examine them, monsieur?
Oh, I'm sure they're in perfect order, Inspector Javert.
I come from Marseille, monsieur. I've been in police work there for many years. It is my life. I have pride in little else except in being a good officer.
I'm afraid you'll find your assignment here most tedious, Inspector. We're a quiet little place.
I've heard this, monsieur. Yet there is crime everywhere.
And poverty, if one looks hard enough.
I am sworn only to uphold the laws of France.
I merely suggest that you do not look for evil where none exists.
If I did that, monsieur, I should be guilty of personal immorality and I would resign.
Then we understand each other. I trust we shall work well together.
I will bother you as little as possible. Thank you, monsieur.
No, Javert had not recognized him. Valjean had passed his most trying test. The months went by, and Javert, the model of efficiency, pursued his dull existence without complaint. And then one night, he arrested a woman. He took her to his office.
Monsieur, I swear to you, I was not to blame. You must believe me.
You were arguing with a man. You struck him.
I lost my temper. I'll ask his pardon. He knows I meant no harm. Oh, monsieur, please. I'm ill. I have lung fever. You can see that I'm ill.
They will care for you in prison.
No, please. Please, I have a child.
Well?
She's kept for me at Bourges, but I must pay for her. If I don't pay, they'll throw her on the streets. If I don't pay, she'll starve.
You, Sergeant, take her away.
No, you can't. You can't.
Inspector, please.
Monsieur le Maire, my office is honored.
I don't wish to interfere, Inspector, but this woman should not have been arrested.
You've been misinformed, monsieur. She disturbed the peace. She violated the curfew law.
And what do you plan to do with her?
She will serve 6 months, monsieur.
6 months?
Inspector, the woman's obviously ill.
Then I'll see that she is sent to the prison hospital.
No, she will not go to prison. The man was drunk. I saw what happened.
Had she been home where she belonged, the incident would not have occurred. This is a matter of law, monsieur.
It is a matter of justice.
They are one and the same, are they not?
No, not always. I'm asking you to release the woman.
As you wish, monsieur.
Come, madame.
I will not go to prison.
No. I'll see that you're cared for. And if you tell me where your child is, I'll try to bring her to you.
Bring her? To me?
As quickly as I can. Good night, Inspector.
Good night, Monsieur le Maire.
He drove the woman to a hospital and left at once for Bourges. The child, Cosette, was in her early teens. And then there was a heartbreaking reunion. The mother hadn't seen her for years. Now she was dying. There was a caller at the hospital. Inspector Javert.
Be there in the corridor, monsieur. I felt it my duty to advise you that I have been ordered to Arras.
Not permanently?
No, just for a few days. A case of theft. A man was caught stealing apples.
A very serious crime.
There was a question of identity, monsieur. The police believe the prisoner was once in my charge in the galleys. If he is the same man, then he is also a parole violator.
And you are to establish his identity?
The trustee has recognized him as the man who once pulled an oar beside him. A thief named Jean Valjean.
And you think the prisoner is this man?
I don't know, monsieur. But we've been looking for Valjean for almost 7 years.
You think you could recognize him after all this time?
Names and faces are my profession. If it's the man, I'll know him.
Yes, I won't detain you any longer, Inspector.
Thank you. I'll report as soon as I return.
That same night, Jean Valjean also journeyed to Arras. When the trial opened, he sat unnoticed in back of the courtroom. The prisoner was demented, a wretched vagabond who seemed almost to enjoy his sudden importance. I will ask you once again. Tell the court who you are.
But I have told you I am Jean Mathieu. I eat apples.
You still deny that you are Jean Valjean? That you served 10 years in the galleys?
Prisoner will answer the questions. Are you Jean Valjean?
No. Jean Monsieur. Why do they call me Jean Valjean when I'm Jean Monsieur?
Monsieur, I should like to call Inspector Javert to the stand. Granted. Monsieur le Président. I am Javert. But I request that my testimony be delayed until the other witnesses have re-examined the accused. This man may spend the rest of his life in the galleys, and as a police officer, I feel I might influence the viewpoints of these other witnesses.
I commend you, Inspector. Excuse?
Then may I recall the prison trustee, Jacques Brevet?
Stand up, Brevet. We'll examine the accused again. I will, but I waste your time. He is Jean Valjean, who sat beside me in the galley. And the other convicts?
Chartreux and Chesterton. Stand up.
I knew him well. His name is Jean Valjean. This one I would know in the dark. Valjean.
No one believes me. No one. It is a game.
Mr. Court, please. By what right do you interrupt? Who are you? Inspector Javert will tell you who I am.
Well?
Forgive me if I'm startled, monsieur. That man is the mayor of Mauvais. Monsieur Madeleine.
The mayor of Mauvais? Monsieur, I must again ask why you interrupt.
Because the court must release the accused. He has told the truth.
I am Jean Valjean. And these men.
Brevet, Chartreux, Cochepaille. Look at me.
He is crazy. He is not Valjean.
Ask Chartreux to bare his right shoulder. There's a burn on the shoulder where he tried to efface his number. And you, Brevet, you used to wear a gold earring. It's no longer there, but the ear is still pierced. And you, Cochepaille, this poor wretch here could join you in the galleys for life.
He's already an idiot. What difference would it make?
He's a human being, and he's innocent. Tell the court who I am.
If this is what you want, then you are Jean Valjean. All right?
Monsieur, I think no further proof is needed. As there is no warrant for me, I shall return to Mauvais. I'll await the disposition of the court at my home. Monsieur le Président, this is fantastic. I demand that Monsieur Madeleine be examined as to his sanity. There is no need. I am not insane. The galleys make the convicts, monsieur, and the name and the position of Monsieur Madeleine had their beginnings in thievery, the theft of some silver from an old man. I cannot rail against fate. When I think what I might have done to this poor wretch, I know that I'm to be envied rather than pitied. Does the court excuse me, monsieur?
You will hear next from Inspector Javert at your home. Please see that you are there.
This was the terrible news that Valjean brought me the night he returned. And I, too, had news for him. Cosette's mother was dead.
I've no time, Robert. I can't even say goodbye to Cosette. If I know Javert, he'll be here any moment.
Well, where would you go?
To England, if I'm lucky. Now, listen carefully. I've placed everything in your name. Dispose of the factory and make your way to England. If I can, I'll contact you in London through our agents there.
And Cosette?
Tell her the truth about me and why I couldn't see her.
But England? Shall I take her with me?
No, take her to Paris, the convent of the Child Mary. The sisters will care for her for the sake of Monsieur Madeleine. Tell her I'll always be close to her. Goodbye, Robert.
He'd been gone less than an hour when Javert came into the house. Behind him, half a dozen soldiers.
Here we are. Search every room.
You've come too late, Inspector.
Perhaps, monsieur.
He's gone.
For the police, it is never too late. If he's escaped it tonight, then what of tomorrow? Or next week? Or next year? You will find, monsieur, that the Lord is armed with an infallible weapon. Patience. And there is no escape.
We'll continue with Act 3 of Les Miserables, but first our guest tonight, Melinda Markey, daughter of a famous producer. I hear, Melinda, you're rehearsing a play opening in Hollywood.
I am, Mr. Cummings, but the big news is an opening here this week on Christmas Day. 20th Century Fox's My Cousin Rachel.
That's the picture based on Daphne du Maurier's bestseller.
Yes, and it stars Olivia de Havilland back after 2 years on the stage. Featured with her is Richard Burton in his first American picture.
What a dramatic role Rachel offers for Miss de Havilland's talent. Burton accuses her of poisoning his foster father, her first husband.
Yes, and he vows revenge, but instead becomes fatally infatuated. As my cousin Rachel, Mr. Haviland makes the plot very believable. She's absolutely fascinating.
A compliment to Mr. Haviland's talent and her beauty. She's one of Hollywood's loveliest stars. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS.
On Act 3 of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
There wasn't a move now that Valjean could make, but that the shadow of Inspector Javert lay across his path. And someday, the shadow would become the man. For more than a year, however, Valjean remained safely in England. And then, on one of my trips to London, he told me his plans. So, I'm going back, Robert. I'm going back to France. Well, it's useless for me to warn you again. Actually, there's not too much to worry about. Cosette has helped make the arrangements. Cosette? Yes, I'm going to the convent. She's found work there for me. The old gardener has died. Well, I'll be the new gardener. The work will do me good, and I'll be near the child. She's all I have, Robert. Once you're back in France, Javert. First, he must find me. And the convent walls are high and thick. God be with you, Jean. For 3 years, he labored at the convent, caring for Cosette, giving her the love she had so seldom known. Cosette filled a great void in his life, and for the first time, I think, Valjean was truly happy. When Cosette's education was completed, I made arrangements to lease a house for them in Paris. Cosette was delighted. And for a few months, everything went well.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, Father? I've never been so happy or so spoiled in all my life.
Well, I knew you'd like Paris, Cosette.
Oh, but the expense, this house and the servants.
Oh, we can thank Robert for much of this. He's made wise investments. No, dear, we have nothing to worry about.
That were only so. Nothing to worry about.
Well, the police have more important things to concern them these days. There's going to be trouble, Cosette. Soon, I'm afraid.
The revolutionaries, yes, I know.
They're plotting to overthrow the king. And that's why you do well, my dear, not to see that young man again.
But Father, Marius is studying law at the university. Besides, he's a royalist, a baron.
Oh, his title means nothing to him. He told me so himself.
Oh? And what else did he tell you, Father?
He's a revolutionary. He's one of the organizers, Cosette.
But if he's so open and honest with you, how can you dislike him so?
Oh, I didn't say I dislike him. He means nothing to me one way or another. As for his honesty, it's true he's admitted he's a revolutionary. I met him in a cafe last week. I've had to learn to sense things, Cosette. Perhaps I'm too suspecting, but in his case I was right. When I faced him with it, he told me.
And you don't want me to see him again?
You like him so much?
Yes.
Then I leave the decision up to you. There's only one thing I ask. Marius must never come here. He must never know where you live.
Don't worry, Father. He'll never know until you give me permission to tell him.
Yes, Cosette was in love. She'd been meeting Marius in the Bois, the park, and in spite of his determination to declare himself to her guardian, Cosette still refused to tell Marius where she lived. One afternoon, when I came to the house, Valjean was greatly agitated. Our business problems will have to wait, Robert. You remember last week, the stranger I noticed across the street? Well? He was there again today, pretending to admire the garden. You're certain he's from the police? Well, of course I'm certain. I can smell them. Somehow they found out that Cosette knows Marius, and the boy's a known revolutionary. Well, but after all, if they do arrest him... Arrest him? I wish they would. But they won't. They'll watch him. And sooner or later, he'll lead them here. Quietly, Jean. It's Cosette. Well, was it pleasant in the park?
Oh, yes, Father, very.
Well, it's brought color to your cheeks.
Father, Robert, there's something I must speak to you about.
Oh, that's strange. I was about to say the same thing to you. Cosette, I find I must go back to England again.
But why?
It's no longer safe for me to stay here.
Oh, that was so long ago. They can't still persecute you.
I'm a parole violator. As long as I remain in France, they can return me to the galleys.
It's true, Cosette.
Then we must leave immediately.
No, my dear. Much as I desire it, I can't ask you to go with me.
I'm going with you, Father.
But you have friends here, Cosette, and time.
I have no friends and no time.
Are you sure?
Quite sure, Father.
Wait a minute. Look outside there. The window.
Marius.
Cosette, you didn't tell him?
Oh, no.
Well, if he's here, you'd better ask him in. Wait in the hall. I'll be there in a moment.
You shouldn't have come here, Marius. I asked you not to. You promised me.
I followed you, Cosette. I had to. Oh. Good day, monsieur.
Did Cosette invite you here?
On the contrary, Cosette has always refused
And you've
to allow...
chosen to ignore her wishes. Why?
Because for the past month I've been meeting Cosette in the park without your knowledge. This seems to me both dishonorable and unfair to you.
And now you want my permission to make a formal call?
Why, yes.
And I see no reason to object, but Cosette is leaving Paris.
I'm going to England, Marius.
England? No. No, you won't. I won't allow it.
Marius.
I think we can consider this little affair closed, monsieur.
I assure you this is no little affair. I've come to ask for Cosette's hand in marriage.
Marriage? But she's a child. Do you think I'd even consider...
She's not a child.
Marius, Father, please. I'd like to speak with Marius, Father. Do you mind?
I'll be in the study.
Oh, I beg you not to come.
Why? So you can go to England without any unpleasant explanation?
You know that's not true. I would have told you, but... Look, there are things you just don't understand.
What difference does it make? I love you. You love me. You can't deny it.
I never said...
No, not in words, perhaps, but... Cosette, he's dragging you to England just to keep you away from me.
No, that's not the reason, Marius. He's cared for me since I was a child. I'm all he has.
That's ridiculous. Does he think he can hold on to you forever?
All I ask is that you wait just for a little while. I can talk to him, Marius. You can come to England.
Oh, Cosette, this is childless talk. My place is here, and I want you with me. But you must make the decision. Here. Now.
The decision is not mine, Marius. It is yours.
Very well. A pleasant voyage, Cosette. And I've just one other thing to say to him. Monsieur! Well? She's going with you. But I warn you, there'll be other men who'll love her, and if you persist in running away with her, you'll do her a terrible harm.
I'm grateful for your advice. However, as I said, Cosette is still a child. There is yet...
Cosette is a woman. She's beautiful. She's desirable, and you're in love with her. You want her for yourself. You won't face that, will you? It's true. You know it.
Get out.
Be careful of your next rival, monsieur. You may not dispose of him so easily.
Yeah. You heard what he said?
It doesn't matter. The man across the street. He's returned.
Make arrangements at once, Robert. We'll leave as soon as we can.
When Marius left, he was followed by the man across the street. I watched until they disappeared, not knowing, of course, that an hour later, the man would be reported to his superior, Inspector Javert.
Never mind the details, Dupuis. Just the pertinent facts. I followed the subject to number 34 Rue Brussac. He only there for a short time and returned to the Place Marengo. The Place Marengo is barricaded by the rebels? Yes, monsieur. And he was passed through the barricade. Rue Brussac. Who lives at the house? The girl, her father, and another man. I suggest they be taken in at once for questioning. There is no need. Monsieur? The king at last has seen fit to act. The militia has been ordered out against the barricade. After tonight, there will be no more revolutions and no more revolutionaries. Shall I keep watch on the house? No. The militia will attack dusk tonight. Our task now is to see that any who escape from the barricades are tracked down and brought to justice. I'll need you and all your available men.
Our plans were set. We'd leave Paris in the morning, thence to Le Havre, and across the Channel. But late that night, there was a knock at the back door. No one was there. But on the floor was a note.
Give it to her, Robert. She's upstairs in her room.
Yeah. Look what it said on the envelope. Provisional Government. Saint-Denis Barricades. It's from Marius.
Give it to Cosette.
I've already opened it, Jean. I want you to read it. Here.
The revolution has started. While I still have time, I must beg of you not to sacrifice your life to this man's selfishness. He holds you only by your exaggerated sense of gratitude. I cannot deny my heart. If I live, I will follow wherever he takes you. Keep the note, Robert. Give it to Cosette in the morning.
Why don't you give it to her?
Because I may not be back by morning. I'm going out.
Oh, you, Marius, a stranger. He says he must see you. Stand it over here. Keep your hands up, citizens. Start walking.
So, it's you. Yes.
Well, monsieur?
I intercepted your letter to Cosette.
You risked your life coming here just to tell me that?
I came here to tell you that you're right and you're wrong. I love Cosette, it's true, but not as you seem to think. And I love her too much to stand in the way of her happiness.
I'm sorry, I said things in anger.
That doesn't matter. You're free to go to her whenever you wish.
You're a little late, monsieur. The militia's broken through. By morning, we'll be surrounded.
Exactly. If you stay here, you'll be destroyed.
Perhaps. But what Paris does tonight, France does tomorrow, so I stay. Now leave while you can.
We got a prisoner, Marius. Come quickly, the wine shop.
Prisoner? You came into the wine shop, did you?
I did. And across the courtyard.
You can leave the same way while I attempt to fix that. Now, hurry.
Here he is, Marius. He refuses to talk. I will talk now. You are Baron Pomercy.
I am Citizen Pomercy.
And I'm Inspector Javert of the police. I was in pursuit of a criminal when your men captured me. The man is a parole violator.
You're wasting my time. Tie his hands, Gustave. Get back to your post.
Wait. This has nothing to do with your revolt. I demand you allow me to do my duty and arrest him. He can't be far off. Well, sir, then you'll think, Inspector.
Monsieur, is this why you're going to England?
This is an old score between him and me, Marius. Will you let me settle it?
Here, take my pistol. You can get out to the cellar.
The count in the barricade! The militia! Get me a post! They're charging! We can stop here, Javert. We're quite alone now. My duty is complete. I found you and I arrested you. So, have your revenge. Stand still. Got a knife in my pocket. Yes. The knife suits you better than the pistol, Valjean. But the knife is to cut your ropes. Now you're free, Javert. Kill me. Kill me now. You think you can bargain my life for your freedom. There is no bargain. I give you your life. Don't you know that as long as you live, I'll hunt you? You're a convict. A criminal. You're sick, Javert. Your mind is sick. Now go while there's still a chance. You want me to grovel and thank you. You want me to see the nobility of your soul. I spit on your nobility. You're a criminal, and I'm taking you in. Now shoot. Shoot! Inspector Javert. Monsieur, you're bleeding. I'm all right, Sissy. What's the man you went after, the convict? Escaped? Look at me. I'm a strong man. I had him in these two hands. But the oars, they give them the strength of animals. Yes, he got away. Fighting is almost over, monsieur. Most of the revolutionaries have been taken prisoner. There is one prisoner I want to see, Baron Pomercy. He was badly wounded. He's a friend of the convict Valjean. I want to see him. Well, unfortunately, monsieur, Pomercy has disappeared. How can a wounded man disappear? The barricades were surrounded. He was unconscious. We left him where he fell. When we returned, he was gone. There's only one way he could have disappeared. Through the sewers. But I tell you, he could not possibly have walked. Then he was carried. And I think I know who carried him. The convict? Wait, Inspector. I'll bring some men. No one. I'll find him myself. Alone. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Then take heart. We'll be out of this soon. I'll bring you to my house. Put me down, I beg you. Alone you could escape, but with me the militia won't look for you. There. Most likely place. So they'll suspect it at least. Get her. Don't worry. He's far behind us. I won't let you do this. You can't carry me and get away. Be silent. There's a way up to the street, just ahead of us. You can't escape, Valjean. There you are. Just a few more
down on the ground. Javert. There is no escape from you. It's stand where you are. But this boy is wounded, unconscious. I must get a doctor for him. If he lives, he'll be shot. Javert, I spared you at the barricades. I told you I'd make no bargain. You're both under arrest. I pledge